Welcome in, everyone. Hope you're having a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are in the world. We're really excited about this Chrono tournament put together by the Zygarden team. My name is Sophtoph, and I'm here joined by my esteemed caster from across the pond, Anacor.
Esteemed. She said esteemed. And we're here to bring you the Zygarden Chrono tournament, as Soph just said. Now, this tournament is very interesting. It's a custom meta where we'll be looking back on the past 3 years of the Play Pokemon circuit. Um, visiting a lot of Pokemon which have been quite strong over the course of the time that we've been a part of it. And we've got a wide variety of players joining us from all different regions. We've got players from LATAM, Asia, NA, and Europe.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a great tournament. There's also some prizing on the line, so it's no surprise that we've also got some really strong players. You mentioned there's players from all around the world. We've actually got, I believe, regional champions joining from all around the world,
Yeah.
including APAC, as well as North America. So it should be a really great tournament. And like you said, a really great way to kind of celebrate the Pokemon Championship Series history.
Yeah, and going into, particularly as we're going into the World Championships, I feel like this is also an opportunity for a lot of players to potentially dive into some Pokemon picks which maybe have been forgotten in the past and perhaps revive them coming into Anaheim.
That's right. I think I see. So this is a slot-based meta. So there's basically three slots, one for kind of Pokemon that have been mainstays in each of the last 3 years. And then there's like an All-Stars slot, which is just like Pokemon that have been great since the beginning of time, like a Azumarill. And then there's two kind of remaining Spice slots, which are essentially Pokemon that aren't on any of the other whitelists. So I see, Pokemon like Walrein in the 2023 slot, but I believe it actually made an appearance on Potamin's winning UIC team earlier this year. So, definitely an opportunity to kind of look back at some of these picks, look at Pokemon that, like you said, maybe have been kind of forgotten as time has gone on.
That is true. And I mean, when we look at some of the Pokemon that are available to choose here, even some of the like you said, some of the ones that are considered, meta in maybe past seasons still potentially have some play here. Um, and I think, like you said, picks like Walrein, um, Lantern potentially, Skeledirge, a lot of these picks have been seen this season. Um, Additionally, we have just come into a new meta um, uh, around, the beginning of June, and considering we've only had two official tournaments in this meta, I feel like it's still relatively unsolved. So, some of these picks, although they're considered picks from old metas, could potentially be strong in this meta.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because, some Pokemon fall out of the meta because they get directly nerfed, and some just kind of slowly get outclassed by new Pokemon. So, but that doesn't, like, for those Pokemon that are kind of just slowly outclassed or maybe don't have the right typing for the new meta, they're definitely still viable. So, for example, I'm looking at the 2024 slot. I see Pokemon like Charjabug and Gligar, even Whiscash and
Mhm.
Dugong, I think still, and Wigglytuff, yeah, could still be relevant in 2025. So I'm curious to see how much variance we get from some of the 2024 and 2023 slots because I feel like there are some picks that are quite obviously like still viable, and then some of them like
Yeah.
Vigoroth, which I would say are like not
Yeah,
not viable at all.
that's probably definitely a rip, but yeah, I mean, additionally, so looking at I don't know if you've seen some of the picks that have been reserved for the spice slot, but our friend or friends, I don't know, at PV Poke
Mhm.
have put up the rankings, and there you can see, some of the what would be considered the top ranking Pokemon in those two slots, and some of them I feel like, although they're considered spice, I feel like, could maybe be considered 2025 meta in a way, or at least like meta for this particular season. You got some picks such as Golisopod, which I think can be really strong. Gastrodon, which has been on teams all throughout the year.
Mhm.
And maybe a bit less of an obvious pick, but Dusk Noir and Shadow Dusk Noir. Um, Playing a bit differently to Dusclops, but still very strong. The ghost damage is quite oppressive if you don't have a check to it on your team.
Yeah. Well, I think we do have a video to kind of just introduce this meta in a little bit more detail. I know we've been talking about some of these picks and these different slots already, but maybe we can go ahead and oh, actually, no, maybe we will not be looking at the
That's
video.
fine.
Um, Slight miscue, guys. We might be actually ready to get into some of these
Go
battles
straight into the
already.
battles.
Straight
Okay.
into the battles. Maybe we'll be taking a look at the right side of the screen here.
So
And Cora, take us through
Bayleaf.
it.
Okay, Bayleaf not on my cards for what I expected, and into a really good match here against the Blastoise. Interesting, however, that I believe Taib on the left side isn't swapping out.
Yeah, maybe staying in, maybe, just not familiar with that Bayleaf matchup, but it's gonna throw this Skull Bash into this Shadow Drapion and then
Oh,
switch out to get this Mud Slap down. So, or actually, yeah, and that actually was an Ice Fang Drapion.
that was an Ice Fang
Yeah,
Drapion, yeah.
there's a lot going on here. I feel like
There
I
is.
should mention there's a Spice Prize on the line in this tournament, so that could be what these trainers are going for. Bayleaf gonna come back, and it looks like our trainer on the left might have been ABA weak to
He-
grass type, which
Yeah.
is
So
probably why staying in, yeah.
yeah, I guess that makes sense, but very wild to be ABA weak to grass, especially considering that I guess the Bayleaf is potentially put off by the Altaria, but other than that, ECF feels very confident bringing it in.
Yeah, and this, I believe, is an ancient power, not the more efficient move, but maybe fishing for the boost. But now you have so much fast attack pressure. I believe these are rock throws coming out of the Aerodactyl,
Oof.
Blastoise coming through. This is super effective rollout damage, but I think, the fast attack pressure is really, really adding up on PCS side.
Yeah, I mean, PCF really came in here with a particular strategy, which we didn't even clock right at the beginning, and it seems like nor did Tyre, but saving those two shields for that Aerodactyl. Oh, okay,
Oh,
maybe I'm wrong, sorry.
or for the
Saving the two
Bayleaf.
shields for the Bailey. And, at this point, I think it's a bit too much for PCF sorry, for Tybe to overcome.
Yeah, I think Bayleaf, fantastic Pokemon evolution of Chikorita in a shadow form. They're going to be
Mm.
able to take the game number one for PCF. That's actually a two shield flex as well by
Oh,
PCF,
it
so very
is.
well played. Um, I want to say PCF is a trainer who made top 16 in one of the West Coast Play Pokemon tournaments with very spicy Pokemon like the Shadow Bayleaf. So
Oh,
definitely, in his element here, maybe gunning for that Spice Prize. I believe you do need to be in the top half of those final Swiss standings to be
yeah.
considered for it. So we'll see how far PCF is able to take the team here.
I think I recall PCF now that you mentioned the Shadow
Yeah.
Bayleaf. And you know what? I think one thing that's interesting about Bayleaf itself is, if I'm not wrong, I think it's bulkier than Meganium. Maybe I'm, or
uh,
maybe I don't know what I'm talking
I
about.
I have to look
Um,
it up. I think they're pretty
yeah,
similar, but it is much harder to get the Shadow Meganium into Great League CP
mhm.
range. So that could be a reason to go for Shadow Bayleaf just for accessibility purposes. Obviously, you don't have Frenzy Plant, but that is, the trade-off you make there.
Yeah. And I guess Ice Fang on the Drapion, you know,
Oh,
taking certain people off guard. Okay, we're back into the game, and the Drapion is safe swapped out into a Dusclops.
I
Soph, do
don't
you
think you
see what
get.
this Dusclops is about?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think we get points for spicy move sets. We only get points for spicy Pokemon, but looks like PCF is fully committing. I believe this is a Poltergeist Dusclops. Threw in charge tag priority there versus a Sableye and lost it, but I believe just
I think
went
we won't even
for.
know if it was shielded until.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, it did actually get
Okay.
shielded. Open team sheets here, so Tyve, recognizing that probably could have pretty much one hit the Sableye there. Another charge attack coming through, and at this point, Dusclops is pretty far away from another charge attack, so PCF's just gonna let it go.
Yeah, and I mean, the Drapion does seem like a decent, bring into this Sableye, forces the Sableye to go up to a Power Gem or Dazzling Gleam. And again, playing towards the Bayleaf in the back.
Yeah, still has a shield for the Bayleaf, and like we noted earlier, not really much on Type's side to deter the Bayleaf other than the Altaria. And we can't really see the third Pokemon that Type has, so we'll have to see if it is that Altaria in the back. Drapion getting very, very low, but
What?
luckily able to fire off this crunch on the Gastrodon that just came in before getting slapped down.
Yeah, I guess like you have to react really quickly in that situation, and if you don't swap out quick enough, then you could potentially lose all that energy. But now this Bayleaf is set to cook.
Yeah, gonna farm down this Gastrodon here. I believe this is just a body slam coming through. And yes, like you said, Bayleaf is set to cook. Still two Pokemon up on Type side though. And so we'll have to see what Type decides to come in with. Just 1 second left on that clock. Oh, but it is actually
Oh, it's
Altaria,
Altaria.
so not the best matchup for sorry, for Bayleaf. Actually it's worst nightmare there. So, maybe gonna need a couple of ancient power
Yeah.
boosts here to flip this one. Oh, actually that does quite a
Okay,
bit
do you know
though.
what? That did way more than I was expecting it to. Um, okay, I mean, okay, now it's got to be over. I was gonna say, is there any shot that this Bayleaf could do it? But I think with this catch, it's probably a bit too much. But I'm
Yeah,
I'm a
maybe
believer in the players, right? Like sometimes people can pull win conditions out of nowhere. So
actually, it looked like the Bayleaf did reach that last ancient power, so maybe
Mhm.
if PCF had been able to anticipate the catch, there might have been a very tiny chance to farm
Possibly,
down the Sableye. Maybe boost so that you take less from the Dragon Breaths, and then land the last ancient
yeah.
power there. So there might have been a sliver of hope there.
Well, you know what? Considering it was a Bayleaf into the Altaria, I think that's pretty impressive. So 1-1 currently. Um, I'll be honest, I don't know what to expect for an adjustment here. I think normally, when we're looking at the normal play Pokemon circuit and it's Pokemon that we're a bit more familiar with, you could potentially speculate on what kind of adjustments might be appropriate. But um, I have no clue. The Altaria was definitely a good adjustment from game one
Yeah,
that I was
I
told.
think I like the Altaria Sableye core from Tybe. Altaria literally just for the Bayleaf. And then Sableye I feel like has been pretty flexible into um, PCF's team. I'm not sure I love the Ice Fang Drapion from Tybe. Feel like it just doesn't accomplish much. I mean, I don't know if it's just there for the Altaria to cover the Bayleaf, but I
Possibly,
feel like
possibly.
it just can't be right. All right, back to the
Yeah.
Aerodactyl we go.
Okay.
We're getting into the decisive game 3 here. PCF with the Aerodactyl lined up versus the
And this is
Sableye.
looking like a double Altaria counter line. Um, Again, PCF putting, I'm assuming, all their eggs into the Bayleaf basket, but this is not where they want to be.
Yeah, baits out the Gastrodon here with the Ice Fang Drapion, but this is really where that slower energy generation from Ice Fang kind of comes into play. Although actually maybe
Mhm.
looks like you're pretty close to being able to Ice Fang down, but I don't think you would be able to outpace the
Yeah.
Mudslaps. So PCF is going to let this Shadow Drapion go down.
But now I guess you get a bit of a head start on Bayleaf. And again, we've seen that Bayleaf can actually put some damage into the Altaria. So potentially a slight energy advantage is what it needs. But going for the... Does this make sense? You resist the body slam. I'm going to say
Yeah.
resist before I see the health bar go down.
Oh, that's
Resist.
not too bad. Yeah, you can definitely
That's not
take
bad,
that.
yeah.
Looks like reaching pretty close to the Bayleaf there. Sableye does come in. Type didn't fall for that catch before, so does still have the energy banked up. PCF is going to shield up the Aerodactyl. I believe it's very close to a charge attack. So is going to throw it here. Maybe try to pull a shield before, like you said, putting it all on Bayleaf. We haven't seen the third Pokemon yet, though, so we don't know whether it is that Altaria. Oh, maybe it is. I see a shield coming up. Oh, it is the
Uh,
Altaria!
okay. There's no catch opportunity now. Can
Yeah,
Bailey pull something out?
actually, so there's no catch opportunity, but I think by the time Bayleaf gets to that third ancient power, there will be a catch opportunity. So no boost there, though. We see Dragon Breath chunking away. I do think that Bayleaf is going to have enough health to reach that third ancient power, but yeah, like I mentioned, the
Will it
clock
be
might
enough?
come up by that time. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see what
Well, you know
happens.
what? There's a decent amount of health on the Aerodactyl as well. So
That's true.
potentially, if the Bayleaf only just gets rid of the Altaria, or if the Aerodactyl can come back in at some point, then maybe PCF has an opportunity here. But Tybe needs to focus on.
Oh,
Oh,
I
there's the
I think
boost!
that's the 10% ancient power booster, that's
The
gonna be
boost!
fantastic. Oh, but the Altaria reaches the attack at the last second.
Oh,
We're not able to see the energy on the Altaria, but, yeah, it does make sense to Sky attacks before 3 ancient power, so Bayleaf almost able to get it done. There is, though, like you said, still some health on the Aerodactyl, but,
yeah.
oh, the Shadow Claws are really adding up, and Sable actually reaches the charge attack.
Do you know what? Well thought out by PCF. Yeah, I didn't see that any of the strats coming, but Tybe did. You know, um, from game two onwards, Tybe made that important call of bringing that Altaria, and it worked.
Yeah, that's a nice adjustment. Sometimes you might not realize going into game one just how annoying one of the first Pokemon is. And we kind of saw Tide get bulldozed by the Bayleaf in that first game.
Mm.
So, able to make the adjustment into Altaria, like you just mentioned, and take the reverse sweep there. So, well done by Tide. Um, Unfortunately for PCF, does take that round one loss, but I believe, this is Swiss, not double Elam. So,
Yeah.
not going to be too difficult to maybe try and climb his way back into the top
Mhm.
half of the Swiss rankings.
An argument that sometimes it might be better to lose the first round. So,
Oh.
you know, yeah.
I don't know
I'm,
about
I'm,
lose,
I'm trying to
but
look on the bright side.
yeah.
Um,
It is interesting because I know we don't get a lot of Swiss in the championship
mhm.
series circuit, but people always talk about the huge disadvantage you get from losing the first round at double elim. You do get a pretty big disadvantage for the same thing in Swiss because you are playing opponents who also went 0-1, and then you have kind of fewer opportunities to get those high ranking opponents for those tie breaks later on.
Yeah,
So you do still want to be
that
winning
is
as
true.
much
That
as you
is
can
true.
early in Swiss, but it is a little bit less punishing than double elim.
Yeah, I guess in a tournament where they'd be considering your opponent's record as tiebreakers, then yeah, that is a good point.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, I mean, I guess while we're waiting on some of the other um, battlers to finish up, let's take a look at the bracket. So currently, we've got the 2024 Korea champion Goji beating Ivy Kenkito, who I believe is from Argentina, 2-0. Um, what are some other interesting results here? King Out, a local of mine, I have to say. Um, Also advancing 2-1 against Ili, who I believe is from Germany.
Mm.
Anything else catch your eye on these current results we have?
Yeah, it looks like we're looking at the matchup right now. Some of those Pokemon. Interesting to see Shadow Gligar, I believe, brought on both sides here. I think that's a
Yeah.
Pokemon that I'm curious to see if anyone picks it up for the World Championships. It did get that Fury Cutter buff recently.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
I think for this meta, it's actually listed as a 2024 Pokemon.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
we'll have to see how much that's used because that probably is one of the better picks from the 2024 slot.
Yeah.
Um,
I have to agree. I mean, we've got in 2024, yeah, we do have picks like Dugong, which, potentially has a lot of play. But I think if you're looking at things that we've seen recently in, um, you know, like stream tournaments, it's got to be the Gligar.
yeah. Some of these other names that we mentioned earlier, we have 89 CGY Flame still has a match to play versus Pender Go. Can kind of infer maybe what's going on over there. Looks like CGY did try to go with Malamar. I think is
Yeah.
that classified as spice for this tournament?
It is, which is
Okay.
interesting, but I think, you know what, like, obviously we don't see Malamar too much right now just because of the prevalence of dark types, I would say. But in a meta like this where you kind of only have, one pick of your fairy types in certain slots, or where like, some of these Malamar counters are competing with other picks, Malamar might actually just be a really good neutral mon.
I think so. It's, one of those very few Pokemon that does well against, both Annihilate and Lapras or, has decent play into Diggersby as well. That's another Pokemon where I'm kind of curious to see if anyone picks it up for Worlds because it was, kind of at the top of everyone's mind in May, and then the bug
Yeah.
buff came around with Fury Cutter and Bug Bite, and then it kind of just fell off completely for NAIC. So
Mhm.
I'm curious to see if anyone's feeling bold enough to bring it to Worlds, given that, Axon won with the Arachnid, second place, went to a trainer who
Yeah.
had the Lysopod. So, but like you said, for this tournament where there's maybe only going to be one bug type or something. Although
Mm.
looks like there's two on the
Yeah.
side of Flames fans, but the Sizor doesn't have a bug type fast attack,
Yeah.
but it is still a pretty bad
Exactly.
matchup for Malamar, I think.
Yeah, I think also one downside of picking Malamar is when you do look at the options for the fifth and sixth slot. Galisopod and Fortress are, two of the potential options you could pick. And like you mentioned earlier, Gligar is potentially one of the best options in 2024. So there's actually a lot of incentive to use um, these bug type fast moves. So it's I guess we'll have to see whether Malamar can actually find the right matchups, but it's very possible, like we're looking over here, that it could be, you know, taking double super effective from, two mons on the team.
Yeah, I mean, one Pokemon that does fairly well versus bug types is Tinkaton. It's a fairy type where it's another Pokemon that was doing really well in May and then kind of fell off for
Yeah,
NAC.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
yeah, like, with a 3-month break, really curious to see if anyone kind of brings
Yeah.
back the Tinkaton.
Well, I think this was something interesting about NAIC was that obviously it was the first tournament we got of the new meta, but it was only, I believe, 2 weeks after the meta had shifted. So very limited opportunity for people to really, figure it out. And so although the results are very valid, they're almost like a building block of like, okay, well, this is, the first iteration, but where can we go from here to solve it? And looking towards PJCS a few weeks later, we saw a high resurgence of Credilli, which we maybe
Mhm.
didn't see during NAIC. So I think with another month and a half of potential meta development, it'll be interesting to see what people come up with.
Yeah, I'm also curious about Cradily because it's a Pokemon that I mean, it didn't I wouldn't say it fell off during NIC because a lot of people still brought it. It's just that it wasn't on the top two teams. But I think
Yeah,
both Potaman and ZZ, who obviously we're both rocking this Scizor Greninja core, I think they both, at least one of them brought Cradily, if not both, and quite a few other trainers
I
also
think
brought Cradily.
if I'm not wrong, and it's possible that maybe I've not even updated the page. But I think I think that okay, look, so okay, yeah, Credilli
Oh, see,
was
this
quite
is in
high on
this
the
tournament.
usage. Oh, are we taking a look at his picks? Honestly, Aziz Wireless team is always worth looking at because you know. Okay, one pick I'd like to point out there on the fifth and sixth slot is the Furret
Mhm.
because aside from, something that's really going to hardwall it, I feel like Furret is a good pick for a meta like this where you don't really know what the environment is going to be like, just being really neutral.
I love the word environment that you chose.
It's very
Yeah,
Japanese, isn't it?
yeah, no, it's funny. I also like the fur pick. Like you said, it's just a super neutral pick. And I guess it qualifies as spice for this tournament, but I think
Mm.
it's done really well in the championship series, and I wouldn't be at all surprised to see people bring it to Worlds. There's actually the double far-fetched that I had to go against in this round, but it looks like
Wow.
ZZ was able to pull off I think I saw it was a 2-0 for ZZ.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
I'm
Also,
not surprised.
I I know that ZZ won a grassroots tournament a while back with a team that I think is very similar to this. I don't know if it was exactly this, but I do remember the Skeledirge at least, and maybe the Primeape. So I'm curious. I mean, ZZ is one of the most brilliant team crafters we have in the community. So I feel like
Yeah.
you said, it's always a good bet to look at what he's thinking about.
Yeah, it's also, I think one thing is interesting as well, right? Because you might go up against him in a practice tournament or something like that, thinking like, okay, what's he cooking? But it's like the picks are so wild sometimes that it's so possible that it could be just complete trash or that he could be, onto something, but you would never know. Yeah,
I
you
mean,
would have no idea.
NAIC
You
team
know?
kind of looked like complete trash, but
Right?
I mean but in
But there
his
you go.
defense right.
And I mean, Pato had a very similar team. I believe a
Right.
lot of the Europeans were working together to a degree. So, there's definitely method in the madness, and I hope one day I can see that method because, yeah, he's definitely got the sauce.
Yeah, well, he has many sauces. I think a lot of times, we see trainers who tend towards those spice picks, and they kind of get typecast as like a spice trainer. But the
Mm,
reality is that they can do very well with kind of more standard teams.
yeah,
And ZZ definitely one of the most talented trainers in the world. So definitely don't want to just call him a spice trainer.
for
He's
sure,
just
for
he's
sure.
just one
Yeah,
of the best. Like there's no.
yeah. It's true. It's true. I think
Looks
one
like
thing
we're
about
yeah.
running, sorry, yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing about running Spice is obviously it's, incredibly difficult to pull off successfully. So, perhaps being typecast as a Spice trainer isn't that bad because it just means that you've proven that you can actually use it.
Yeah, I think we're just about wrapping up the first Swiss run. I do see a very interesting pairing at the bottom there. Looks like Lyle was able to take
Mm.
a close 2-1 victory over Charming Pori. Yeah, I would have loved to see that matchup play out as well, but with Swiss we can only show so many matches.
Yeah,
Looks like Lyle's playing around with the Shadow Driftblim, as well as that Shadow Malamar.
I like that. I feel like Shadow Driftblim has a lot of core breaking potential with a lot of things. Um, Maybe not too much into this team in particular. Um, I guess it has some play. With the I think unless you're like double resisting Shadow Astonish, sometimes just single resisting is not enough.
Mhm.
So potentially you have some play into teams where, they just have one dark type.
Yeah, and the great thing about Drifblim as well as Dusclops is that, for Pokemon that are double resisting your ghost type, maybe you have the ice type charge attack in either Icy Wind or Ice Punch. So I feel like that gives Drifblim an interesting place in the meta as well.
Yeah.
Anyways, we are still kind of waiting for some of these round one matches to wrap up, and then we'll get straight into round two. But I think we have maybe a video to watch while we wait for some of these last couple of games to wrap up.
Hello, passionate trainers. My name is Telegraph Train, and together with Zygarden, I'm absolutely thrilled to dive into the exhilarating format of today's tournament. Top trainers from every corner of the globe have come together for this momentous occasion. Today, our fierce battlers will face off in the electrifying Show 6 Pick 3 format of the Great League. Each competitor has meticulously crafted a team of 6 Pokemon, hand-picking 3 of them for every intense battle. As they gaze upon their opponent's formidable team, the challenge ignites the fire within, compelling them to strategize and choose the perfect trio to claim victory. Every match, a gritty best 2 out of 3 will push the limits of skill and determination. Our tournament adopts a thrilling Swiss bracket format, ensuring that every brave soul will fight valiantly through all rounds. At the end of it all, only the top 4 standout players will ascend to a heart-pounding single elimination top cut, where only one can rise as champion. Wishing you all the best of luck, dear trainers. Let your spirits soar as we unite on the battlefield. Hi trainers, Telegraph Train here with Zygarden, taking a look at the Chrono meta, something old, something new. This meta takes a look back at the last 3 years of competitive Pokemon Go at Play Pokemon events. Let's start back in Yokohama, Japan 2023. Medicham was top meta, closely followed by Galarian Stunfisk, Noctowl, and Trevenant. These Pokemon and their counters dominated the meta for years. In 2024, we saw the rise of versatile Pokemon like Gligar, Charjabug, and Vigoroth. They offered a lot of neutral play into the meta. We also saw a rise of Pokemon that were highly specialized in their roles, like the fast move pressure of Skeledirge, Altaria, and Wigglytuff. After Worlds 2024, a huge meta shift occurred as many of the top attacks such as Counter, Wing Attack, and Mudshot were nerfed. In the new 2025 season, Clodsire had dominant performances across all international competitions. The Latin American International Championships saw a huge rise in Ariados, while European Internationals saw a rise in Kanto Marowak and Galarian Corsola. The Delightful Days season came with another big move update and shift that brought Dedenne and Cradily into the meta at NAIC. But there are Pokemon that have been dominant across multiple seasons. Those Pokemon make up the All-Stars category. Pokemon like Azumarill, Drapion, and Feraligatr have found their way to the top and have consistently been a threat to trainers who didn't respect their power. These 4 categories are the pillars of the last 3 years of competitive Pokemon in the Championship Series. For the last 2 slots, we encourage you to bring what feels right to you. Bring your favorite, bring your core breakers, bring your spice. Trainers, I'll see you on the battlefield.
We are back after, I guess, all the matches have been finished on round 1. And so, shall we take a look at what players succeeded, I guess?
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket. As a reminder, this is the Swiss format. So, these players who have lost in the first round are going to still be able to play all the remaining rounds, still have a chance to make that single elim top cut. But all the players who did win their first rounds are going to be playing each other. So we see some familiar names like the Masked Asian. Looks like that was a 3-0 victory. Shaner PvP, I would say a trainer kind of on the rise there, also doing very, very well. I see Shiny Hunter Ben, Blepnir, maybe didn't have the best luck in their very first rounds, but like I mentioned, they'll still be able to play the remaining rounds.
Yeah, and I think also the first round's interesting because obviously, unless I was going to say unless someone's done some prep for this tournament, but it's very difficult to prep against people because obviously people are going to have very different takes on the meta. So this first round is probably quite important for just to get a feel of what you'll be expecting, over the next 4 rounds.
Yeah. We know that some trainers in the community do like to team build together, so
Mhm.
curious to see as we get further into these matches, did Out of Pocket prep a team with SS Thorn? We're gonna have to see. So we already mentioned ZZ progressing as well. Very exciting to see how he does. He's always a name to watch out for in any format. Yeah, let's take a look at Pocket's team really quickly here.
Corsola Dugong also going with the Shadow Malamar for the in that 5th and 6th slot. So I think Pocket's team seems relatively strong in terms of like the picks from each slot. It doesn't seem like he's gone too far leaning on the spicy side. But how about
Yeah.
J-Rev?
Yeah,
Because their team's
J-Rev.
quite interesting.
Yeah, there's like the Nidoqueen, which is a Pokemon that like I solidly associate with a specific era of Pokemon Go. It's not
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Dugong where it's just kind of always around. So that's always fun to see. Samurott is actually a really interesting pick.
yeah.
We typically see the other Hydro Cannon users like Swampert or Feraligatr, but Samurott, especially with that Fury Cutter buff, it also paces to Hydro Cannon quite quickly. And it's
Mhm.
got that really interesting coverage with Mega Horn. So I don't know if anyone's actually going to bring it to Worlds, but it's definitely a pick that sometimes PvPoke will suggest, especially if you're playing restricted metas or something.
Yeah, I think one thing that's good about Samurott in a meta like this, particularly, is again when you don't really know, the kind of things that people are going to bring, going for something that has, solid fast move damage, really fast pacing, and a good nuke at the same time seems like a decent, combination of things where you know, if you're in a bit of a pinch, you can, I guess, like spam things out, try and take shields, you know? I think sometimes people also forget how powerful of a move Megahorn is.
Yeah. All right. Looks like we do have round two underway. So we're going to have to wait just a sec to see which of these pairs we get to see on stream. But for now, just taking a look at some of these top pairings. So again, I think the top of the bracket is probably going to be showing those trainers who did win their first round. So I see trainers like CO is a beast up there. Um, let's take a peek at this matchup here. Looks pretty standard. Again, Noctowl, a Pokemon that
Noctowl.
I associate with a very
Okay.
specific
Yeah.
era of the game.
Do you know what? I'm not gonna lie. There has been a couple times this year where I've looked at Noctowl and thought, well, maybe, like, you know,
Yeah,
I know its basic
I've been
was,
there too, honestly. I feel like Pidgeot is the way if you want that kind of coverage,
yeah.
but dude, I've thought about Noctowl too. I'm like, it's
Because you know what,
bulky,
pre-Night slash
Shadow
Nerf, it's
Ball.
like
Oh,
you've
Nightshade.
got
Yeah,
the
Nightshade, right?
Nightshade is, yeah. So pre-Nightshade, like slight nerf. It's kind of
Uh-huh.
like, well, you know, you still have the flying and ghost coverage. They're kind of just swapped around in energy, you know?
Hmm.
And wing attack, if I remember correctly, right? Noctowl was used very briefly, I think, by Pocket and Areo before it went to 8 energy.
Oh
So, you know,
yeah.
implying it was still like it was still viable with 7 energy wing attack. So you see my thoughts here, you know. It's not even bad in terms of efficiency, like, you know, 45 energy and 55 energy, so maybe it's just
Yeah, I
inappropriate. I quite
think
like it.
it's not bad, but it's, like, relatively bad, you know, because
And we just power
like you
grip too
said.
much.
Yeah, exactly, like, the old wing attack was totally viable, I think actually Pocket, and you mentioned Aura, I think also Stark were using it before the wing
Yeah.
attack buff, but now it's like, I don't know, can you bring a 3.5 EPT Noctowl into
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So
It's true, it's true.
yeah, but I've thought about it as well because there's really not a lot of flying fast attack damage nowadays, right? Like all
Yeah.
the flyers are using something else.
I don't know how controversial it would be, but like a part of me thinks like would it really be that bad if you pushed wing attack back up to 8 again? You know? I don't know. I don't know. I'm
I
not
don't
an
know.
expert on this, but it just,
That's not a
you know, it doesn't
question
feel
for
that
me.
bad.
I'm not a meta
Fair,
builder.
fair,
So
fair.
I don't know. It's weird because I mean, I think what's widely considered the worst meta of all time is the Noctowl Trevenant Lantern meta.
Fair.
And it's hard to say whether the wing attack buff caused that, right? Like, is it the wing attack buff that caused Lantern to emerge as a counter to Noctowl, which caused Trevenant to emerge as a counter, right? Like, it's really hard to kind of trace how all the trends. I mean, I think it's really hard to make. Well, okay, actually, I have a hot take here. I think that randomly changing things in the meta will most likely result in something useful, and it's hard to make, like, a
Yeah.
really bad
Yeah,
meta, and
yeah, yeah.
it's
I
hard to
agree.
forecast when you've made a really bad meta.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree with that, to be honest. Also, I think like I don't know, this is just like my opinion, but I feel like people are very like definitely too quick to complain about metas because you know, I feel like when you leave something to develop, it's gonna people are gonna naturally um you know, adapt with you know what is good and what is bad, especially when you know I think during that time period with the you know Noctowl Trevenant Lantern, we were still relatively early on in the championship series, and I think it was also the case that you could only qualify by um
Being
top
top
2,
2.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So in those situations, right, you have a lot less wiggle room for the kind of mistakes you can make, right? If you want to qualify for Worlds, you have to come top 2. And so potentially a lot of people would look at these team compositions and think, you know what? It's been proven already. I'm not going to divert from it. Whereas now with the point system, you can potentially give yourself a bit more space to try out different things because, you know, there's an argument where, you know, if it gives you points, then perhaps it worked out, you know? And if it wasn't completely successful this time, you can always try again at a different tournament.
Yeah, yeah, that's a really interesting change to point out too, especially, like, we're reflecting on all the Pokemon that have been around during the championship series, but Like you mentioned, the championship series itself has changed quite a bit as well,
Mhm.
with those kind of incentives changing. We went from, you can always make progress towards your goals to, oh, now there's a moving target. And, this all started with, having
Mhm.
to be top two at a tournament. So things are things are definitely changing in terms of format along with this Pokemon. Actually, going from this year to next year is probably the least change we've had in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I'm loving the extra 10 qualifications in LATAM
Yep.
and EU.
EU.
I
Yep.
think that's in my opinion pretty warranted.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
yeah,
That's a great
but
change. I mean, as a small change, the grand well,
yeah,
sorry, from my North
yeah, yeah,
American perspective, but definitely a welcome one.
yeah. And then also I think like I don't remember the exact differences, but the changes in the points gained from tournaments, I think
Oh, that's
they
right. It's
might
becoming more
reward
even now.
day two a bit more than previously, because there was a bit of a strange jump in day two where it was like the first jump awarded you way more points than anything further. I can't remember if they corrected that because
Oh, they did, yeah. So it used to be
yeah,
that top 8 would give you 280, and then top 9 through 16 would get 160, which is a huge jump.
yeah,
So they've
huge.
they've been trying to even it's not it so they've evened that out, and then there's another jump that they've evened out. But I think this is the match we're going to be looking at for round number
Okay,
2. Very exciting to get this little preview. We've got Dark
right.
Phoenix 0007 versus the Masked Asian, who a player on the esteemed faction Elite TMs, as well as a two-time
Completely
NEIC top
unbiased.
cutter. So I would say an up-and-coming player in the play Pokemon circuit. So yeah.
Fair. Looking at the teams, I mean, what are your thoughts here? I think Dragalge is a very interesting pick because in the right scenario, it can be a very good neutral threat, especially with the acid buff. This is maybe
Yes,
not the
the
right scenario.
acid buff. I feel like that gets so under-mentioned just because it's not on the most impactful Pokemon,
Mhm.
but it's a Shadow Claw clone. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah,
But funnily enough, it looks like poison is resisted by 4 out of
yeah, yeah.
6 Pokemon on TMA's side. So, not sure whether that looks like that might be a shiny Dragalge as well. It's gonna come into play.
Oh, you can select shiny.
Yeah, it's a fun feature of the Zygarden
Fun.
website. Um, we see the pure ghost types battling it out at the top there. Shadow Whiscash is going to be the mud boy of choice for Dark Phoenix.
Mhm.
That's another Pokemon where I feel like it's been, you know, definitely been nerfed, but I've seen people playing around with it still sometimes in the Go Battle League.
How often do you get Shadow Whiscash as a recommendation in PvPoke when you're like trying
Not
to fit in?
not
You know, I
that
get it
often because
loads.
but because it's because it's like a Pokemon that has other things of its type, it doesn't get
Right,
recommended as
right,
much.
right.
Whereas
Okay.
like Belly Bolt, okay, before the Belly Bolt buff, dude, that thing was recommended all the time by PvPoke. It was like PvPoke's like poster child, I swear.
I heard Belly Bolt is sponsoring PvPoke. Just
Yeah.
trying to get the usage up. I heard also that Belly Bolt paid for the parabolic charge buff.
Oh, I mean
It's
that
just the
makes
rumors.
sense.
Yeah, don't come after me.
All right. Well, looks like we can see these trainers and their thought processes as they're picking the teams. And it actually looks like Dark Phoenix is pretty much ready to lock in. Gonna use this Alola Ninetales Mudboy core, which we've seen happen a lot throughout Championship Series history.
Yeah.
And then paired with that Corsola, which actually Corsola looks really safe into, well, I don't know. There's two dark types on TMA's team, but it has
Yeah,
Power
but I
Gem.
think depending on because I forgot what the Mandibuzz moveset was, but like if it's a air slash Mandibuzz, then it might actually not be that bad for the Corsola. It is an air slash Mandibuzz. But we're getting into the games. Dusclops into the Shadow Whiscash.
Not a matchup I've seen super often, so we'll have to see how this plays out. I would guess that Shadow Dusclops comes out on top because you do get to these attacks just a little bit quicker, and as we all know, Hex is a fantastic fast attack these days.
I wonder if the Whiscash, because obviously the Whiscash has got the bulk, and also Scald hits pretty hard. I feel like the damage didn't ever really get nerfed. So I mean, maybe not a complete two-shot KO, but possibly close. I think.
Yeah. Actually, it does look
As
like Whiscash can two-shot, and you do get the attack drop, which is pretty nice. TMA
Mhm.
waiting to throw a little bit. Now he's gonna get actually outpaced a little bit by the Whiscash, but he does need to throw two Shadow Punches at the Whiscash anyway. So let's see what Dark Phoenix decides to do. Against these Shadow Punches, you can definitely take one. Maybe you're happy with the shield advantage you got out of this matchup, and you're just gonna let the Whiscash go.
yeah, I think also oh, interesting, hard swap into the fortress. And this is nice for Dark Phoenix because now having the Alolan Ninetales avoid the steel type.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for Dark Phoenix. There is still some energy on the Dusclops, so you have to remember that. But this is one of those matchups where Corsola really shines over that Pure Ghost counterpart in Dusclops because I think Dusclops actually loses to Fortress and all evens, which is crazy. But the Astonish doing more damage than the Hexes and being able to take these bug bites just a little bit better really benefits Corsola here. And then, like you said, going to have that fantastic alignment in back with Alola Ninetales versus Mandibuzz.
Yeah. Yeah, I think sometimes like, the HP pool of Dusclops being so small means that even, double resisted one turn attacks are still doing one damage, and one damage every single turn does add up eventually.
Yeah, looks like Corsola is able to barely win that matchup, but doesn't have much coming out of it. So Dark Phoenix is going to switch straight into this Charm Alola
Okay.
Ninetales. You do still have some shields up, and I don't think Dark Phoenix knows that there is a Mandibuzz in the back, so just going to take this Shadow Punch first. Another Shadow Punch is reached. I definitely expect to see Dark Phoenix start trying to prioritize the health here and does put up that first shield.
Yeah, and this is, I think, very difficult for the Master Asian because I don't know if this Mandibuzz can put in enough work quick enough, especially because the Ninetales should be outpacing on the weather balls as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you can reach two aerial aces before you get charms down or two weather balls, actually, it does look like
Oh,
he's at back-to-back aerial aces there. So the first one should definitely fire. And I didn't see whether Dark Phoenix is at back-to-back weather balls. I don't think they are.
I
So
don't think they are. I think they might be
maybe you
one
need to go for
away.
a catch here as Dark Phoenix.
Is the timer up? The timer's up. Oh, and waited, went for the
Oh,
catch, still reached the mud bomb. Still reached the mud
yeah.
bomb.
All right. Well, let's see how
Oh.
much this mud bomb does, though. Does it even not? It
Oh yeah,
doesn't knock
true.
out the Mantabuzz.
It
Wait,
doesn't
wait.
even knock
But
out.
oh, but the Mantabuzz is so low. I
Wait, is
think
the
it's gonna
Mandibuzz
get
okay,
astonished
okay, okay,
down.
okay.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not
All
gonna
right.
wait, is the
Yeah, yeah. You're
Dusclops
okay. You
supposed
you
to
still
move
have
here?
the A9. Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Oh
okay,
my god.
okay.
Okay.
I did not anticipate that end game because it almost felt like the Mandibuzz was actually hanging in.
Yeah, I feel like we started relaxing. We were like, "Oh, Alola Ninetales versus Mandibuzz, nothing to see here." And we're like, "Wait, the Mandibuzz is getting to do." Yeah, there's a lot of Pokemon left with a little bit of health there, and also a little bit of energy on that Whiscash as well, right? Which I didn't
Yeah,
anticipate. It looked
I
like
think the
Dark
Master
Phoenix
Asian.
also. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say the Master Asian definitely went for the right play in terms of, a bit of patience, just expecting the catch, and then just going for the fast moves, knowing that they needed to get that aerial ace to actually KO.
Yeah, I was gonna say something about the same second, which is it looked like Dark Phoenix like didn't go right away into the Whiscash, like maybe waited.
Yeah,
Yeah, and but I
yeah,
think maybe the Master Asian saw it coming, which is what you were saying. I completely forgot that the Whiscash had so much energy as well. Um,
yeah,
and then the double resisted Mud Bomb.
yeah.
All right.
Also, I was unsure if the Astonish was actually going to get the farm down there as well. I thought that was
Yeah. Little bit of a wild ending to game number one there, but
Mhm.
Dark Phoenix now up 1-0. And let's see if Dark Phoenix decides to make any adjustments. It does seem like that very first team worked out pretty well for Dark Phoenix there. So um, maybe the Masked Asian is going to be the one trying to make some adjustments for game number two.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it feels a bit difficult making an adjustment from the winner's side because obviously you've just won the game. You've technically done not everything right, but like you've done a lot right. So, what do you correct in that position? Whereas from the Masked Asian side, can potentially see how they were a bit weak to Alola Ninetales, perhaps threw away their Alola Ninetales counter a bit too quickly, and maybe there's some adjustments to be made there.
Yeah, maybe has to bring the Alolan Sandslash, or maybe was just, a little bit too willing to give up switch advantage. He did
Mm.
get debuffed in the lead by the Scald from the Whiscash, which I think is why he decided to save the Dusclops energy and switch out. But, like you mentioned during the match, that kind of resulted in getting this unfavorable alignment, which pretty much made it very hard to come back from.
Yeah. I think also, to be honest, from the Masked Asian side, when you've got two steel types and I forget what else, but I don't think you would really expect the Alolan Ninetales to come into the match. So um, perhaps that's the adjustment that you make here, like expecting it to come.
All right, getting into game number two
Cool.
here. Looks like we've got Corsola on the field once again for Dark Phoenix, this time in the lead, facing off against the Dusclops, which the Masked Asian looks like has brought a very similar team, but has switched out the Mandibus for Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, so doubling down on those A9 counters, but it seems like Dark Phoenix has kind of read that as well, bringing in the Golisopod. So it'll be
Yeah.
interesting to see how this pans out. I imagine in this particular neutral scenario that the Corsola has the advantage. But is Switch going to be as important in this match as it was last?
I'm not sure because, the Masked Asian did try to make that adjustment, but like you said, Dark Phoenix kind of sort of sniffed it out and actually brought two counters for Alolan Sandslash in the back. So, oh, and we said the course actually barely
Oh,
hang on there, able to get off this
oh,
last Nightshade. That's going to be
IVs.
fantastic. Able to pull a shield from the Dusclops in the lead, and, it's going to actually be
Two
kind of annoying
shields
to take
down.
out. Yeah. Oh, but this is actually Shadow Claw, so it won't be too annoying to take out the Dusclops.
I think this is looking really favorable for Dark Phoenix because, again, this Whiscash has, knowing what we know, this Whiscash has neutral play into the whole backline, and arguably so does this Golisopod as well. So being two shields up, I'm not sure what the Masked Asian can really do here.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I agree with using both shields on Shadow Punch from Dusclops, but the
Maybe
energy
that is
from
true.
from Golisopod is very valuable. It pretty much goes everywhere. Already at 2 Aqua Jets here, which is
Mhm.
very nice. I'm not sure if it's going to two-shot the Fortress. We'll have to see how much this first one does. Does quite a bit of damage, but oh, I don't know. I don't think it's close to. I don't think this takes out, but maybe you can switch out into the Whiscash and catch a Rock Tomb or something.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Dark Phoenix has the ability to switch out and can avoid the Rock Tomb. Oh, does
Oh,
not avoid the Rock Tomb. I mean,
yeah. It's still okay though because,
yeah,
these players don't know it yet, but it is Whiscash versus Alolan Sandslash. So, Dark Phoenix, now it gets the zero turn swap, which is nice, into the Whiscash. Fortress goes down, and now the Masked Asian just still has that Alolan Sandslash. You need to land 2 charge attacks on this Whiscash, so even if you can pull off a catch, I think Dark Phoenix is looking really, really strong here.
yeah. And I think, you know what, potentially Dark Phoenix making the right read there. Because if you look at the Masked Asians team, there is no, proper counter to the Whiscash. So having the Whiscash up energy, it does sound like you'd be able to deal with whatever is in the back.
Yeah, maybe not catching the Rock Tomb there was nice because you do get your undebuffed Whiscash able to close things out, like you said, very flexible. So nice team reading by Dark Phoenix, both in picking the team as well as playing the team there. So
Mm.
Drill Run coming through. Both Shadow Pokemon, so this is going to do quite a bit of damage, but I don't think it's enough to take out the Shadow
Yeah,
Whiscash, which
just
does hang
short.
on there.
And honestly, great for Masked Asian playing right towards their outs, and potentially if they had a bit more of an advantage some point in the game, it may have flipped it. But Dark Phoenix able to close out that end game confidently, and I think that's sometimes a skill in itself. Like sometimes you might feel like you have a good grasp of the game towards the end, but we've seen it all too often where someone just lets it slip towards the end, but not the case this time.
Yeah, Dark Phoenix, maybe a little bit of a dark horse in this competition there.
Maybe.
Yeah, taking the 2-0 over the Masked Asian, and now 2-0 as well in terms of rounds in the tournament. So,
Mm.
really nice series there from Dark Phoenix. Yeah, with the great team reads in game number
Yeah.
2 especially.
Do you know what? I think Shadow Whiscash, obviously it looked really good there, but I think it's potentially a good pick in this meta in general, because obviously the grass types are what you really don't want to see. But from the teams that we've been seeing so far, I don't think I've seen very many grass types. Okay, aside from the Shadow Bayleaf, but I don't expect that to be a a common occurrence.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't expect that to be much of a trend. So bringing something like that Shadow Whiscash might be a bit of a heads-up play.
Yeah, I think, the Open Great League meta has been starved for grass types for quite some time, with the exception of, Superior and then Jumpluff, which doesn't even really have grass type coverage. I feel like the water ground types are pretty safe, not just Whiscash, but also Pokemon like Shadow Quagsire, maybe. So this is the matchup that we just saw. So, of course, Dark Phoenix able to take this, but let's take a look at the rest of the bracket. Not sure how many of these matches are actually wrapped up because we saw 2-0
Yeah,
2-0
yeah,
victory.
yeah.
But looks like NSSU was able to take the victory over Blue Ducks Riley. Andy taking the victory over JoJo. Star Kid winning over CEO is the Beast. Simon the leader, very close to 1 series there. So look, actually, a lot of these matchups on the top half of the bracket actually have wrapped up already.
Yeah, potentially a testament to the talent of some of these trainers. Just banging out 2-0s. Okay, I mean most of them are 2-1s, but I guess knowing what strategy they want to employ. We've got a
Right.
win from Charming Pori here towards bottom. Manor Jumbound also taking a win. Interesting matchup here where Goji, like I mentioned, the 2024 Korean champion, going up against Kaga, who's a
Yeah.
two-time world qualifier as of a few weeks ago. Do you know what? I'm not going to.
Yes.
I
D-
think
I
that
know
was me.
what. Yes, that was you for chat. It's
That
not me.
was crazy. Okay, wait. Let me just say, do you know that was like on the street? But anyway, let's focus.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. I know Kag, I believe a very talented player from Japan, I want to say. Um, so this definitely would have been a fun matchup as well. Furret on Goji's side, a pick that we've talked about. Shadow Marowak, a pick that I believe Potaman brought to NAIC. So maybe it definitely still has some play in this meta. Curious to see or hear whether it was brought to this matchup, but it looks like Kag was able to take this series 2-0. And I still hear some feedback, so maybe I'll just keep talking. so, anyways, I think we're going to toss to a quick break. We've still got a couple Swiss rounds to go, but thanks so much for watching thus far, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Hi trainers, Telegraph Train here with Zygarden.
Hello Zygarden trainers, this is Hurricane Kaz here with my highlights for the Chrono meta. Taking a look back at some of the top Pokemon from the open formats shows us just how much we've grown over the years. In the 2025 slot, Credilli is a really strong, versatile pick. New updates to its Acid Fast Attack and new access to the attack debuffing Rock Tomb give it utility even in bad matchups. In the 2024 slot, Charjabug still brings a lot of flexibility, able to power through many neutral matchups thanks to diverse coverage and great bulk. In the 2023 slot, I'd like to give a shout out to one of my favorite Pokemon, Noctowl. While it has a lot of strong counters that have come in since it had its heyday, it still has a good amount of targets and access to some great coverage moves. In the All-Star picks, Feraligatr has shown us just how powerful a single type Pokemon can be. Access to Shadow Claw gives it great neutral power, and Hydro Cannon is still one of the most powerful charged attacks out there. Have fun looking through our old and new Pokemon picks. Good luck and have fun, trainers.
Hello, amazing trainers. I am Telegraph Train, and today I'm thrilled to guide you through the Zygarden website, where your competitive Pokemon journey comes to life. To embark on this fantastic adventure, simply click on the link on your screen now. This will open the doors to the Zygarden landing page, where the magic begins. Here, you can effortlessly sign in using Google, Facebook, or Discord, empowering you to connect with fellow trainers from across the globe. As you set up your account, take a moment to infuse it with your unique spirit. Enter your in-game trainer name, friend code, country, and time zone. This is your introduction to the community where your presence will shine brightly.
Hey, my name is Jordan Pease, and my in-game trainer name is Jerpies, and I'm one of the co-founders and currently lead all things digital product, UX, and brand design for Zygarden. I'm a digital design leader and consultant for a handful of tech startups based out of the Bay Area.
Hi, I'm Redaboo, and I'm one of the developers that has been working on Zygarden. I don't think any of this would have been possible if Stella hadn't reached out to me to ask if I would like to volunteer for the community. Those who know me personally know that I am pretty introverted and quiet and don't normally initiate these kinds of things, and so I really appreciated being asked and for the kind and thoughtful messages I had received.
I'm Stella, also known as Stella Tesla in the Pokemon community. And then as Zygarden, I'm basically one of the developers because it's my day job. It's also programming is a hobby of mine. And it was very easy to just extend that and also use my abilities for Zygarden.
My name is Shun. I'm a software engineer from Washington, D.C., and I'm one of the developers for Zygarden. I just really love building and making things. I love organizing projects. I've been working in competitive grassroots esports for going on 8 years now, both inside and outside of Pokemon.
In Zygarden, I'm a system administrator and in my professional life as well. And I'm a gardener, and I love to grow bonsai trees. I brought one here to show you all. This is one of my favorites. It's a little one, and it's a Hinoki cypress.
My name is Telegraph Train. To the tournaments, regionals, local tournaments, try and help organize those events on a local level as well.
Hi everyone, I'm the Billy Bravebird. I was an early investor, but on top of that, I've been a consultant, giving my time, assistance, advice, anything I can do to help the project take off.
I'm Ryan. You might know me as RCCola95, and I really brought my social community management and engagement to Zygarden. I really have a pulse for the community, and I feel like that's really where I was a huge asset, building bridges, making connections with other organizations to really bring us into the next step of what this website could be.
So what is Zygarden? To me, Zygarden is an organization or a group of fellow trainers that have come together to build best-in-class technology solutions aimed at growing and supporting the Pokemon Go PvP community.
The goal of Zygarden is to provide a platform where everyone can host a Pokemon tournament from beginning to end.
The goal of Zygarden is to really help people connect and play this game together and do it efficiently, smoothly, and in a way that makes it as fun as possible.
At some point we have had Sylph.gg, and Sylph was an amazing platform for Pokemon Go, providing a lot of tools, and one of those tools was they provided a format for grassroots tournaments on solo and team formats. Once Sylph decided to stop their activities, our idea was to recreate what Sylph did and then go beyond there.
Sylph was sort of a keystone in the community, and the community for Pokemon Go hasn't been the same. So
when Sylph.gg shut its doors, I thought it was an incredible opportunity to kind of carry their legacy on and bound together with a group of fellow trainers to start building that next generation of Pokemon Go competitive products and tools.
We're working really closely with a lot of other grassroots organizations in the community. We're really aware that if we want to create something successful, just in terms of giving people a great experience, we're going to need their input. I don't think I can say too much exactly about like what's coming in the near future.
As everyone said, Sylph was really that place where we all connected online for the first time, and then taking those connections to be in person, really building the community from the ground up. And I just hope that we can provide a space and a platform that can really give opportunities to individuals and organizations that can really take that torch again and have it burn bright for the future.
Some of my best friends I've met playing Pokemon Go, and just continuing that tradition of having people play this game, meet each other on tournaments, make friends, that's something I want to share with everyone.
I do find there to be so many kind, wonderful, talented individuals that are a part of it.
This community is really something special. I've made some of my closest friends in the entire world from going to Pokemon events, and I think everybody involved in the project just wants to find a way to give back to the community that we love so much.
I feel very lucky in my life that I've met so many amazing people through this game that I may have not crossed their path before, and I just hope to assist in making spaces and contributing to places where people can make those same connections, and I think that's what we can do here at Zygarden.
Really hope that what we're building and what we plan to build and provide the community is something that you all grow to love and really just helps foster and support the competitive Pokemon Go scene.
I'm really happy to be part of this project and really happy to have you all join us on this journey. We feel like this is really just the beginning, and what we're building here is going to grow into something super community oriented, really help people connect with each other, and really develop a feature set and an experience that adds a ton of value to the community that we all really love.
Most importantly, I hope you enjoy the product that we've made. I hope you enjoy Zygarden, and this is only the beginning. We have so much more to do with this, and so many more places to take this. It's going to be a wild journey, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
There's no community like this one in any other esport, including, I think, the other Pokemon games. This community really is something special with a group of people you can't find anywhere else, and I'm really excited for its future and for the future of Zygarden.
Hello trainers, Hurricane Kaz here. With your profile complete, navigate to the My Tournaments page. Here you'll discover all the thrilling tournaments that you've signed up for, each one an opportunity to challenge yourself and showcase your skills. To join these exhilarating tournaments, you'll need a special link accompanied by an invite code. This code will whisk you away to the main tournament page. There, a simple click on the register button at the top right will set your journey in motion. You'll then assemble a fierce team of 6 Pokemon. The depth and detail demanded for your team registration is at the discretion of the tournament organizer. They may wish to know your Pokemon's nicknames, combat power, HP, moves, best buddies, and whether or not they are purified. Don't forget, if shadow Pokemon are allowed, identifying them is essential. The move entry tool makes this process easier, displaying only the moves your Pokemon can learn.
Oh, are we on?
I didn't get the notification.
I think we are on camera here, Kaz.
We are indeed back.
All right, everybody, how are we feeling? Kaz, how are you?
I am doing well this afternoon. It's a beautiful afternoon. None of my Quaxleys has had the decency to be shiny yet for me, but we're doing good over here. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. My Quaxley Community Day doesn't start for another 40 minutes or so, and I think I'll have time to go and play after we're done if we keep to the schedule. But you know what? I'm not even that mad because July is like a massive Stardust month. We had a week of 4 times Dust. Then we had the Water Festival with Palpitoad and Staryu, and now we're having Quaxley Community Day, and then we still have the Hone Edge debut with 4 times Dust again, and then there's the Music Festival with Aldino. So July is crazy.
If you have been lacking on Stardust, now is the time to get back into the game. It's very true. I think I might actually be able to break 10 million here soon, which is a
Woo!
huge momentous occasion for me.
All right.
But as far as this tournament goes, I too am very excited to be here covering things in the Zygarden again. The site has only continued to improve, and we've got so many amazing battlers here this afternoon with us.
Yeah, I really appreciate the website. I spent a lot of time this morning kind of poking around, looking at how the different setups are. I love the team previews that we've been showing on stream. And one note that I want to make here, Kaz, just for the subtle flex, I've seen some Pokemon in their regular forms registered here on the website and also in their shiny variants. So I need everyone to DM Beach and all your friends that love using shiny Pokemon and let them know if you battle on Zygarden, you can register your shinies on your team page. And it's a subtle thing. It's such a small thing, but it's such a huge flex.
Yeah, it's amazing and fun because that's something we all kind of look forward to when we're doing these battles in the grassroots scene and even on the Play Pokemon circuit, is that it's really entertaining to kind of see that shiny flash across the screen, and it's fun to watch your opponent battle with their shiny Pokemon, and of course, flexing your own is amazing as well.
Yeah, I think it's more fun to watch your opponent's shiny Pokemon get farmed down by your Pokemon. But yeah, I agree. I agree with the sentiment. You know, as long as you're winning, it's a good time, I guess. But
Yeah, yes, I do believe most people like winning. But I mean, being able to flex a Pokemon while you're losing, that still gives you some kind of constellation prize. So,
yeah, exactly. I really appreciate the team preview we have up on screen as well. Is that a Shadow Ledian, Kaz? Is that what I'm looking
I
at?
believe that is what we are both seeing on the screen. It's too bad that 2 Butters is coming on later this afternoon to cast with us because I know he personally loves this Pokemon and would love to talk about it.
Yeah, he really does. He's been a Ledian believer for a long time, and I remember we were saying, I think it was last year. We said, yeah, just give Ledian counter. It's gonna be really good. And then we got that huge meta change after Worlds in Hawaii, and counter got nerfed into the ground, and we said, well, maybe Ledian will have a better shot some other time.
It's true. I also, over there on the side of Starkid, I also like the Frostlass pick. Frostlass is a Pokemon that often goes under-noticed, underutilized when it has such amazing coverage. And especially since Hex recently got a nice little buff, it seems to me like that Pokemon could be in a really strong position against the opposing team. Great coverage against everything. They're neutral and super effective.
Yeah, I think that the Frostlass doubters used to say that there's too much dark in the meta, whether it be an Umbreon or a Guzzlord or something like that. But I do think the Ice and Ghost coverage is really valuable, especially when you look across the board and you see things like Jump Bluff on the opposing side. Other flyers, I heard Soph and Anacore spreading Knockdown propaganda earlier on stream. I don't know what that was about, but I do think Frostlass does have a good matchup there too.
It's true. That might be because I did record a video for this particular meta where I did talk about one of my favorite Pokemon being Noctowl, and I still think
Uh-oh.
it can have value. Okay, everybody, the
Uh-oh.
birds are not, not all the way down and out just yet. Don't go sleeping on the birds.
All right, Chad, help me out. Let me know because I feel like I'm surrounded by knocked out propaganda on all sides right now. But we'll see if we actually get one in the tournament. I'm not sure we've seen one yet. I was watching the stream on my drive in earlier, and I did see some awesome gameplay. I did see some Dusclops. I think it's so ironic as well. You know, we talk about the 2 spice slots in this meta, and then you see Dusclops making an appearance, and we're like, okay, well, it is spice, I guess, but in play Pokemon, it's pretty standard at this point.
It's become a lot more standard in this most recent season, I believe. A Pokemon that didn't necessarily, I mean, the Hex update came, I believe, last season, not this one, but the way that the other Pokemon got a little bit of buff, the bug types in particular, made Dusclops look a lot better in this meta. So I'm not sure, I'm with you. I don't know if that qualifies as the spice pick, but it is a really unique Pokemon that I think is getting, some time in the spotlight that people aren't used to seeing.
Yeah, exactly. It's like when you're hosting a party for a football game, and someone says, "Yeah, I'm bringing the spice," and then they bring like store-bought canned mild salsa. You're like, "Okay, I guess this is technically what you meant, but it doesn't feel that way." But it looks like we have some tournament progression as well. A lot of notable names. I saw Shiny Hunter Ben in the chat, and also
Mhm.
I see him here on the Swiss bracket. Kaz, Swiss, love it or hate it? What do you say?
I mean, I do think that it's very valuable in terms of time that you get to actually play the game, right? And
Fair.
that's why we're all entering these tournaments is we like playing this game. We like battling each other. We like catching Pokemon to flex in these grassroots tournaments. So I do think that Swiss has a lot of value to us going forward. But I do kind of understand the practicality of the double elimination. But fortunately, the Zygarden team gives us this Swiss bracket, which means everyone is going to get to play a lot of games today.
Yeah, I think it's great. I've heard some people say that Swiss is no bueno. It's no good because if you're having a bad tournament, then you lose multiple rounds and you just get really beat up on. But you can also just withdraw from the tournament whenever you want and go enjoy other aspects of your day if you're at a venue or if you're just competing at a tournament like on the Zygarden platform. So I don't think there's many downsides to it. Hopefully we can get the shift one day over on Play Pokemon as well. But we'll see what
I
happens with
mean, the
that.
way our, tournament and competitive scene is growing, I do believe that that's the direction we are heading. When we get there
Yeah.
is really the question. But it looks like our battlers are getting ready and getting some teams locked in here. Uh, the nice thing that you mentioned is even though you might get out of the tournament earlier than you wanted to, there's always a
Mhm.
lot of fun side events, right? At the
Yeah.
Play Pokemon tournaments. And in terms of grassroots, I love meeting new trainers and talking with them about their strategies, their battle tactics, everything like that. So, whether you're playing in grassroots or in a Play Pokemon tournament, there's a lot of fun to go around. But we do have our battlers ready and on the field. A Shadow Ninetales on the side of Starkid versus the Azumarill for Andy.
Yeah, I know the theme of the tournament is something old, something new, but that looked like two something olds, right? We've seen a lot less Shadow Love the Ninetales, and Azumarill is basically ubiquitous. But this is a Pokemon that I heard Softove highlight, and I think she made some really good points. Furret, normal typing, only weak to fighting type attacks. It's so versatile, so flexible. And if you look at this team here from Andy on the left, I mean, there's really no answer to Furret. I mean, how do you beat this Pokemon just wholesale?
Exactly. And for it, with that access to Trailblaze, buffing its attack every single time it's used against 3 water types on the side of Andy, there's not a lot you can do. The longer this Pokemon stays on the field, the more of a threat it's going to become. And we see another Trailblaze going unshielded, almost knocking this Azumarill out, but it will reach the play rough.
Yeah, fairy typing, resisting the sucker punches make all the difference here. Even though the counterclockwise swipes are coming through and it makes me nervous, that they do get the excellent there on the play rough. Now the swap very late into Glisopod, but like you pointed out, Kaz, it's going to take another charge tech here.
Exactly. And this will be Swift, which does benefit from that same type attack bonus, and it's been buffed twice. So we do see that Galisopod throwing up a shield so that it can farm all the way down and get a ton of energy for whatever comes in next.
Interesting. Coming in now with the Ledian versus this Glisopod. We do see Bug Bite on the Shadow Ledian and the X Scissor, no shield. Here comes the bulk of
Oh,
this Shadow Ledian.
I mean, we'll have to see how much this does because it is actually resisted by the bug flying type. And
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised at how little that did. So we do see the Aqua Jet now coming through, which is probably the preferred attack.
Yeah, exactly. When in doubt, jet it out, right? That's what Glycified users need to do. We're going to see a super effective, I believe this is Aerial Ace come through from the Shadow Ledian. This will be enough to KO. Going to go ahead and save that shield for the Lantern. I think Lantern's got some play here, and there is that sacrificial swap in Azumarill if Andy needs to reach for it.
It's true, but Lantern is a very good Pokemon for the 2 remaining Pokemon on the side of Star Kid. It is a Water Gun Lantern, so it will
Oh,
be able to farm all the way down and get an energy advantage for this Ninetales in the back. And Water Gun is the move you want here. It's going to put a lot more pressure onto this Alolan Ninetales.
and the moves that you don't want are Powder Snow and Weather Ball here. You wish you had Dazzling Gleam and maybe Charm because you need to apply some pressure to the Lantern quickly. So this is
Mhm.
very uphill for Star Kid.
I do think that's right. And Lantern does have another shield to hide behind. Using that here, Starkid already using both their shields will be able to get to another Shy Shock. But honestly, you're right. It's not a dazzling gleam. It's not going to do what is needed here.
Yeah, this is really tough. And now we do have the electric type charge attack ready to go on the Lantern. I believe this is Thunderbolt. I don't think this is the spicy thunder that we have seen occasionally. And yes, T-Bolt does connect. Shadow Lola Ninetales gets KO'd.
Very well played there by both of those trainers. And I mean, we were kind of down on Andy's triple water strat, but ultimately that bulky lantern waiting in the back knew exactly what it had to do.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to come back to that point that you just made. I mean, I feel like the Furret was so flexible. It was a great safe swap. A lot of trainers, especially like in GBL, when you don't know what your opponent has and it might feel like the odds are stacked against you, once you see like a Furret safe swap, it can be extremely deflating. It can be extremely demotivating when you see it. You say, oh, I have a solid answer for this. But that's one of the most important parts of competitive Pokemon Go is that you can find these really unique ways around your opponent. You don't need to just put all your chips into the type effectiveness spot on the table. You can actually be flexible and be malleable. And I do think that, yeah, Andy handled that extremely well. What do you think StarKid needs to do to better support that Furret and let it just run away with the game as they wanted to in game number 2?
I mean, honestly, if you're going to safe swap the Furret and start stacking on those Trailblazes, it might be in your best interest to give up both shields early and protect that attack advantage that you've built up. Especially when you already see water Pokemon after water Pokemon, you kind of know maybe they don't want this Furret to stay here as long as I can let it stay here.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think if I were in StarKid's shoes, I would say maybe try to break a shield early on in the game and then save the shields for the Furret and try to close with it because Furret is already tough to get rid of, but when it's hiding behind 2 protect shields and ramping up the Trailblazes, it can really, really become a menace. So to your point, Kaz, we both gave like basically opposite strategies. There's really either way StarKid could move in this game number 2.
Yeah, honestly, there's no fighter on Andy's team, so there's not really a great answer for that Furret, whether it's in the lead or in the back. So if there's one thing that I think StarKid should take away is that Furret is the key. Wherever you put it, you be prepared to invest.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think it speaks a lot to Andy's skill cap as well, that they were able to kind of maneuver around that Pokemon in game number 1. It shows that Andy's not afraid to run triple water into a Furret team. And let's see what they do here in game number 2.
Exactly. We have a Azumarill lead once again from Andy, but this time the Frostlass is here in the lead. And this is a surprisingly neutral matchup. Frostlass able to get to that Shadow Ball very quickly, over farming by just 1 Hex before deciding to throw.
I knew it was going to happen, Kaz. I didn't think it would happen this early. I'm feeling a lot of nostalgia right now, seeing Azumarill versus Frostlass on the field. What an incredible format Zygarden put together here today. We're going to see the play rough connect, and I think the Frostlass could have hung on, but to your point, I think StarKid's investing those shields early.
Exactly. We do see a Furret and Shadow Ledian waiting in the back again. But once again, Frostlass doesn't really have a great answer here. I know the Shadow Alolan Sandslash over there on Andy's side does have Shadow Claw, but Golisopod is actually on Fury Cutter. So Frostlass is in a pretty good position here. And StarKid actually investing both shields to protect that energy before making that Furret safe swap. This is a play I don't think either one of us anticipated.
Wow. Okay. Actually, going Golisopod now into the Furret. I mean, when you think of ways to beat Furret, you probably would go with something that actually resists its moves instead of something that's going to take neutral. I thought the Sandslash would have come out here, but maybe Andy is calling that Ledian as the third, which would be a crazy call out.
It's true because I mean, Ledian is a Pokemon that I don't think anyone anticipates coming onto the field no matter what the meta. So Andy seeing how it played last time might predict that StarKid feels comfortable enough to bring it again. And we do see Golisopod giving up a shield here, just actually no shields left in play, but can't get the full farm down before throwing the Aqua Jet onto this Furret.
Aqua Jet's going to connect here, obviously, and Glyspot's got just enough HP to still be a nuisance. I think it's going to be difficult to farm down, and it looks like, going to come in with the Hex? I don't know, Kaz. I think that Aqua Jet gets fired off. It's going to force the energy from StarKid.
Exactly. StarKid does have to throw this energy before facing that Aqua Jet, which will knock out the Frostlass at this range, I believe. And now we do see that Shadow Claw doing a significant amount of damage. Will Frostlass be able to get this Shadow Ball off? Yes! But is this enough to get the Shadow Alolan Sandslash off of the field? What do you think?
I don't think it's quite enough. Sandslash does barely hang on. A lot of boom with the Zygarde cell on the screen. We'd love to see it. We're going to see the Ice Punch come through here from the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I don't think this is enough either, Kaz.
No, Shadow Ledian, I mean, despite the Shadow Defense drop, is a still very bulky Pokemon and is confronted by the Azumarill that was still lurking in the back with that Ice Beam ready.
Wow, Azumarill clutches up that Ice Beam, and Frostlass has no gas left in the tank. It looked a little bit treacherous there in the mid-game, Kaz, but I'm very, very pleased with how Andy kind of weathered that storm in the end. Honestly, I was a little bit surprised to see Andy soak the Shadow Ball on the Sandslash. I thought we were going to see a catch there. I thought they would just send in the Azumarill, soak the Shadow Ball there, and then use that Sandslash to powder through, no pun intended, power through. It was Shadow Claw.
Yes,
Yeah, I don't even know what I'm talking about at this point, but I thought we would see the catch is what I'm trying to say.
It's true. Yeah. Soaking that Shadow Ball was a lot of damage, but being able to hold on meant that that Shadow Alolan Sandslash did have energy to start wheedling down that Shadow Ledian. And the see, we can both do
I
the fun
see what you
too.
did there. I see what you did there.
And so it put that Azumarill that still had energy and health from the lead into a really good position to kind of sit out in the back.
What was interesting as well is that the mid-game counter swap using that Golisopod to meet the Furret, I thought that was very interesting. But if you look at the back line and the possible 4 remaining Pokemon that Andy could have seen, I do think the Sandslash actually had a better matchup on average versus the unknown last Pokemon. And I think that's such an important strat as well. If you don't know what the third Pokemon is going to be, at least give yourself the best chance to counter it, and don't full send your counter swap and just give up your best pick. Play balanced, play patient. I think Andy did a great job of that series.
Exactly. I think you're exactly right. The Shadow Alolan Sandslash was a great call, not only if Andy did in fact predict the Shadow Ledian still being in the back, but it has a lot of play into the rest of the team as well. Shadow Alolan Sandslash is a Pokemon that we don't see as often in the current meta of the Play Pokemon circuit, but its coverage is still really good for a lot of Pokemon that are very strong, even in this unique meta that Zygarden has given us to play in.
Shadow Alolan Sandslash went from being one of the most polarizing picks. You're either seeing it dismantle teams with shared typing weaknesses like a Noctowl, Lantern Core, or you were seeing it get absolutely annihilated by a counter user like Vigoroth. And with the absence of fighting types in the meta outside of the occasional ape, Primeape or Annihilate, I think Sandslash has a ton of play. I could definitely see it at Worlds. There are still a few obstacles, mainly being the Rise and Fire types, but it looks really good in this Zygarden format.
Yeah, it's a very good core breaker. I mean, the ice and ground coverage just gives you a really nice niche to carve out, even against your strongest counters. Although it is disheartening when you start to see those actual counter users come out. Vigoroth might not be there anymore, but the other actual apes are still very present, I think.
Yeah, exactly right. This is also interesting because one of the, I think, the most exciting facets of this meta and of this tournament design is that yes, some of these picks are older and some of them are more relevant. However, the moveset updates that we've gotten over the past 6 to 9 or 12 months have been massive. So you look at Pokemon like Gligar, and when we were playing Gligar in the day, we said, okay, wing attack, that's what we come to expect. Now we've got Fury Cutter Gligar. Seeing Frostlass with Powder Snow was always the standard in competitive play. Now it's running Hex. So a lot of these Pokemon that were relevant in the past are relevant in this tournament, but for different reasons, which I think is also interesting.
Yeah, the grassroots formats actually give these alternative movesets a lot of room to shine. And it is interesting to see how players adapt to that. And one thing I've said in a lot of, podcasts and other casts recently is that I like that the past few meta updates that we've gotten from the game have added more Pokemon, more flexibility to the meta instead of really taking them away. Because we've had those big updates before, like the one that basically removed Vigoroth from the open meta, where all of its movesets felt nerfed. And now we have more moves being added, more moves being edited, so that really there's a lot more you can expect from your opponents, whether you're sitting in a play Pokemon tournament or fighting here in the Zygarden.
I always find the discourse online to be very, very interesting and also very revealing at the same time because people will say, "Oh, well, we need, for example, Aegislash in the meta. We need this one centralized, polarizing, dominant pick in order to kind of bring order to the rest of the meta." And then you see some people saying that, and the other half of people are saying, "Well, that would just make everything awful because then you expect it on every team. It's going to be ubiquitous. It's going to get boring. It's going to get old." And you have like a 50-50 split of people that argue each one. And I do think that the Pokemon Go team kind of shifted away from kind of assassinating, so to speak, that top pick every season to kind of bringing up other ones and making more things viable. And it's created its own problems. I think I complained recently that there are too many moves now in the meta, and I think that's only going to get worse. But that might just be a boomer argument. I don't even know. We'll see what happens.
It does make team building a little tough. I remember, trying to build my team before the NAIC competition and thinking there's just no way. There's just no way for me to cover everything. So how you build your teams has gotten a lot more stressful, but I do think it's become a little bit more of an art form. So we're going to take a look at the bracket now and kind of see where we are at the end of this third round. We do have Dark Phoenix getting defeated by Shaner PvP. We have King OWT taking down Z's Wireless 2-0. And that's kind of a that's kind of a big match right there, isn't it?
Yeah, I know King OWT, but who is Z's what? No, I don't know.
And then we have Spooky Mafia taking the 2-0 over CAG. I'm just gonna say Ian. I'm not gonna try and pronounce the rest of that name. 2-0 over Eevee Fun. Shiny Hunter Ben taking a 2-0 over Bafio. And 89 CGY, we see a 2-0 victory over Cat Krieger there. And Dre Flames taking the 2-1 over Lyle Jeffs there.
Hey, everybody needs to put Dre Flames on their radar. I don't think he had the best NAIC performance, but he's really been stepping it up. I think that the availability of fire types in the meta, namely Typhlosion, has really allowed for a lot of skill expression with him. And taking out someone like Lyle Jeffs is actually huge. And honestly, of everything I just said, Kaz, I might have to eat my words because I don't see a Incinerate user or a single fire type on Dre's team. He's doing it even without the flames.
Wow, exactly. Showing that the name actually doesn't have to mean anything. He's like, fire types, who needs them?
Exactly. It looks like Lyle Jeffs was running Shadow Drifblim, Shadow Malamar, as well as Charge-a-Bug. And Dre Flames digging deep into that war chest to bring back the Shadow Walrein, a Pokemon with ice and ground coverage, not dissimilar from Alolan Sandslash, but just kind of got outclassed due to pacing, I would argue.
Yeah, exactly. And we do still have a few matches left to finish up here in our third round. Are there any other names that you want to call out of this bracket?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a quick zoom in on Flames fan team as well. Also, we have a note from production. It seems like Galarian Moltres is an honorary fire type, which I do think I do think that holds up. Yeah, Analyst says it does hold up.
It does come from, its other regional form is a fire type, so perhaps it still has some fire type damage lingering there somewhere in a moveset yet to be unlocked in Pokemon Go. I'm not entirely familiar with the entire library of moves that Galarian Moltres can learn. I do know that it just got access to Fly, and that makes it a pretty strong Pokemon once again when it was, I feel like, slightly getting edged out of the meta, and now it's back in full force.
Yeah, I think that Galarian Moltres has kind of adapted the ZZ special of running double fly, just like we see on Talonflame. Fly Brave Bird does seem to be the recommended moveset for that Pokemon at this point. And speaking of Talonflame, we do see that on the team here on the right. I don't know if I'm getting older or if the text is just a little bit small, but I do think that Flames fans' opponent is running Fly and Brave Bird there.
Yes, I do believe that looks like a double flying moveset on that Talonflame. Talonflame still kind of a toss up as to what moves you might see. Some people opting to boost their fly with Flame Charge instead of Brave Bird, knowing that one of those boosts could make fly just as threatening to their opponent.
Can we just point out as well that production just zoomed in on the teams and now it looks like a legit team sheet. I mean, this is stunning. This actually looks really really good. And I'm also seeing a note here: Shiny Fortress. Yes, my eyes are drawn to that golden potato on the bottom right. So I do
It's
appreciate that.
true. I do know that that is one of your favorite Pokemon. A really standard looking team here from Kate Krieger. I don't see anything too spicy. That Fortress is not as spicy as it used to be, with access to that buffed Bug Bite and access to Rock Tomb to debuff your opponent's attack as well.
Exactly. I do see some Jellymeister action there on Kate Krieger's team. I don't know about you, Kaz. I just can never make Jellicent work. I know people like Rise can do it, but he's honestly like a god tier player. I just can't make Jellicent work.
It's true. It is a really tough Pokemon to work around. I feel like when you get those 3 turn attacks and up, like 3, 4, and 5 turn attacks, it starts becoming more and more awkward. Because Talonflame is another one that is very popular, but can be very difficult to work around. And Jellicent with that 3 turn Hex also makes it a little awkward as well. It's nice that it is a tanky Pokemon and can often tank a move from its counters and threaten to take a shield with that Shadow Ball as well. But sometimes a bad matchup is still a bad matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that the newly buffed Hex is also a really difficult move to count because it does generate, I believe, 13 energy per move, and it's really difficult to kind of box that into like a 55 energy Shadow Ball or the Surf energy or whatever you're doing. So if you're battling against a Jellicent and you lose count even for a second, then it's really, really difficult to know if a Surf bait's coming through, if it's a back-to-back Shadow Ball or whatever it might be. It's a very unpredictable Pokemon and a little bit difficult to wield. Maybe I just don't have the skill expression necessary, but it looks like we've got one pair left, Kaz, and then we're going to have some more battles. So I wanted to thank everyone watching in chat. If you're enjoying this incredible website and production, let us know what you think and make sure to try and hop in the server.
Yes, it's a really fun place that's only going to have more tournaments going in the future. But I do believe we have a video to share with you all before we jump into our next round.
Hello. Hello, trainers. Hurricane Kaz here. As the excitement builds and a tournament officially begins, a bracket will be unveiled, revealing the path to glory. Each round, you'll face off against formidable opponents, and thanks to the side-by-side viewing option, you'll easily compare your team with theirs. After an epic battle, you and your opponent will input your scores for the match. When all battles have concluded and scores are submitted, tournament organizers will advance the tournament to the next exhilarating round. They also have the power to automatically progress rounds once all scores are in, keeping the momentum alive.
Hi trainers, Telegraph Train here with Zygarden, taking a look at the Chrono meta, something old, something new. This meta takes a look back at the last 3 years of competitive Pokemon Go at Play Pokemon events. Let's start back in Yokohama, Japan 2023. Medicham was top meta, closely followed by Galarian Stunfisk, Noctowl, and Trevenant. These Pokemon and their counters dominated the meta for years. In 2024, we saw the rise of versatile Pokemon like Gligar, Charjabug, and Vigoroth. They offered a lot of neutral play into the meta. We also saw a rise of Pokemon that were highly specialized in their roles, like the fast move pressure of Skeledirge, Altaria, and Wigglytuff. After Worlds 2024, a huge meta shift occurred as many of the top attacks, such as Counter, Wing Attack, and Mudshot were nerfed. In the new 2025 season, Clodsire had dominant performances across all international competitions. The Latin American International Championships saw a huge rise in Ariados, while European internationals saw a rise in Kanto Marowak and Galarian Corsola. The Delightful Days season came with another big move update and shift that brought Dedenne and Cradily into the meta at NAIC. But there are Pokemon that have been dominant across multiple seasons. Those Pokemon make up the All-Stars category. Pokemon like Azumarill, Drapion, and Feraligatr have found their way to the top and have consistently been a threat to trainers who didn't respect their power. These 4 categories are the pillars of the last 3 years of competitive Pokemon in the Championship Series. For the last 2 slots, we encourage you to bring what feels right to you. Bring your favorite, bring your core breakers, bring your spice. Trainers, I'll see you on the battlefield.
Hello, Zygarden trainers. This is Hurricane Kaz here with my highlights for the Chrono meta. Taking a look back at some of the top Pokemon from the open formats shows us just how much we've grown over the years. In the 2025 slot, Cradily is a really strong, versatile pick. New updates to its Acid Fast Attack and new access to the attack debuffing Rock Tomb give it utility even in bad matchups. In the 2024 slot, Charjabug still brings a lot of flexibility, able to power through many neutral matchups thanks to diverse coverage and great bulk. In the 2023 slot, I'd like to give a shout out to one of my favorite Pokemon, Noctowl. While it has a lot of strong counters that have come in since it had its heyday, it still has a good amount of targets and access to some great coverage moves. In the All-Star picks, Feraligatr has shown us just how powerful a single type Pokemon can be. Access to Shadow Claw gives it great neutral power, and Hydro Cannon is still one of the most powerful charged attacks out there. Have fun looking through our old and new Pokemon picks. Good luck and have fun, trainers.
Looks like we are back. I was just checking some Quaxleys in the meantime. Unfortunately, it is still denying me my shiny duck.
Got to keep on hunting those Kaz, man. Maybe after our casting rotation, you can run out and try to get some catches. I think I'm the only one in this whole. Well, no, on the casting team, I think I'm the only one that's like Central U.S. time. I'm not sure about
Yes.
you, but
I think I might be the only one that's on Eastern time. So they decided to put us together.
Perfect.
Yeah, just a little bit. I was explaining how I actually like mislabeled my days and I forgot that Quaxley was today, so that the time slot I signed up for was during this community time. But you know what? There's always December. There's always December. I will recover from this. And we have another bird community day coming up in August for me to look forward to. So I am not lacking.
That's true. I mean, if you're competing at Worlds and Quaquaval was like top meta, I would say, all right, we have to make an exception. You need to go out there and get a good spread. But at this point, yeah, we're halfway through the year, and December always sneaks up on us much faster than we ever anticipate. But we're getting word from production that round 4 is officially underway. We did clear everything from round 3, and I'm really excited to see what our pairings look like.
Yes.
All right. Let's check
Let
it
me
out.
just refresh my screen so that I can see everything a little bit clearer. And then there's no need to zoom in anymore from production.
All right, our standings right now. Spooky Mafia is leading the pack. King OWT, the Zweila Slayer, is also running 3-0, along with Dre Flames, Shaner, and several other names, including my guy, Shiny Hunter Ben.
It's true. And we looking at the 4th round that we have here, we do have some interesting pairings. Shiny Hunter Ben is paired up against Spooky Mafia, so we will start to shake out who our top players are. And we see King OWT paired up against Ian, and scrolling down a little bit, we have some of our other players. Blepnir now paired up against Starkid. Zweilous going up against Evolus. And
All
Lyle
right.
Jeffs paired up against Cag.
All right. Some very, very strong pairs here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's any other names. Andy, the trainer that just was defeated on stream, is going to take on Simon. That'll be an interesting matchup. And the Masked Asian is taking on Ivy Kenkito, a name that I'm not familiar with, but excited to see how that goes. Also, Charming Pori is in this tournament. That's awesome.
Yeah, very good. A trainer that's a lot of that we have seen pretty much at Worlds. The APAC doesn't get as much coverage as some of the other regions. So we've seen this trainer perform decently well at Worlds, so a strong one to go up against. And I'd like to shout out my Queen Bee's teammate Consuelo Bunny, also battling here against Pastranalo, a trainer I'm also not familiar with. And the other GTPVP player on the European team, Jojo VH, paired up against Poke Pete. Two of my favorite ladies battling it out in this tournament.
Do you see that 6th pick there for JoJo?
She's a fan of spice, so I'm sure that it's... isn't that a Floette? Oh my gosh, so cute. I know her favorite Pokemon is Lavani, so I'm kind of surprised that wasn't Spice Pick JoJo, but Floette is a really decent spicy sub for your favorite Pokemon.
Well, in this tournament today, there's not only a competition with an eventual champion, there's also an award for spiciest team. And it looks like, according to Mr. Bonsai, these are the 2 spiciest teams in the running for the Spicy Award. Let's go.
And I mean, and they definitely have earned it. Is Poke Pete also in the running? Is that what for
I
the
believe
spiciest
so.
team? Yeah, I mean, Tropius, I think, is kind of the spiciest pick on there, although Marowak has fallen a little bit out of favor as well, but I wouldn't go so far as to call it spicy.
Personally, I'm really excited to see Nidoqueen, as our previous pair of casters were saying. When you see that Pokemon, you really associate it with a particular time in the competitive series. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Poison Fang. Shout out to Frosty. But I do think that with Poison Sting, it's such a different Pokemon now because it's actually faster, believe it or not. It's 5-4 to the Poison Fangs, but you're not getting that Poison Jab pressure, that fast attack, Poison type damage is really going to pile on and whittle down the opponent. So it's like a weird balance of like doing little pricks of poison instead of jabs, but you're getting to the Poison Fangs even faster. So I'm excited to see how that turns out.
Yeah, and getting to those Poison Fangs faster means that you can drop that defense and potentially land an Earth Power, which would be quite earth-shattering for an opponent that has had its defense dropped.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
I-
Some of the
listen.
puns are borderline toxic, Kaz. Come on. Come on.
We have fun here.
That's true. That's true. Well, I've never seen a Floette in battle, but I really hope that JoJo brings it. It does look like there are some targets. Just need to avoid, I guess, the Sand Slash and maybe the Drapion to a degree, but otherwise, it looks pretty flexible.
Yeah, Floette is a really interesting Pokemon along with the rest of its family in that it has access to a lot of grass type moves, but doesn't actually have a grass typing attached to its name. I know that access to the Trailblaze is what gave Florges a unique niche in the Master League meta quite recently.
No, absolutely. It's one of those Pokemon that looks like a flower, and you assume when it comes out that it's a grass type, but you have to keep an eye on that top right corner just to confirm. But Vine Whip, Dazzling Gleam, and it looks like PB. I assume that's Petal Blizzard.
Yes.
That's gonna be. I haven't seen a Petal Blizzard since 2019, 2020.
I know it's been a while, but it is a pretty strong move. And I believe, does it debuff your opponent in some way, or there's like a slight chance?
You might be thinking of Leaf Tornado, but Petal Blizzard's just a raw grass move. I remember before Venusaur got Frenzy Plant, people were running Petal Blizzard on Venusaur, which was definitely pretty fun. It's got a great animation. It's got like pink petals that swirl in a circle. It looks really cool. It's just not a very good move.
Yeah, unfortunately, especially for Venusaur, it's quite outclassed by Frenzy Plant. And Venusaur is another Pokemon that we don't see too often anymore, but a favorite of mine. That grass type frog looks pretty fun whenever it hops on.
Exactly. I do think the Venusaur sweeps of old were really fun. Frenzy Plant thumps everything in its way, even if it's neutral. It absolutely just pounds the opponent. But Floette is going to be an interesting pick. I do see a lot of play for it. I'm excited to get these matches whenever the trainers are ready. But in the meanwhile, Cass, is there anything else that's standing out to you? Looks like we have another Frostlass pick here,
It's
and
true.
Air Slash Tropius.
Air Slash, yeah, an interesting choice for Trapius, which is usually associated with its Razor Leaf power, but Air Slash does give it some pretty quick access to that Leaf Blade as well as the Aerial Ace. Again, the grass flying coverage is really, really strong, and we don't see it on other grass flyers that we're more familiar with, like that Jumpluff.
Yeah, I do think that if you're looking for a more alignment-based style of gameplay, then Razor Leaf is obviously the way to go. But I do think the Air Slash gives you a lot of flexibility, and it's above average bulk in terms of a grass and flying type. Like you pointed out, maybe a side grade of sorts to something like a Jumpluff, but still
Mhm.
a very viable Pokemon that was popular back in the grassroots era, I would say, back before the Championship Series and everything else. But we do have
That's
one of our
right.
trainers locked in, and I'm excited to see when we get these battles started.
Yeah, and another pick I'd like to call out is that Shadow Drapion. It's one,
Mm.
or Drapion if you prefer. It's
Yeah,
one that we do see quite often in the Championship Series. A great neutral Pokemon that has amazing coverage almost no matter where it lands. That Aqua Tail can really hit its hardest counters.
exactly. And I do think that the 8 turn and 10 turn cycles are some of the fastest in all of competitive Pokemon. But we're going to see Furret hit the field now for JoJo taking on Pokepete's Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, and this is that really surprisingly neutral matchup. I mean, the Furret has access to that Trailblaze, but the Marowak gets to that Bone Club incredibly fast.
Yeah, and actually throwing after 4 Mud Slaps as well. Did not want to waste a single moment and does get the Mud Slap through there as well. JoJo might have been able to get one more Sucker Punch through, but Trailblaze is going to hurt. So we do see that first shield from Pokepete.
It's true. We saw a little bit of debate there on Poke Pete's side. Do I call it? Are they going to bait me instead of getting that attack buffing Trailblaze? But no. And we do see now the buffed Swift coming across, forcing Marowak to give up another shield to protect this energy.
Down 2 shields early, but taking control of switch advantage and is going to apply a lot of pressure here. So this is a Shadow Quagsire. Again, throwing after the 2 Mud Slaps. We're going to see a Bone Club get fired off here. There's a second one loaded, but I think you have to be
Mhm.
careful to not overtap here.
Exactly. That 3 turn move is quite dangerous for the overtapping potential, but we do see the Quagsire reaching the Aqua Tail now and throwing, going to knock this Marowak off of the field with all of its energy. And you have a very clear and obvious answer, the Tropius coming in against this Quagsire. With Stone Edge, Quagsire actually can fight back, but this will not be enough to knock out the Tropius.
This is such a curious position to be in because you could have played it this way and stayed in with the Quagsire, or you could have instant swapped to the Talonflame. But we actually see a interesting play here because we do see the Talonflame swap in. Aquatail going to get shielded here, and this Talonflame is closing in on the fly. Is the fly enough though at this range, Kaz?
For the Shadow Dropion, it might be just enough. I mean, that Dropion is still sitting just over 50% health, but I do think that a fly might be enough. And it is. Dropion goes down, and the Tropius is left in by itself against this fire type Incinerate user from JoJo.
Exactly. Aerial Ace does connect, but Talonflame looks like the superior bird in this instance as the second fly is queued up and ready to go. And Tropius/Tropius, a very fun Pokemon, but it is going to get flied off the screen here. Boom, says Zygarden.
It's true. Talonflame really bringing it home there for JoJo. And I mean, it's a very popular strategy to have Talonflame in the back if you can get rid of its counter on the opposing side, that Shadow Quag,
Mhm.
or no, it's not the Shadow Quagsire. It was the Dropion with the Aqua Tail was kind of one of the better counters that we saw on the screen there from Pokepete. Then you know that Talonflame can be pretty safe.
Exactly, and I do think that answering the Talonflame is going to be Pokepete's number one objective going into this game. Number two, there is the Lantern, right? And you say, okay, well, Lantern, that's an obvious choice. But then you look across the field and you see not only the Furret, but you also see the Floette, and you see the Quagsire, and you see the Nidoqueen with Earth Power. So it feels like there are a lot of obstacles to bringing that Pokemon. But I don't know, might just have to go out on a limb and try it because we've seen Water Gun Lantern power through teams already on this stream.
It's true. I do see another potential core breaker in that Stunfisk that is
Mm.
available from Poke Pete. But on the screen now, we have Furret on the side of JoJo in the lead once again against the Tropius this time. And this is a much more neutral matchup than we saw in the first game. The Furret
Whoa.
having neutral damage, but we do see a catch on to the Floette on your screens. Trainers, you are seeing it correctly.
Wow, coming in now with the Drapion. Poison Stings are adding up really quickly. Looking for the Dazzling Gleam here. Floette can't quite get there in time as the Aqua Tail will come through. I think Floette can hang on. After that Leaf Blade connected, I think it's got enough HP to manage, and it does.
It's true. Floette is a nice little bulky Pokemon and does reach that Dazzling Gleam just in time, actually going unshielded by the Drapion. That is a huge amount of damage.
Massive damage. Drapion exits the matchup with energy and just enough HP to be a nuisance. Furret comes in, throws a Sucker Punch, and is going to have to take an Aqua Tail for its troubles. I don't think we see the shield here either, saving them for later on in the game.
Yeah, the Aqua Tail does not have that same type of attack bonus. This Furret did stack up on quite a lot of energy before leaving the lead, and now can throw Swift to get the Drapion off of the field.
Oh, comes up with the Tropius and the instant pivot into the Talonflame and the counter pivot now into the Shadow Kanto Marowak. But Kaz, was it too late? Because this Marowak needs to probably double bait Bone Club and land a Rock Slide to win this matchup.
It's true. You give Talonflame an inch, it will take a mile with the Incinerate energy that it generates. And now we do see the bait being thrown. The Bone Club on the side there of Poke Pete does get a shield back from JoJo.
For a second there, I thought JoJo was going to no shield. I was going to lose my mind. But we're going to see a fly come through here, and this will take the final shield away from Poke Pete. After you throw 4 charge attacks, I do think the switch timer will be available shortly after that. So might be able to see a swap into the Tropius, but we'll see what happens.
It's true that switch timer is almost up. Another Bone Club bait being thrown and does get the last shield from JoJo and does get the fly, attempts to catch, but doesn't quite succeed before Tropius comes in and catches the Swift being thrown by this Furret. Definitely not enough to knock out. Tropius is quite a tanky Pokemon.
Yeah, but this is interesting, right? Because I think that okay, so the goals here: JoJo needs to put this Tropius within 1 Incinerate farm down range, and meanwhile, the Tropius needs to KO the Furret and get to the move, and it actually does. This is going to put a ton of pressure on the Talonflame.
It's true. Talonflame is going to be taking a huge risk here. The Incinerate did go through, but I don't think that's quite enough to knock Tropius out. And the Air Slash will come through before that last Incinerate gets the KO. So JoJo's Talonflame there, the strategy to success in the first game, actually not quite locking in the victory that time. Poke Pete finding the key to take down that bird.
Banana Bird takes down Talonflame. I mean, come on. A grass type winning on the Zygarden stream, scripted much? You know, scripted? Are there any conspiracy theorists in the chat? Come on.
It's true. Look at all this green. Look at all this green that's surrounding us right now. I think there's clear bias towards grass types. I did hear Soph and Anacor talking about how there's been kind of a lessening of the grass in the metas as of late, but we are looking to take that back here, or at least Poke Pete is.
Yeah, I don't know. Things are going pretty flawlessly for the tournament. Let's get Floette on stream. Okay, and then next, let's have a Tropius beat a Talonflame. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Well, game number 3 is anyone's, I guess, game to grab because this is going to be, I mean, Talonflame looked unstoppable. It looked incredibly impressive in game number 1. Game number 2, there was still stored energy on the 3rd Pokemon from Poke Pete, I believe. So even if that Tropius didn't get the job done, it would have forced the Talonflame to throw energy, and then that 3rd Pokemon would have wrapped up and finished the battle. So it looked like there was a little bit of breathing room there. Going into game number 3, what do you want to see, Kaz?
I do think that Talonflame still has a lot of play, but JoJo having brought it to the first two games means that we might see a counter, and Poke Pete has brought it. The Lantern paired up against the Frostlass from JoJo. This is a hex-based Frostlass, so it is able to do some neutral damage, but unfortunately, Water Gun Lantern is putting the pressure right back on.
Going into the Furret and a critical decision point this early on in the battle, going in with the Tropius, again, if you don't know the third Pokemon, or if you have a feeling that it's a hard counter, might as well send in your neutral pick. I do like that the Tropius is avoiding that potential Talonflame down the stretch.
Exactly. We do see that Talonflame lurking in the back again. And now JoJo actually knows that that Lantern is lurking. She knows that Talonflame is going to have to avoid it at all costs. The first Leaf Blade coming through across this Furret, not enough to knock out, and there is already a Swift ready and loaded right back. But Tropius can take it pretty healthily.
What a precarious position here for JoJo, because if they give up switch advantage, like you said, that Lantern will find the Talonflame when it's all said and done. So this next shield call is huge. Let's see what JoJo decides to do.
It's true. I think her best answer is getting the
Oh,
switch advantage here, but we do see the Frostlass coming back in, and the Lantern comes back in to meet it. I mean, this is honestly a best case scenario for JoJo, because she needs to take care of this Lantern and has plenty of energy loaded now on start chipping away.
Shadow Ball will connect here. No shield from Pokey Pete. He wants to save them in case there's a Talonflame in the back. It looks like trying to get up to another charge attack. I think the Avalanche is there, and I think this will be enough to knock out as well.
Yeah, at this health range, and I mean, JoJo had to go for it, right? The Shadow Ball was not going to be reached, so she knew that she had to do all the damage possible. But
Yeah.
Lantern does use a shield to protect its energy now, and this is a really tough spot for JoJo.
Got to remember how much energy is on the Furret. You need to remember, oh, reach for the Trailblaze. The Swift was there, but went for the Sucker Punch instead. You could argue the Swift would have been able to knock out, but instead, JoJo's forced to shield.
Yeah, exactly. And a catch now from Poke Pete of this Swift onto the Tropius. This is bad news for JoJo, but a great play from Poke Pete there. And now Drapion can come into this matchup and get a Poison Sting extra of energy and have in for the Aqua Tail. The first one, I don't think is quite enough to knock out, but unfortunately, another one is really close to being reached.
You can tell the nerves are really high here, allowing the Incinerate through. I would say it would get pretty scary if the Talonflame could get to 2 moves, but it can't. Drapion is just that fast. Double Aqua Tail's coming through here. That's going to be enough, Kaz.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is enough. And Furret has no gas
Oh?
left in the tank, because you do need to reach 2 Swifts to be able to knock out that Drapion and the remaining Lantern. So great plays by both of our trainers there, but the adjustment Poke Pete to bringing in that Lantern in the end game really worked out well. And the Water Gun Lantern in particular puts pressure on that whole team.
That just came down to really good defense, right? I don't think that Poke Pete did anything overly aggressive. I just think that he was able to kind of, keep the opponent at arm's length the entire game, whether it was that neutral Lantern lead that you called out, or that safe swap and sending that Tropius out to meet the Furret. Just very good defensive play there from Poke Pete, which locked down that game number 3.
Yeah.
All of our Floette fans in the chat, I need to see some Fs for Floette, that it was unfortunately defeated on stream.
Just pour one out. Pour one out for the poor little flower that did its best. Water your plants. Tell them you love them.
Yeah, exactly. S for Floette is definitely the slogan right now.
Exactly right. But I'm glad that JoJo decided to bring it so that we could all see that Floette on our screen. And it was the red variant, so we know it's from the European region there. Very nice to see some spicy picks today.
Honestly, Kaz, I didn't know that. If you would have quizzed me on that, I would have definitely got it wrong. So I'm glad that we are working together. I think that's why we were paired, honestly, because you filled all my knowledge gaps.
It's true. If there's one thing that I know how to do really well, it's baffle other casters with my Pokedex knowledge.
Very nice. Well, Poke Pete does take the 2-1 victory over JoJo in a hard-fought series. That was really, really fun to watch. We got to see Floette in 2 games out of 3. So honestly, I count that as a win no matter what.
It's very true. And I honestly like I'm a big Lantern fan. Back when it was kind of a very big player in the first few seasons, and I'm happy to see it kind of seeing a resurgence today in the Zygarden, especially with that water gun, because that can put on amazing neutral pressure, even in matchups that Lantern doesn't want to be in against ground types.
Yeah, I'd say you and Arrow both are S tier Lantern fans. Uh, hopefully you can get matching T-shirts one day. I would love to see that. That'd be hilarious.
Happy to help us out with that. Just say the word arrow. Which is funny, right? That I would be such a fan of Lantern when it gives birds such a hard time. But what can I say? You know, our faves are.
Yeah, I think it's also just so rewarding to see a flying type take down a lantern. Whenever you're able to do that in your own battles, I think it's very satisfying because you're like, oh yeah, it's like beating a Bastion with the flying type. It just feels so poetic that you're able
It's
to do
true.
it
It's
sometimes.
true. I am guilty of taking a lot of screen grabs when, I'm paired in GBL against something that I should not be winning against, but somehow managed to do it. And we do
Exactly.
see that while round 4 is still underway, we do have some scores. King OWT taking the win against Ian there at the top of the bracket. Spooky Mafia losing 1-2 against Shiny Hunter Ben. And 89 CGY taking a 2-0 victory against Stray Flames.
Oh,
I wonder if he could have used some fire types.
again, I know I joked about it being scripted, but we literally have Trey Flames versus Flames fan. All right, too many parallels here,
We can't
Zygarden.
make this up, everybody.
I know. Real life is stranger than fiction, but Dre Flames' Shadow Walrein unable to topple the Shadow Malamar Shadow Driftblim duo here from Flames fan. And honestly, if you look at this team, I do think the Walrein was going to be a strong pick going into this matchup. I mean, outside of what? Charge-a-Bug? I mean, do you really
Mhm.
have a tough matchup there?
I mean, you don't. The Tinkaton can put on some great neutral pressure, and while it's resisting the powder snow and the potential icicle spears, it does have to fear that earthquake. But I feel like it can do a lot of play rough damage in the meantime.
A lot of people, Kaz, believe that the Walrein Trevenant Nidoqueen meta was the best meta of all time. I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you think it was top 2, top 3, or was it the best? What do you say?
Listen, I am a big Nidoqueen fan, so I feel like I'm a little biased, but it's still not my personal favorite. You know that I'm gonna reach for that Noctowl Trevenant Lantern RPS meta just because I loved seeing Noctowl on my screen. Come on.
I don't know, Kaz. I don't know about this whole arrangement at this point. I'm
And that's when Speedy typed into the chat, I would like never cast Kaz again. I
sorry,
can't
production.
I
Gotta
can't take
go.
I can't take these hot takes.
Hold on, let me type here to Hoff. Oh yeah, Coaxley Comday, gotta go. Sorry, just kidding.
Oh,
That's a
so
bold take. I've never heard anyone say that, unironically. So
it's
I will give
true.
you that.
It's true. I'm one of the few, but honestly, I really like that Noctowl got a time to shine in the meta. But I still think that the flexibility we have nowadays is a really fun break in those sort of more rock paper scissors molds like that. Even if I don't get as many birds, I will recover.
Yeah, I would say that before the wing attack buff, I think that Anacor and Softove referenced this, but I do think before the wing attack buff, when you saw people like House Stark playing Noctowl, I did think that that was very healthy. That was really fun. And Noctowl was like one of those Pokemon where you looked at it and you said, it's got above average HP. It's a normal and flying type, so it's going to resist all the ghost types in the meta. And it actually is like very flexible. It's got Shadow Ball coverage. It's got Sky Attack. You know what? Maybe there's something here. And I do think that was more fun. But then when we completely locked into the triangle of death, as Tua Butters calls it, I do think it was the dark times, the medieval times when people were living in mud huts and serving the king, the trio of
In the
kings.
Yeah, in the dark ages before we got to our shadow scissor overlords and Lapras
Hey,
Lapras emperors.
hey, we're trading in tyrants for new tyrants, all right? That's what it
It's
is. And
it's true.
right now we are living under the oppressive tyranny of Shadow Scizor and Dedenne. But some folks wanted to be under the wrath of Aegislash. So you never
It's
know.
true. That is the real debate going on in the Now, unfortunately, Aegislash has been preemptively banned for the World Championships. So we won't see it featured on your screens just yet. But one day it will be unleashed, and we'll have to see how it shakes out because there are a lot of theories going around in our community. But getting back to this tournament here, I mean, we do still have other birds for me to watch in the meantime. This Galarian Moltres over there on the side of Drayflames, his honorary fire type, if you will. I do think is a pretty fun Pokemon to see. Very hard to acquire still. I had to buy that paid ticket before I could get my Moltres under 15 CP. How about you? How are your Galarian bird hunts going?
So I actually have two of them. I'm very, very proud of it. I think I used a Master Ball on one of them. I actually need to check if I use a Master Ball on both. I will say that my Ultra League Galarian Moltres is at 2490, which is very, very nice. But my Great League Galarian Moltres is at 1470. So it's a bit of an ugly CP, but we take those. And if I can get another one, that'd be great. Let me actually check right now. I'll tell you in a sec. Actually, I have three. I lied. I got one from the ticket, and that one goes to 1493, but I haven't built it yet. So I'm very excited about that.
Yeah.
1470 Master Ball. Yep. And then the 2490 Master Ball. So no shinies for me yet, but I got three of them.
That's true. That's a pretty big accomplishment. I do not, unfortunately, I think I only have like 5 so far. All my Moltres that I ever saw in the wild were above 1500 CP. So if you're still hunting, don't worry. There's hope for all of us. Another matchup that we have a score for here is the Eevee Fun versus BTW Rogue. BTW Rogue is a former local of mine, very talented battler, and he takes the 2-1 victory. And on his team, I'm seeing a couple spicy picks in the Toxapex and the Spiritomb. How do you feel about the Spiritomb kind of taking over that Dark Ghost slot from Sableye?
I think that Spiritomb was very interesting coming into this new meta because it's a very balanced Pokemon. Some Pokemon are charge attack oriented, like Swampert or Registeel, and some Pokemon are fast attack oriented, like a Charm user or an Incinerate user. But I feel like Spiritomb is just really in the middle. It's about as middle of the road as you can possibly get because Sucker Punch does do some damage, but the pacing up to the Rock Tomb is like, what is it, like 15 or 18 turns? It's pretty long to get there, especially when you compare it against other picks in the meta. So whereas I do think it has like the balance to be a viable Pokemon, it's just not fast enough. It's just not spammy enough to actually be like top tier meta. But I do think it's a very interesting pick, especially in a format like this, because setting up a Rock Tomb debuff or threatening a Shadow Ball is going to be huge, especially because, I mean, what other Rock Tombers have we really seen outside of a Cradily or a Fortress? I mean, we haven't even seen Claydol, have we? Maybe once?
I don't think we've actually seen it just yet. But you know what? You're right. I think Claydol still actually has a decent place in the meta, especially we were just talking earlier about both Shadow Scizor and Dedenne. And guess what can do a significant amount of damage against both of those? The Claydol Mudslapper.
Exactly. I do think Claydol's got a ton of utility, and Rock Tomb still a very good move. I know a lot of folks wanted Rock Tomb to be adjusted, to be tweaked, to have a higher energy cost, maybe. But I don't think that that is going to be in the cards for the foreseeable future. So
No,
Rock Tomb's here to stay.
I think it's pretty balanced as is because I mean, depending, like you were just pointing out with the Spiritomb, it still takes a decent amount of time to get there. And Claydol too, it takes a 15 turns to get, or no, wait, it's 3 turn move times 5. Yeah, 15
Yeah.
turns
Yeah,
to
you're
get
right.
there. So it's not really a super fast move. And I think that the damage is kind of just right because you see what it does in neutral matchups. It's not overwhelming. But the attack nerf is pretty disheartening when you keep seeing it on your screen from your opponent.
Exactly. And as we look at this matchup here, just briefly, BTW Rogue did take the series 2-1. I wonder if that Spiritomb was part of the reason for success because there is a Dusknoir on the opposing side that is the very frail next stage evolution of Dusclops, and I do think it would get annihilated by Sucker Punches. And then you can set up so many other Pokemon on your team with a Rock Tomb debuff, whether you're hitting a Lapras for super effective, a Charjabug for super effective, or even the Fortress for some neutral damage and slowing it down. Whereas that Bug Bite basically you're reverting it to pre-buff times when you slow down with
Mhm.
the Rock Tomb. It's just not doing as much damage. So that
Yeah.
was an impressive win there from BTW Rogue.
Yeah, I do think the only thing that the Spiritomb really has to fear over on EV Fun side is that Azumarill. And we've seen that no matter how you try to nerf Azumarill, it always finds a way to come back. That bulk is just too good to argue with.
Kaz, there was one point in time when Azumarill was kind of not S tier. It was like high B, low A tier, and that was after Bubble was nerfed.
Mhm.
So, hot take, you've already had a couple of them. I don't think this will top your other hot takes. But hot take from you, do you think Azumarill should have Bubble nerfed again? Because it could be devastating.
I mean, Azumarill is a Pokemon that while it still shows up on a lot of teams, we don't see it nearly as often as we used to. I think it's safe where it is. And I think there are plenty of other Pokemon that have Bubble that would only get less and less used if you nerf that fast attack. So honestly, my hot take is that Bubble is safe. Bubble is safe as is.
All right, you heard it here first, everybody. Kaz wants Azumarill to stay in the meta forever and ever. And
You're taking
ever.
my words out of context. Oh no.
I know. I'm just pulling your leg. But again, we've had some incredible matchups here in the Zygarden tournament. The theme being something old, something new, and I do think that the moveset variability has added a lot of versatility to these teams and this meta. And this has been a fun tournament. And honestly, I've been enjoying production putting on the showcase here of the website too. This tournament is equal parts in my mind of showing the battles and the incredible trainers that are featured here, but also showing off the platform. And the platform looks beautiful. I'm a very visual person when I look at team sheets. I remember when Play Pokemon first came around, and I said, "Wait, you don't get to see pictures of the Pokemon? You just have to like read the name." I don't know if I like this, but
It's
Zygarden's
true.
doing both.
It's true. I'm a visual learner too, so I do appreciate the pictures as well. I've seen lots of fun stories on social media about trainers drawing their own version on their team sheets just for a little assist. So maybe that's something we should all start doing. You know, while you're waiting for maybe disputes to play out or waiting for the round to officially start, waiting for your opponent. It's a fun way to fill time.
Yeah, just imagine that, right? You're getting ready for a tournament, and your opponent's like, "Hold on," and they've got a crayon, and they're like, "Hold on, I gotta draw Dugong." You know, it's gonna
Yes.
take me a moment.
Listen, I'll bring crayons to every tournament I come to. Just come to me. We'll help each other.
I'm getting a note here from production that this fortress is actually running Bug Bite, Earthquake, and Rock Tomb. So this is
Oof.
this is 2/3 of the retro fortress moveset, which would have been Bug Bite, Mirror Shot, and Earthquake.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Earthquake is a really nice move, and Bug Bite being as fast as it is, it's surprisingly quick to access for this bug steel type. And when you think that your opponent, might be trying to bait you with that Rock Tomb, and you can take it, it's fine. And you get that hard hitting Earthquake instead, it can be devastating.
Yeah, Kaz, I got to tell you, I was feeling pretty good. I competed in PvP Steve's Clash of the Casters tournament,
Mhm.
and I had a couple big wins. I had a couple of losses. I lost to Rocha Babyface, the eventual champion, so that was all fine and well. But my final opponent of the tournament was actually Dr. Trotter, and he played double Bug Steel in Shadow Scizor and Shadow Fortress, and my team was not ready for that much.
Your
bug.
team was not ready for Fortress? Come
I
on.
know. I mean, the one Pokemon I thought would always have my back, it actually stabbed me in the back. So, unfortunately, was unable to win that one. But yeah, too much bug. And I'm looking at the Charge Bug Fortress combination here, and I'm telling you, if you don't have fire type pressure on the opposing side, it's going to be tough. But BTW Rogue was able to weather the storm in spite of that. So.
That's true. And it does look like we might be just ready to progress, but let's take a look at some videos before we get into that next round so that y'all can keep learning more about the Zygarden tournament hosting site.
Hello, Zygarden trainers. This is
That's me again.
Hello, trainers. Telegraph Train here, looking at tournament creation. To create a tournament, the first step is to sign in. Once you've signed in, journey over to the dashboard. From there, navigate to My Tournaments. In the top right corner, you'll find a vibrant green button labeled New Tournament. Click on that to embark on your exciting first step in hosting a tournament. Fill in the details, including your tournament name, start date, and time. On the next page, you'll set up the tournament format. While we currently support solo play, we have more options on the horizon. Your tournament can be structured as Swiss, round robin, single, or double elimination. You have the power to add an additional format to determine how the top contenders clash in an epic showdown to claim victory. We offer a variety of meta options that are refined based on community feedback. You can also have the flexibility to modify how many battles each trainers play per round and set a maximum number of participants up to 256. On the following page, adjust the round length, allowing your tournament to unfold over a few hours, days, or even weeks of thrilling gameplay. Then, you can also decide what details participants must share as they enter their Pokemon into the Grand Arena. Finally, craft the description for your tournament, sharing the important information participants should be aware of. This is a great place to include Discord invite links so players can interact and coordinate their battles. To grab the link to send out to your participants, simply click back into the tournament. Make sure it concludes with invite code equals so that players can register smoothly. We look forward to seeing you on the battlefield.
Awesome video, Kaz. I wasn't going to put you through the steps of throwing to a video of you and then ending the video of you to come back to you. So I did want to take the opportunity to bring us back into the stream. And thank you for the incredible work that you did with that.
You are very welcome. We are talking to Speedy of Cheese 1, maybe the alternative personality coming out here with the sunglasses.
We just had to do it big, right? It's the Zygarden inaugural stream in a sense, so we needed to show off a little bit.
I do see your Blastoise in the back. Did you steal his sunglasses?
I did actually. Yeah, the sunglasses on the other one don't quite fit me. This one's a little bit smaller, so yeah.
Amazing, amazing. Great teamwork you have there from all of your Pokemon.
For sure. But I do think we're going to take a look at the bracket here. As Swiss is a great format for the competitors, it does mean that sometimes we finish our matches a little bit quickly and then we have to kind of wait for everyone else to catch up. But I do think we are getting close to the point where we will have more battles ready on stream. Let's check out some matchups though, Kaz. It looks like we have our new pairs.
It's true. Right up there at the top, we have, well, let's take a look actually at the standings. Right now, we have 89 CGY in the lead with 4-0 sweep, followed closely by King of the OWT, Shiny Hunter Ben, and Manoj Unbound, all sweeping their matchups so far.
Wow. Yeah, I see the 12 in parentheses there. That's really, really impressive. 4-0 across the board. Lyle Jeffs is our top place, 3-1, followed by Dre Flames and the Z Zwilus. Out of pocket still in the tournament as well. So as we progress, I do believe this is a Swiss into double elimination format, if not mistaken.
That is very correct. So we will have this round and I believe another round of twists before we get into those finals. So in our pairings this round, we have King OWT versus Shiny Hunter Ben, along with 89 CGY versus Manoj Unbound. So we will start to see the top getting wheedled down there a little bit. And we do see scrolling down, JoJo is going to be versus Blue Ducks Riley. So another chance perhaps for that Floette to shine.
Yeah, shout out to Blue Ducks as well. One of my friends that I met online in the community, very, very nice gentleman, is actually running Shadow Charizard with Ember. Hello? And Fortress as well as the Dedenne Overlord at the top of the team.
And it looks like we are actually going to feature a Z Zwilus matchup coming up. So we can start to take a look. Z Zwilus versus Shadow by Trainer there. And if we take a look at that team, we do see quite some spicy Pokemon waiting for us. And one of them is that Claydol that we have been talking about.
Yeah, this is such a funny Pokemon for ZZ and I to discuss because he said it was going to be really good, and I was a huge doubter. I did not believe him. I thought he was doing some weird mad scientist thing that wasn't going to pan out, and then it turned out to be really good. And then the new meta came around, and we both agreed that it was dead in the water. But him running it here is actually a very interesting development, not one that I predicted.
Perhaps he was saying it was dead in the water to get you off of the scent of the the secret sauce there. But
Agreed.
Claydol does have a lot of counters that have come up in the meta, and one of them I do see over on Shadow Trainer's side is that Blastoise from the back of your screen to the front of the Zygarden meta. Quick access via rollout to that Hydro Cannon is going to make it a tough Pokemon for Claydol to deal with.
Yeah, something that I believe our world champ It's Axon won with in Portland. Big Man Blastoise. Kaz was just singing that song during our break. She's Big Man Blastoise. She was singing it constantly. I couldn't even think based on how loud she was. But I'm really excited to see this Pokemon play out. And we do have the Shadow Annihilate with counter Ice Punch and Rage Fist. Typically, we do see a Primeape in that slot. And we actually do see the Primeape on ZZ's side. So I don't know, Kaz. I give the experience edge here to Z Zwilus. Like our previous casters pointed out, he has played this exact team in other tournaments before. But Shadow Trainer, I don't know. We'll see what kind of tricks they have up their sleeve.
I mean, they do have some other interesting picks. The Gastrodon is the mud slapper over there on the side of Shadow Trainer. And I mean, that mud slap damage does a lot, even to counters like a Azumarill, and can do a lot of significant damage to glassy Pokemon like that Primeape. And the Furret, even though that's a bad matchup for Gastrodon to be stuck in, that mud slap doesn't do nothing.
Yeah, no, I think you're making a fantastic point. I mean, don't get it twisted. The Sea Slug is going to slap. All right. Gastrodon is going to be very, very good here. It's got a ton of flexibility. As long as the shields are up, I mean, all it really fears is that double super effective Trailblaze. So if ZZ is counting on sure things, I think he can count on that Gastrodon coming to all three battles.
Yeah, and that Shadow Annihilate you pointed out, while the Ice Punch and Rage Fist is kind of, an interesting pairing there, the coverage that it offers you against these Wilus's team is pretty good actually. That Rage Fist, once it starts stacking, can start doing a lot of damage even to Pokemon like a Azumarill, and Pokemon that it directly affects like Skeledirge are not going to love to stay in that matchup longer than they have to.
Yeah, agreed. And there's also that kind of looming threat that if you do play a flexible Pokemon like Furret as a safe swap or in the lead, you might get squared up against that Annihilate, and that is like game over if your opponent decides to bring it. So a lot of the team building energy that I think Z Wireless has committed in actually structuring this team of six is to have answers to something like an Annihilate. So we might see a Azumarill Skeledirge come in almost every single game. I do think there's a lot of flexibility in both of them. But again, like you pointed out earlier, and I agree with you, that Gastrodon is such a nuisance, especially when you look at bringing something like a Skeledirge to this battle.
It's true. Skeledirge normally feels super safe with the coverage that it has. We do see this one running Incinerate, Torch Song, and Shadow Ball. That's going to give you great coverage against anything that could come out to counter you, even if you get stuck in a bad matchup against those water types. If you get one Incinerate, maybe even two, you can get to that Shadow Ball and threaten a shield.
Yeah, exactly. Skeledirge, just like Talonflame, once it gets a little bit of a head start, it can really cut through the noise. And as we saw Zeus Wireless, I believe it was at NAIC, not this season, but last season, on stage using Dragonite and Skeledirge, he was able to send in the Skeledirge and get a full Incinerate through. I'm not sure if I'm remembering that correctly, but he did some crazy maneuvers. He knows how to get free Incinerates, is what I'm trying to say. One of our trainers is locked in as well, so we're almost there.
It's true. We all almost ready to get down to the field. That Skeledirge can be a real surprising Pokemon to deal with. The incinerate damage starting to get buffed from that torch song that it has access to now is so dangerous. We've seen how awkward the 5-turn incinerate can be, but ultimately, if you're doing a lot of damage, it's okay to just sit there and incinerate.
Let's make a team prediction here, Kaz. I'm going to say Shadow Trainer is going to be running the bottom three Pokemon. I think we're going to see either Annihilate Double Water, or we might even see ABA Water with that Blastoise in the lead. I think that's going to be my prediction for Shadow Trainer. If you were ZZ, which trio are you committing to in game one?
It's really tough, but I think you're right. I think the Azumarill has to come out. It has great coverage against pretty much the entire team from Shadow Trainer, so it feels really safe. There's no grass, there's no poison. Ultimately, the worst thing that's going to happen is you get some resisted damage.
Yeah. So Azumarill, well, what else is behind the Azumarill, do you think?
I want to say the Claydol also feels good, but with double water as a potential threat, you might have to go in the direction of bringing your Primeape. You might get it stacked up against the Annihilate, but it can still throw its own Rage Fists even faster. And now we are on the field. We will get to see how those predictions play out. We do see the Furret on the side of Zweilous against the Wigglytuff on the side of Shadow Trainer. Wigglytuff is not something you called out, but that charm damage sure does stack.
Hey, look, neither of us called the Furret and Wigglytuff, so I will give them that. But we did call the Blastoise and Annihilate, and you did call the Azumarill Claydol. So I don't think all is lost. The normal
It's
type
true.
leads was an interesting pick, and now we see a kind of a slower counter swap into the Blastoise. The big question for me is, do you shield the first, play rough before the Skull Bash buff?
It's honestly the safer play to throw up the shield here before you can stack your defense boost, but we do see a no shield. I mean, Blastoise is a tanky Pokemon, can healthily take that first play rough, and now the Azumarill actually throwing up the shield here against this first Skull Bash, which would do a significant amount of damage. But even though it does get shielded, that defense buff to the Blastoise is going to be pretty threatening.
It definitely will. A good defensive play, as it would entail. Play rough does connect. Blastoise now deep into the red, looking for the second Skull Bash. Is going to get there in time, and the pivot now into the Furret. What do you think?
This is a pretty good catch because the Furret was already significantly low on health and will be knocked out by that Skull Bash. You do have to say goodbye to some of that energy you had stored, but you do get to come out of that matchup without having to give up even another shield.
I really like that play by Shadow Trainer to instant swap. If ZZ would have come back in with the Azumarill, I don't think that would have been the best play. But because ZZ sends in that Claydol, this play makes a ton of sense because you do maintain that Blastoise for a sacrificial swap later. First shield on the Rock Tomb and the Rage Fist coming through.
It's true. That is a really great play from Shadow Trainer. Able to take their shield advantage and start stacking the Rage Fist attack boost onto this Annihilate. It's not really enjoying the Mud Slaps, but still able to force the next shield from this Claydol with a second Rage Fist.
Exactly right. Switch timer is up for ZZ as well, so he can reach for that Azumarill if the situation calls for it. No shield here on the Annihilate. I think Shadow Trainer is going to try to power through with that Wigglytuff.
It's true. We've seen this strategy in GBL a lot, the charm down from these Pokemon, especially now that Wigglytuff does have access to Swift, does almost have two of those loaded, and can use the last shield here to protect itself from this Ice Beam coming through from the Azumarill.
Oh, Azumarill is so low on energy, and I think the Wigglytuff has the double Swift ready to go. So as long as Shadow Trainer crosses their T's and dots their I's, I do think that they're going to be able to KO the Azumarill, and then that Claydol is not going to be far behind.
It's true. Another Swift coming through. I do think this is going to be enough to knock out the Azumarill. No, not quite. I thought the same type attack bonus might just do it, but we do see the Charm down there. And the Claydol barely hanging on. Charm is stacking up much faster than Mudslap, and Wigglytuff takes the first victory there for Shadow Trainer against these Zweilous.
That was okay. So that was honestly crazy close because if the Wigglytuff can't get the charm down, I do think the rollout would have been just incredibly ineffective, and the Mudslaps would have taken down the Blastoise. So that honestly came down to the wire. Luckily, everything was functioning correctly, and we didn't have any one-turn delays on the bring-in, which could have really derailed that entire process. But what an incredible first game! And I know I gave us like partial credit on this exam for calling the backlines, but I did not expect the Furret Wigglytuff leads.
It's true. I don't think either one of us was anticipating that. But honestly, whenever you bring a charmer in, it puts on so much pressure that having that in the lead kind of puts your opponents at a disadvantage from the get go if you don't have a strong answer in the back. And the Pokemon that Zweilous brought, while they do have a lot of neutral damage potential, there was no real counter for that charm. Nothing can withstand that for too long, especially when the shields go down as early as they did.
And that's just speaks to the team building here from ZZ's opponent, because maybe you want to bring Skeledirge now to answer that Wigglytuff, but then you're just kind of inviting yourself to that Gastrodon trap, to that Blastoise matchup that you really don't want to see as the Fire Crocodile at Skeledirge. So I
It's
don't know.
true.
This is a mind game mess that we were just walking into for this battle number 2.
It's true because Skeledirge is risky, and your only other true answer for that Wigglytuff would be the Sandslash, but that also has a lot to fear from Gastrodon, has a lot to fear from that Annihilate, and you did see at least that Annihilate, so you know your opponent is not afraid to bring it in. So your two best answers to a Charmer are kind of locked into a corner. It's really tough for Zweilous, I think, going into this first one to have an answer.
Yeah, we're getting word from production that ZZ is actually the first trainer to lock in for this game number 2. So
It's
in
gonna
spite of
work or it won't.
yeah, in spite of the really tough position to be in, he is certain about his strats. So I don't know what's going to happen next, but I think he's prepared for whatever eventuality might unfold. And
It's true.
also, we talked about the Gastron kind of being an obvious choice for this game number 2, but is it so obvious that it becomes predictable and then it becomes ineffective? Because if you do bring the Gastron and ZZ's ready for it, it could be disastrous.
This is the trouble with fighting in competitive battles such as this, is that the mind games really start amping up as you progress in your battles. You're like, okay, in the first one, this is what they brought. This is what happened. And Zweilous knows what his opponent, was kind of thinking in that first round. So how do you adjust? Do you think that they're going to adjust to you? Do you try and adjust to that? Counter to what you think that they're going to adjust to you. It's such a huge puzzle to solve, and we do see our trainers on the field here. Claydol coming onto the scene from Zweilous, matched up against that Shadow Annihilate from trainer. This is a surprisingly neutral matchup in the lead.
Yeah, this is interesting. And as we saw in that game number 1, the Annihilate, even though it resists rock type damage, it is forced to shield up rock tombs because it just can't take that plus the mud slap pressure. No shield on the first Rage Fist as expected. And what do you think is going to happen next year?
I mean, we do know that Claydol can survive that first Rage Fist easily. It is a bulky Pokemon, and we know, like you said, that this Rock Tomb, even though it will force the first shield, because this Annihilate does want to protect its attack advantage. It does want to protect the energy that it has. We do see one extra counter going through before the next Rage Fist, and this Claydol is low enough. Do you want to protect it? Yes, Zweilous throwing up their own shield.
Yeah, and I think the main reason for that is because it's just too bulky to farm down. And if you come in with the Azumarill as Zweilous, you're still going to take another Rage Fist for your trouble. So now we see the pivot now into the Dusclops. This is an interesting move as well because the Hex did come through, bringing that Claydol extremely weak. And the final response here from ZZ is going to be to bring in his Azumarill.
It's true. Azumarill, a bulky Pokemon, can take this neutral ghost damage from the Dusclops, especially since it did take that Rock Tomb from the Claydol and has been nerfed just by a hair. A little bit of over farming on the side of Shadow Trainer, knowing that this Dusclops has kind of done its job to soak the energy here, soak the damage from this Pokemon before sort of chipping away.
Exactly right. I think either way you cut it, you're going to have to throw 2 charge attacks into the Dusclops to pick up the KO regardless. So as the Azumarill player here, Zweilous just being very patient. Coming out with the Blastoise, revealing the third Pokemon. This is actually very important because Shadow Trainer swapped in, freezing that switch timer, which means that ZZ can send out his Primate and avoid that Annihilate matchup, which is honestly massive for him here.
Exactly. But the Blastoise coming into that Azumarill matchup where it could take those resisted bubbles and stack energy of its own means that it has quite an advantage over this Primeape. We do see the last shield going up to protect the energy from this Blastoise, and the Skull Bash is reached, being thrown and properly shielded by Zweilous. A big call there.
Yeah, huge call. Maybe trying to endure the next Rage Fist and get to the Hydro Cannon too. A rare, maybe miscount moment from ZZ. He might be trying to bank up the double Rage Fist, recognizing the Annihilate is on its way.
It's true. You do need some extra energy, but the cherry on top is that Shadow Trainer now catches on the, throws on the Dusclops where they had some energy preloaded. What an amazing play from Shadow Trainer, and now has another Shadow.
The
Definitely won't
com
be enough to knock out, but
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kaz. The combo play was insane there. Do we
yeah.
get the full bubble down with the Azumarill? I think we do. Yes, Azumarill banks the energy. It's got stored energy for a rainy day. You still have two Pokemon to get through and a Claydol safe switch. It's going to need every single ounce of that remaining HP to get the job done.
This is going to be a very close endgame here. Azumarill does have the energy, and seeing that Blastoise comes in actually saves a little bit before throwing the Ice Beam, which is resisted, but enough to knock out the Blastoise at this point. But Azumarill is a little slower. Can it get to its next move before this Annihilate? Yes, the Ice Beam coming through from Zweilous. The Azumarill proving once again how it has in any meta where it's allowed.
Yeah, Kaz, I mean, come on. Your bubble mascot succeeding. I know you have to be feeling pretty happy on the
We
inside,
didn't
but
script this, I promise.
yeah, yeah. Honestly, Ice ZZ is what we should be singing here because that was a insane way to finish up that battle. I honestly thought that ZZ was on his last leg when his Primate took the Hydro Cannon, got sniped by the Dusclops, but getting that bubble down onto the Dusclops was the first step in order to win that battle. And the second primary step there was recognizing, as you expertly pointed out, that the Ice Beam versus the Blastoise would have been enough. Because if you go up too high there and you throw the play rough and you need the extra bubble or two to get to your Ice Beam against the Annihilate, then you're forced into a position where you need to catch on the Claydol. You might get KO'd by the Reach Fist. It's really, really precarious there. So ZZ knows his damage calculations better than most.
Ultimately, Zweilous demonstrating amazing patience there and knowledge of his Pokemon in their matchups to masterfully steer them towards an end game. I mean, Shadow Trainer was playing really well, though, really flexible, really like light on their feet with those swaps and energy generation. I mean, demonstrating that they are not a trainer to be messed with either, and evening up the score between these two.
I think going into Worlds, a lot of these trainers that joined today, whether it's Pocket or ZZ or any Flames fan, Dre Flames, whoever it might be, I think they're all looking for the same thing, which is Worlds practice, playing against really talented trainers in a tournament format. And as you pointed out, Shadow Trainer is not intimidated by ZZ, doesn't seem to be off their game whatsoever. I think they're giving the German basically everything he can handle. So we're going to see what happens here in game number 3. I think ZZ's I don't know. He might lose this one. He might go down 2 rounds in this Swiss bracket.
He's not showing me that he is ready to go down. Really making some great adjustments in that second game there. And like you pointed out, a lot of these trainers are looking for any opportunity to practice with some Pokemon before the World Championships. I know that I went to 2 locals over this weekend where we had competitors practicing for the World Championships, really trying to experiment with some potential new teammates. But now we're getting into this battle right here, right now. Shadow Trainer versus Zweilous in their best of 3. And we have the Azumarill now against the Shadow Annihilate. This is a surprisingly neutral matchup because if this Annihilate wants to, it could 2-shield Rage Fist its way through this Azumarill.
Exactly, right? It depends on how much Shadow Trainer wants to invest in their lead pick. And it looks like not very much. They actually pivot immediately into the Blastoise, and here comes the Primate. But I gotta be honest, it looked good when the match started. I think the odds of ZZ taking this game number 3 just went through the roof because he does have that Furret in the back, and that Dusclops is that third and final Pokemon for Shadow Trainer.
It's true, but alignment is going to be tricky because the Shadow Annihilate was in the lead, and you know that it cannot land on your Furret. You have to protect that
Oh,
Furret at all costs. The
good call.
Primeape now stacking yet another Rage Fist against this Blastoise. But the Blastoise went from Shadow Trainer went for a different strategy this time, going straight Hydro Cannon, just trying to get shields away from this Primeape. And it does succeed in getting the first one, but we do see another Rage Fist already ready. I think this is going to knock out the Blastoise.
If not quite, if anyone in
Ooh.
chat is wondering why regular Primeape instead of Shadow, that right there shows you why, because it eats the Hydro Cannon and the rollouts are not doing too much. Gonna pull a shield from the Primeape, or excuse me, the Annihilate for its trouble, coming back in with the Azumarill maintaining switch. I don't know, Kaz. I think the forecast is looking very sunny over in Germany right now.
I do think that Zygarden has his mindset for this third game locked in. Does give up. Does get the last shield from this Shadow Annihilate, which does have a Rage Fist already loaded. Will not be enough to knock out this Azumarill. You're going to need quite a bit more. And the Azumarill has a lot of energy already loaded, including enough for this Ice Beam, which, even though it goes unshielded, is this enough to knock out the Shadow Annihilate at this range?
Not quite, but I do think the bubble damage is adding up. And meanwhile, you've got a Furret. Oh no!
Oh no! You called it early
Oh
on
no!
or the
The
Annihilate
Furret.
being in the lead there, needing to stay away from that Furret and manage Z's Wireless managing to save that Furret for the backline against that Dusclops just meant Shadow Trainer was out of luck.
Yeah, so tough, so tough. I mean, Pokemon Go, I think even more so than TCG or VG or even Pokemon Unite, we don't have as many comeback mechanics in the game. Our game is honestly, you could phrase it as being very front loaded or front
Mhm.
heavy in terms of predictions and team building. So you can do everything else right mechanically. You can manage your energy really well, deploy your shields on all the nukes and not shield any baits, et cetera, et cetera. But sometimes the predictions are so important, and when you do see a really abysmal matchup like that, it's like seeing Altaria versus Bastiodon as the final pairing. It's like
Oh.
there's really like no way to win
Yeah.
that battle unless your opponent just puts down their phone and goes and eats lunch or something. So
It's
um
true. In
yeah.
the main series games, we do have things like abilities that can help out your Pokemon in tough matchups. You do have support type moves that don't do any damage, but kind of support your team in other ways. I have not played enough TCG to know what their mechanics are like, but I do know that you are correct in thinking that those other games have a little bit of backouts backstops built into the mechanics there, whereas Pokemon Go, it really has to be about you, your team, and your mindset going into the game. What kind of reads are you going to make against your opponent? How flexible are your Pokemon? How well do you know those Pokemon and their ability to survive in matchups, both good and bad? There's a lot of mental load on us trainers in Go.
Yeah, I think it's so funny when you watch trainers on screen or when you're, watching Kaz and I vamp for multiple minutes before our battles are ready. It's because these trainers are locking in everything in their mind. They're selecting the team of three, running through every scenario mentally before the battle even begins. And we're going to take another look here at the bracket as we continue kind of talk about the matchups. But honestly, Shadow Trainer was incredible, especially that game one, playing the Wigglytuff lead. ZZ was not ready for it, totally caught him off guard, but he was able
Mhm.
to right the ship and win those battles. But Kaz, you and I gassed up, no pun intended, the Gastrodon so much, and we didn't even see it a
We
single
didn't
time.
even
Are
see it.
are are we washed commentators or what? What's going on?
Sometimes, just like a trainer might make a bad prediction, like having that Dusclops unfortunately meet up against the Furret, casters too can call out Pokemon that we might, think will show up on the screen as very strong competitors, but unfortunately the players don't agree. And ultimately, Zweilous showed us that he didn't even need that Gastrodon. Could it have been amazing? Probably, but did he need it? He decided no.
Exactly, right? So, and you could argue as well, if in game three, Shadow Trainer subs in the Gastrodon instead of the Dusclops, does it make things better? Not really, because you're still lined up against a Furret with double super effective Trailblaze. So, even if they would have changed something, it would have needed to be something even bigger. Maybe bringing Wigglytuff in the back or the Sand
Mhm.
Slash. Maybe those could have been game changers. But that's not how history unfolded, and the record shows that. That was a 2-1 for Z Zwilas. But I guess we could review the bracket, see if any of our
Mhm.
other matchups have played out, and see kind of where we're headed, because I do think we're coming up on a caster switch here in the near future.
It's true. Looking at the bracket, we do see King OWT taking the victory 2-0 over Shiny Hunter Ben, and Manoj Unbound taking the 2-1 victory against 89 CGY Flames Fan. So we do have the top of our bracket shaking out here. King OWT and Manoj Unbound, the only ones remaining undefeated so far. And the rest of the bracket staying pretty close. Flames Fan and Shiny Hunter Ben with their 4-1 victories. And then Out of Pocket actually rising in the bracket as well, followed closely by Spooky Mafia, Shaner PvP, Ian, and Kat Krieger and Ivy Kenkito.
I'm looking here, Dre Flames and Lyle Jeffs taking losses here in this round number 5, if I'm not mistaken. That's pretty interesting as well. Dropping to 3-2 on the day for this Zygarden Swiss tournament. 8 and 6 in games played with a 30 point Buckhole score. So these, in parentheses, this was pointed out by Anna earlier on as well. These are
Mhm.
not game wins. These are kind of like tiebreaker points essentially. So
Yeah.
it's good to know how these players are stacking up.
Yeah, it kind of, like you pointed out, it shows us kind of how the trainers are stacking up against one another without their actual wins counted. So the Swiss format can be really interesting in that way. You see how we have so many trainers who are performing so well, and it gives everyone a chance to kind of face both ends of the bracket, everybody moving across. So you get a really good amount of experience and practice from this Swiss format.
Mhm. I think you also kind of learn a lot about your team and your play style once you get this late into a tournament, because you can scrim with a certain team. You can think you've got a really good build for whatever the format might be. But by round 5, round 6, you have a really clear idea if this is something you want to play again, if this team works, if the cores make sense, if the synergies are there. So it's an interesting test. And when you see these trainers like Dre Flames and Lyle Jeffs losing in round 5, being in the middle of the Swiss bracket, it tells you that maybe their opponents have a better kind of handle on how this meta actually works here in the Zygarde tournament. So I don't know. There's a lot to kind of like dive into how the experience changes as it goes on, because like you said, we don't get a lot of Swiss type tournaments. Normally, if you lose a couple of rounds, you're out of it in double
Mhm.
elimination. So you learn a lot
Yeah.
about your team.
And I think that getting that diversity of practice is really important because, as you pointed out, some players play really differently. Some are very aggressive, some are more defensive, and others really prize being flexible. I know that I personally love being a little more flexible on my team. I like picking things that have like really great coverage and can kind of maybe dance their way out of bad matchups if they have the right moves. But sometimes that puts me at a little bit of a disadvantage against more aggressive players with their shadow Pokemon like Shadow Scizor, who can just damage everything really strongly with that newly buffed Bullet Punch.
I don't know, Kaz. You're kind of sending me mixed signals here, because earlier you said that Trevenant Noctowl Lantern was the best meta of all time, and now you're telling me you like flexibility. So I'm kind of confused. I don't
Hey,
know
those
exactly
are all
what to think.
flexible Pokemon. It's not my fault they all got paired up together in that meta. Don't blame
Yeah.
me for that.
Okay, in a vacuum, they're all pretty good, right? But when they're in the same room, it's no fun.
It's true.
Unless you're on the winning side of it, then it's super fun, because you know your opponent, no matter what they try, they cannot wiggle out of that tough situation, right?
Exactly.
Well, it's been an incredible tournament so far. I think, as we alluded to, we are going to go to a caster swap here shortly. I will wait for confirmation from production, but I'm very excited to see how Zygarden continues to evolve. I think that this, no pun intended again, I am very, very excited for the platform. I think that the visuals are great. I think it gives visual learners like Kaz and I a lot to kind of gain, and a lot of kind of comfort that it brings in how things are designed. So yeah,
Yes.
I'm really excited to see what happens next.
Yes, and I do love that they are building in even more ways for people to build up the grassroots scene with limited metas like this Chrono meta that we have that was specifically built for this tournament. And I've heard that there are other things being worked on, such as team battling, such as other tournaments that will help you to practice more for the Play Pokemon Championship series. So all around, great job to the Zygarden team, and it's been amazing to get another chance to cast over a tournament and feature this unique tournament building platform. And it's been a pleasure to cast with you, Speedy. This is actually the first time I've gotten to cast with you, and it's been a great time with some amazing battles for us to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. These in-person events are great. Meeting you in New Orleans and actually like spending a few minutes talking with you was really fun. I feel like we built a lot of rapport. I know I joked about that off camera, but I do sincerely think that was great. And yeah, I thought you did a great job, great cast, great analysis, and I can't wait to see you commentate more things in the future. But for now, I think that's all from Kaz and I, and we're going to hand it over to the duo, aka Pangers, as they bring us through our top cut and our finale here.
Hello, my name is Telegraph Train, and I'm here with Zygarden to talk to you about Pokemon typing. There are 18 types in Pokemon Go, and they all interact differently with one another. The types of damage we'll be talking about today are super effective, which you can see with a plus, not very effective, which you can see with a minus, and neutral, which means damage is applied normally. To emphasize this point, we'll be taking a look at fire, grass, and water type. These are 3 elemental types in Pokemon Go that interact in sort of a triangle. Fire is super effective against grass. Grass is super effective against water. And water is super effective against fire. These 3 types keep each other in a balance. But let's flip those arrows around and take a look at resistances, or not very effective damage. These move types will do reduced damage in this relationship. Fire is not very effective against water. Water is not very effective against grass. And grass is not very effective against fire. In addition, all of these types resist damage from their own typing. That means water resists water, fire resists fire, and grass resists grass. There are a lot more typings to explore in Pokemon Go, but that's all for now. See you back on the battlefield. Hi trainers, Telegraph Train here with Zygarden, taking a look at the Chrono meta, something old, something new. This meta takes a look back at the last 3 years of competitive Pokemon Go at Play Pokemon events. Let's start back in Yokohama, Japan 2023. Medicham was top meta, closely followed by Galarian Stunfisk, Noctowl, and Trevenant. These Pokemon and their counters dominated the meta for years. In 2024, we saw the rise of versatile Pokemon like Gligar, Charjabug, and Vigoroth. They offered a lot of neutral play into the meta. We also saw a rise of Pokemon that were highly specialized in their roles, like the fast move pressure of Skeledirge, Altaria, and Wigglytuff. After Worlds 2024, a huge meta shift occurred as many of the top attacks such as Counter, Wing Attack, and Mudshot were nerfed. In the new 2025 season, Clodsire had dominant performances across all international competitions. The Latin American International Championships saw a huge rise in Ariados, while European Internationals saw a rise in Kanto Marowak and Galarian Corsola. The Delightful Days season came with another big move update and shift that brought Dedenne and Cradily into the meta at NAIC. But there are Pokemon that have been dominant across multiple seasons. Those Pokemon make up the All-Stars category. Pokemon like Azumarill, Drapion, and Feraligatr have found their way to the top and have consistently been a threat to trainers who didn't respect their power. These 4 categories are the pillars of the last 3 years of competitive Pokemon in the Championship Series. For the last 2 slots, we encourage you to bring what feels right to you. Bring your favorite, bring your core breakers, bring your spice. Trainers, I'll see you on the battlefield.
Hey, my name is Jordan Pease, and my in-game trainer name is Jerpies, and I'm one of the co-founders and currently lead all things digital product, UX, and brand design for Zygarden. I'm a digital design leader and consultant for a handful of tech startups based out of the Bay Area.
Hi, I'm Metaboo, and I'm one of the developers that has been working on Zygarden. I don't think any of this would have been possible if Stella hadn't reached out to me to ask if I would like to volunteer for the community. Those who know me personally know that I am pretty introverted and quiet and don't normally initiate these kinds of things, and so I really appreciated being asked and for the kind and thoughtful messages I had received.
I'm Stella, also known as Stella Tesla in the Pokemon community. And then as Zygarden, I'm basically one of the developers because it's my day job. It's also programming is a hobby of mine. And it was very easy to just extend that and also use my abilities for Zygarden.
My name is Shund. I'm a software engineer from Washington, D.C., and I'm one of the developers for Zygarden. I just really love building and making things. I love organizing projects. I've been working in competitive grassroots esports for going on 8 years now, both inside and outside of Pokemon.
In Zygarden, I'm a system administrator and in my professional life as well. And I'm a gardener, and I love to grow bonsai trees. I brought one here to show you all. This is one of my favorites. It's a little one, and it's a Hinoki cypress.
My name is Telegraph Train. To the tournaments, regionals, local tournaments, try and help organize those events on a local level as well.
Hi everyone, I'm the Billy Bravebird. I was an early investor, but on top of that, I've been a consultant, giving my time, assistance, advice, anything I can do to help the project take off.
I'm Ryan. You might know me as RC95. And I really brought my social community management and engagement to Zygarden. I really have a pulse for the community, and I feel like that's really where I was a huge asset, building bridges, making connections with other organizations to really bring us into the next step of what this website could be.
So what is Zygarden? To me, Zygarden is an organization or a group of fellow trainers that have come together to build best-in-class technology solutions aimed at growing and supporting the Pokemon Go PvP community.
The goal of Zygarden is to provide a platform where everyone can host a Pokemon tournament from beginning to end.
The goal of Zygarden is to really help people connect and play this game together and do it efficiently, smoothly, and in a way that makes it as fun as possible.
At some point we have had Sylph.gg, and Sylph was an amazing platform for Pokemon Go, providing a lot of tools, and one of those tools was they provided a format for grassroots tournaments on solo and team formats. Once Sylph decided to stop their activities, our idea was to recreate what Sylph did and then go beyond there.
Sylph was sort of a keystone in the community, and the community for Pokemon Go hasn't been the same. So
when Sylph.gg shut its doors, I thought it was an incredible opportunity to kind of carry their legacy on and bound together with a group of fellow trainers to start building that next generation of Pokemon Go competitive products and tools.
We're working really closely with a lot of other grassroots organizations in the community. We're really aware that if we want to create something successful, just in terms of giving people a great experience, we're gonna need their input. I don't think I can say too much exactly about what's coming in the near future.
As everyone said, Sylph was really that place where we all connected online for the first time. and then taking those connections to be in person, really building the community from the ground up. And I just hope that we can provide a space and a platform that can really give opportunities to individuals and organizations that can really take that torch again and have it burn bright for the future.
Some of my best friends I've met playing Pokemon Go, and just continuing that tradition of having people play this game, meet each other on tournaments, make friends, that's something I want to share with everyone.
I do find there to be so many kind, wonderful, talented individuals that are a part of it.
This community is really something special. I've made some of my closest friends in the entire world from going to Pokemon events, and I think everybody involved in the project just wants to find a way to give back to the community that we love so much.
I feel very lucky in my life that I've met so many amazing people through this game that I may have not crossed their path before, and I just hope to assist in making spaces and contributing to places where people can make those same connections, and I think that's what we can do here at Zygarden.
Really hope that what we're building and what we plan to build and provide the community is something that you all grow to love and really just helps foster and support the competitive Pokemon Go scene.
I'm really happy to be part of this project and really happy to have you all join us on this journey. We feel like this is really just the beginning, and what we're building here is going to grow into something super community oriented, really help people connect with each other, and really develop a feature set and an experience that adds a ton of value to the community that we all really love.
Most importantly, I hope you enjoy the product that we've made. I hope you enjoy Zygarden, and this is only the beginning. We have so much more to do with this and so many more places to take this. It's going to be a wild journey, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
There's no community like this one in any other esport, including, I think, the other Pokemon games. This community really is something special with a group of people you can't find anywhere else, and I'm really excited for its future and for the future of Zygarden.
All right, welcome back to the Zygarden special event. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Caleb Pang and his flashy suit, looking great there, Caleb. Not moving much today, but looking awesome. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm just trying to hold it together a little bit. Apologies to everyone ahead of time. My Wi-Fi cut out like really 30 seconds ago, so you can see me dressed up exactly how I probably am dressed, obviously, But I'm here and ready to watch some exciting battles here. I believe we have 2 trainers left that are undefeated in this tournament before we get to those single elimination top cuts.
Yeah, Caleb actually took that photo 5 minutes ago, so that's exactly how he looks right now. But like you mentioned, we have 2 undefeated trainers, King OWT and Minaj Unbound. King OWT, I believe, has only lost 1 battle the entire tournament so far, with 10-1, which is kind of crazy, versus Minaj, who I think is 10-3, haven't dropped a series yet. Very similar teams. The Shadow Gligar, the Alolan Sandslash, and the Drapion in those MVP and then the 2022-2023 respective selection areas ended up with a pretty similar team, and it looked like they probably had the sauce because they are doing absolutely awesome in this tournament.
Yeah, they actually have 4 overlapping picks as well. In that 5th and 6th slot, the flexible slots, both actually have a Jelson there as well. But relying on a lot of this, the ground, poison, water core, looks to be pretty reliable. I mean, one difference maker here is going to be that primate versus jump bluff, which obviously Minaj is going to have more of a advantage into, per se, especially with the primate without Ice Punch, right? I think Ice Punch obviously makes that matchup a little bit better, but this primate may be a little bit harder to use into Minaj's team. But the rest of the team looks pretty good. You have the double water core on the side of King LT, and it's not the easiest to bring that jump bluff into the team. It's tempting, right? But you got Gligar, Alolan Sandslash, Drapion to contend with. Jellicent and Gliscod aren't terrible into it either. It's really just the Primeape that has to watch out for that jump bug.
Jellicent's one of the most fascinating Pokemon that have had great success in Go Battle League, and it feels like on paper it's always a really good Pokemon, but really has never had much tournament success in Championship Series, at least. But I'm excited to see it here. I mean, it's on both the teams here. I feel like this Pokemon in general has been super strong in this season of Go Battle League, but it's pretty much irrelevant. I mean, it's irrelevant for a lot of reasons. Of course, they're like, I mean, for it's on Menage's team, so that's a good normal type. But when you look at some of the hard meta in Open Great League, Jellicent is quite good. Its pacing is awesome. Like, it's an amazing safe swap. If you ever like get a hex or two ahead against general meta, it's a super strong Pokemon. So both these trainers flexing with that Jellicent with this 5-0 so far. But also Shadow Gligar is a Pokemon that like we maybe thought would be super strong, or Fury Cutters would be super strong in general, and it definitely isn't like a mainstay right now. So I actually really love the pacing of it and the flexibility that it still has in this meta. So I'm excited to see some Shadow Gligar as well.
Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of coverage as well. And something that's super interesting is Menage's Drapion is actually running Sludge Bomb Crunch, which makes this Gligar on the side of King out OWT even stronger, right? Like, what's really stopping this Gligar besides the Alolan Sandslash? I mean, Jellicent, of course, as well.
Jellicent's pretty good because of
good.
resisting the
Yeah,
Fury
that's
Cutter.
pretty good, yeah. But everything else, it's got a lot of play in, right? And obviously, it has a dig for the Alolan Sandslash. So I would not be surprised if we see a lot of Gligar. And here's the thing: it's Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash. So if you have a shield advantage, or just in a situation where they can't really pressure you with fast tag damage, that Gligar's not even that bad into the Alolan Sandslash. I mean, you always watch out for that dig, and a Shadow dig is going to come hitting you pretty hard.
Yeah, in running the non-Shadow Drapion, which you almost never see. You do see it in Open Great League, and when you do see it, it often does have that Crunch and Sludge Bomb variant. I'm not sure exactly why, but because it has a little
what
more...
elo are you playing it?
Hey,
I don't see as much.
Hey, whoa, calm. I'm an expert, all right? I'm no legend though, so but yeah, no, you definitely see it, especially I would say more in Ultra League as well. Like when people say swap Drapion in Ultra League, you see the Crunch and Sludge Bomb a little more often. But Aquatail is just so useful in Open Great League, and especially in tournament play, and the ability to flip so many matchups, which is the crazy pacing of getting to an Aquatail and being able to bait with it. But yeah, I'm excited to see Menage, because I was looking him up on seeing his trainer profile a little bit, and it's a trainer that hasn't really competed in a ton of tournaments that I could get data on. So I'm really excited to see Menage play in this series.
Yeah, it could also be based on their region and availability of going to kind of some of these bigger official tournaments. But some of these players are still just giants in the grassroots scene too. So very excited to see that as well. I mean, and speaking of Drapion one more time too on the Aquatail front. And Aquatail's not enough to knock out Gligar either way. You can't really poise this thing down afterward. So I think even against the Aquatail Drapion on the side of King OWT side, I think Menage's Gligar still has a ton of utility in this matchup. But yeah, we'll see kind of how they make this distinction now. The pacing with Fury Cutter is definitely quite nice with that faster energy generation.
You mentioned that the Primeape is not running Ice Punch. Is it running Close Combat?
It's running, yes, it's running Close Combat and Rage Fist. I guess there's a chance it could be Cross Chop.
Yeah, it could be Cross Chop. We have seen that.
Yeah. So I'm actually okay. Oh yeah, okay. So we get that it's expanded actually too, so we can look at exactly what it is. Oh, it is Cross Chop, I believe. Yeah, I just saw in the corner. Right. Okay. Well, here we go. We're going into a first game here. King OWT versus Menage. And it's going to be a Alolan Sandslash mirror match, but one is going to be the Shadow variant.
And remember, this is round number 6. Both of these trainers are undefeated, 5-0 to this point. King OWT has only dropped one game so far, but is Protect Shielding here. Actually, no, that is Menage Protect Shielding on that bait of the Ice Punch. So a great start. Actually, both trainers going for the bait straight away. Does King OWT shield as well? Yes, both shielded on that Ice Punch bait.
All right, well, this is a good distinguishing factor is that Menage's Alolan Sandslash does win that charge attack priority. Oh, goes for the double bait. But this time the drill run's going to be thrown first. Actually, I thought King OWT actually lost charge attack priority there, but looks like gets it off first in this specific instance, which is kind of odd. But let's see if this is going to be shielded up. Oh, it doesn't get shielded. That's a massive call. Both shields down, but also, energy not going very far now for Menage's Alone Sand Slash. In comes the Primate, tries to get to the drill run, doesn't quite get it yet, does leave with an Ice Punch for later. That could be important. But now we have that Jump Love versus Primate matchup, and this is going to be fantastic for the Jump Love, especially without any Ice Punch to worry about.
Oh, that's just abysmal for for Menage here to be able to get that Ice Punch no shielded and then swap and get counter swapped by the jump bluff. It's a non-shadow jump bluff. You don't have Ice Punch. You threw a Rage Fist that did go through. You throw the close combat that is resisted but is one stage boosted. It just doesn't do much at all. You're going to want to throw before the next Rage Fist, but this jump bluff is just absolutely loaded. Remember, you also have that extra protect shield if you are King OWT as well. Oh wait, I'm flipped up. Menage was on the left the first time, and now it's on the right. So Menage is the one that's way far ahead here.
Yeah, and does have the energy ball on this jump off as well. So that's going to play favorably. But this also makes the match more comfortable. You don't have to worry about any acrobatics landing. You go for a very aggressive poison sting down and come out with a ton of energy.
And it is Shadow Gligar in the back. Shadow Gligar is going to take this Aqua Tail. It's going to chunk into it. Menage is really far ahead in this battle against this Drapion that almost has nothing left. Remember, you do have the swap available. If you can try to swap on an Aerial Ace here, and it is going to be a charge attack priority. I believe it was registered by Menage, so this will get protect shielded. And if it was a charge attack priority registered, that should be enough to to able to knock out this Shadow Drapion. And all you have to do is be able to clean up that Alolan Sand Slash of King OWT.
Yeah, kind of it's tragic charge back priority in my opinion, because you can't really undercharge much here either because switch times are coming up soon. So you don't end up leaving with extra energy. And this is kind of tough, right? Because we do see that there is still the Ice Punch loaded on Menage's Lone Sand Slash side, but I believe there's still one Shadow Claw off from the drill run. So maybe go for people who like, actually goes for the Aerial Aces instead for some chip there. Oh, interesting. It doesn't even swipe a single bubble.
Completely undercharges it, and it does literally no damage almost, then swapped in and gets one fast attack to get to the drill run. That was risky there from Menage to be able to get this knockout, but well done.
That is crazy. That's such a flex there to know that, you know what, even if I charge this Aerial Ace, it's not going to do anything. I don't need the extra damage. I just need to get to that drill run, and that was actually wild. That ended up working out too. I mean, I was watching, I was like, did Menage just give up there? But no, he just goes for the kind of flex play there and then goes to the drill run.
Wait, am I crazy though? At that point, didn't King OWT yeah, he was one fast attack away from winning that matchup, but that jump bluff threw the Aerial Ace and swapped out, so King OWT had the attack as well that he could have thrown.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think maybe just trying to throw King OWT off. I don't know. I've never seen that before where someone completely undercharges for really no actual benefits. But I wonder if it's like a psychological game where King OWT is like, oh, this guy's just given up at this point, right? And just like took the foot off the gas pedal for just half a second just to allow Menage to get to that final Shadow Claw in the drill run. That was actually insane. I've never seen anything like that. But
that was the biggest bamboozle I've literally ever seen. Because there is no point of like throwing the Aerial Ace, because all you were doing is letting another fast attack through, so that when you come into the Sand Slash that has almost no health, that means King OWT could have had enough energy to be able to hit the charge attack to knock out. Do you think he was going? I think Menage was maybe going for a cap, a charge attack priority of that Aerial Ace into an Ice Punch. Maybe that was the play, and as soon as Menage realized there's no cap happening, he's like, all right, well, I gotta undercharge this and get out of here.
I don't even know. That was a crazy match. Well, let's go game number 2 here. Menage up a game against King OWT. Let's see if King OWT can turn this thing around. This is going to be a slightly better matchup than the past year where Goliathbot wasn't running Fury Cutter, but and goes for the catches the resisted Trailblaze on the Drapion. Fantastic from the side of King OWT.
Oh, that was cool. I like that catch animation there. And King OWT, remember, just dropped his second game of the entire tournament here as Minaj took that game number 1 and then pivots to the Shadow Drapion, of course, has the Aqua Tail loaded already. It feels like, Shadow Gligar has always been such a good answer for Shadow Drapion just because you can take an Aqua Tail, but at this point, you're pretty much in Aerial Ace range anyway, so this is actually quite nice for Minaj in this situation, picking up the Protect Shield.
Yeah, honestly, catching the Trailblaze might have hurt King OWT in more ways than they could have expected, because now you are closing in on that aerial ace range, and because Gligar could already tank 1-2, you're just going to get outpaced if all the shields keep playing out here too. Oh, looking like King OWT was trying to catch there, unfortunately not able to. Not the end of the world though, because you force the Gligar to throw right when they have the aerial ace energy, so pretty much energy dry at this point in time. Both your backline Pokemon don't really appreciate the potential charge attacks from this Gligar, but you should be able to outpace with this Alolan Sandslash. Let's see if it goes for a move or not. Throws, no, actually just goes for the aggressive Shadow Claw down. I mean, this energy is still pretty valuable. Nothing in the back will resist any of this coverage, so the energy could still go a long way here for King OWT.
Yeah, the thing is, your shield isn't very valuable because at this point, you're going to resist all damage on Minaj's side for charge attacks. You resist the Body Slam, the Trailblaze, the Aerial Ace, and the second attack from Jump Love as well. So you don't really need that charge attack. You might as well get an energy advantage here. And then now suddenly, no, you actually don't get the Protect Shield back. If this is enough to knock out the Furt here, that is going to be huge. And not quite enough, so you have to take one Swift there from... Oh, look at that, 1 HP left on that Furret.
Yeah, and honestly, this might not be the worst, too, for King OWT. You get a little bit extra energy on the Alolan Sandslash. But the problem is, there's still a shield Jump Love, so in some way, you catch a energy ball on the Glide Spot, that could play favorably. And Jump Love's going to lose charge attack priority against both these remaining Pokemon too. So you can leave with the move too. It might not be the worst either. Oh, tries to catch the energy ball, doesn't quite get it, and now goes to the combo play. But this is important. The Alolan Sandslash doesn't have an Ice Punch loaded yet. So there are ways for Minaj to continue to win this game out as long as they leave with a bunch of energy.
Yeah, if you can just get an energy ball here, if you can able to knock out with the Aerial Ace or knock out with the Aerial Ace and the Fairy Wind to hold on to that energy ball. And I don't know if you can do it though. I don't know if you can Fairy Wind down because you're going to have to take 2 X-Scissors because of the pacing of this Fury Cutter. You can't let them get to 2 X-Scissors here. And I don't think you can get the Fairy Wind down. So this might be checkmate here for Minaj. I don't think you really have a play if that second X-Scissor is available unless you're at 100 energy. Just kidding. You are at 100 energy. Is this enough to have the Aerial Ace and the energy ball? I believe
so. This is going to be a lot of energy on Minaj's side. Still 1 Shadow Claw away from maybe even 2 actually. But the energy ball is there, and Minaj claims a second victory against King OWT, doubling his losses from prior to this series alone.
That's crazy. Yeah, it seemed like both times that King OWT swapped, it felt like a good swap in the moment, but kind of gave the advantage to Minaj to be able to set the tone of the rest of the battle. That last swap was able to let that Jump Pluff get 2 Aerial Aces off and still bank an Energy Ball for the back line of the Alolan Sandslash. Looks like now Minaj is going to be the only trainer in this Zygarden special event that is 6-0.
Yeah, and I believe King OWT should make it into that single elimination top 4 top cuts. But, winning all of every single series for the side of Minaj is going to give them a higher seeding, I believe, into that top cut, which would be nice. But we'll take a look at the bracket in a short bit here as we'll just look at the teams here. I mean, I still can't get over that first game, Butters. Like, in the end game there, just to, honestly, I'm really curious what Minaj's actual thought process is there. But when I saw that, from a caster standpoint or maybe viewer standpoint, I'm thinking, oh, Minaj has given up, right? He's like, all right, let's get into game number 2. I'm just like, it's like the reverse BM, right? Where you've lost, so you just throw a move and complete undercharge because there's no way you win. And that's what I was thinking when I watched that, right? And I wonder if that just got King OWT into a lull where he's like, oh, I guess I got this, right? And so just kind of forgets about the Alolan Sandslash, just 1 Shadow Call away from the Drill Run, but that was still absolutely insane.
I'm curious if anyone in chat has an idea. I think the only thing I can be thinking about is that if Minaj was trying to instantly enter the battlefield and get a charge attack priority guaranteed on his Jump Pluff, And then as soon as he saw that he didn't get that charge attack priority, he's like, oh, well, this aerial ace doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter if I charge it or undercharge it. My only win condition now is to be able to swap, get one more fast attack, get to the drill run. But in real time, it just looked really funky. And that also means King OWT had 3 turns to try to make a decision. I mean, obviously, if you've already pressed a fast attack, you can't do anything. But as soon as that undercharge was there, you kind of know that the only win condition is that swap plus drill run. And it feels like King OWT was so shocked by the bamboozle that he just let everything happen. And that's kind of how I felt in the moment, too. It was all going in slow motion, it felt like.
Definitely. I really like the double flyer strategy from Minaj as well, too, right? Draw out that, but not even draw out the Drapion, but it seems like Gligar's like usually lined up against the Drapion, and you just free up the jump love for your backline. Minaj brought a lot more jump love than I would have expected, given how strong that the Alolan Sandslash looked on the side of King OWT, but was able to play around it. It's a great entry management kind of throughout, too. We saw a little bit run back of the Alolan Sandslash mirror matches, which me back in the day was never a fan of, but because we're throwing back to things a little bit too. We do get some throwback of those matches, and it's really just who's got more guts to call the baits or just go straight for the drill runs there.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's, we're going down memory lane, and in memory lane, there are some turnoffs that were as pleasant. And that was one of them. But I mean, it's so punishing and so rewarding, obviously, if you let a double resistant ice punch through or if you let a drill run through. But the thing is, to your point, is like, yes, you are really weak to that Alolan Sandslash, but the fact that you're able to play out these matchups against the Alolan Sandslash with something else gave Jumpluff the opportunity to actually finish off that Sandslash in that game number 2 and almost have the chance to finish off that Sandslash in game number 1, except for that undercharge on the aerial ace. You actually probably, actually, I'm not going back to that moment. That moment's too bamboozling to even go back to, but I have to agree with you. Jumpluff was a huge factor in that game, and the thing is, like, to your point, the Sandslash for King OWT is just so strong because, and I think that's also why you saw King OWT double shielding the Sandslash in game number 1 early on, because you really resist a lot of the charge attacks from a majority of Minaj's team if you are expecting, obviously, that Sandslash to be out there, the Furret to be out there, the Jumpluff to be out there. It is like probably your MVP pick, so it seems reasonable to invest in it, but just didn't pay off in those 2 games. And like you mentioned, now suddenly only had 1 game loss, and now just lost 2 more. But like you said, will be able to most likely get into that top 4 and maybe have a chance at a rematch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, taking a look at the rest of the bracket as well here too, for the results that have come in confirmed, it's PCF 52 took the 2-0 victory over Blepnir. Dre Flames takes a 2-0 victory over Jojo BH. Loud Jeffs the third takes the 2-1 victory over RGR, and BTW Rogue takes a 2-0 victory over Andy. CAG takes a 2-0 victory over Flames Fan, and then Dark Phoenix takes a 2-0 victory over Too Salty for You. A few other scores have been entered in as well too. We're just waiting for that to be finalized before we cover that. But I mean, looking at the standings right now, so Minaj is definitely going to be in that top cuts. King OWT, Shaner PvP, and Lyle Jess the third are currently in the top 4 right now. I think Lyle might not be able to make it, how the rest of these results go, because there's a couple people with just higher records so far, but it'll likely be the 6-0 from Minaj and then 3, probably 5-1s from the rest of the field there too to make it to that top 4.
Yeah, because we do see, I believe, Out of Pocket is currently on these standings is still 4-1. So I don't know if and there's also some others that are 4-1, like Shiny Hunter Ben, Spooky Mafia, I believe, Cater, Kreifger, Ian, and so on. One more, Ivy Kinkito as well. So if they're able to go 5-1, possibly they can leapfrog Lyle into that top 4. So yeah, there's still more at play here. And then I think you're right. It seems actually probably very unlikely that any of these 4 and 2 trainers are gonna be able to make that top 4.
Yeah, I mean, I just looked at it too. Out of Pocket and Cater are both 4-1. So there's going to be at least one more 5-1, depending on which
Yeah.
one of those two get out. So
Yeah.
looks like those will be the likely top cut scenarios. And I'm curious if there will have any rematches. I mean, there's a potential rematch, obviously, of King OWT versus Minaj. But I mean, let's take a look at Minaj's run, because going undefeated in 6 rounds is no easy feat. I mean, only one person's done it, obviously. But let me see. So first round versus Consuela Bunny,
2-0.
and then 2-0. Let's see where Minaj ended up after that. There's a lot of players here.
Yeah, I'm looking to say against J Rev 8 also went 2-0
Yep,
against J Rev
2-0.
8. And then
Then
against
2-0 against
Goji.
Goji, or 2-1 against Goji, I should say.
Yeah.
And then 2-1 against Shaner PvP, 2-0 against Flamesand, and then we have the 2-1 against Flamesand, and then 2-0 against King OWT. A lot of these names I recognize quite a bit of too, in both some of the grassroots formats, but also in our official championship series circuit. So definitely face some heavy hitters throughout the tournament. But really interesting moveset choices for sure. I'm very curious to see what the Sludge Bomb was trying to target, I guess, on the Drapion, because I feel like I agree with you too. I think Ultra League, it makes a lot of sense, but in Great League, I feel like there's not a lot of times where you really need that Sludge Bomb, right? I mean, if you're looking at this meta, what do you think it's even covering?
I guess I was seeing earlier in the stream, we were seeing some of like the Alolan Ninetales with Charm. I don't know if maybe basically was expecting some Alolan Ninetales in one of those legacy positions, or maybe some fairy types that you were expecting to see. I guess I think Alolan Ninetales might have been the biggest target that I can think of, but otherwise, like I'm with you. Like, I mean, I guess if people with their flex picks were picking Dedenne, it could be useful in that matchup as well. But uh, other than that, you don't necessarily even need it against something like an Azumarill. I mean, you've seen that for so many seasons at this point. Like, it's not a must have. But I guess the dynamics and the dimensions of the matchups do change because you are non-shadow. So I guess having a little more punch to your charge attacks might be pretty useful.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's obviously going to do a lot better into the occasional grass types, especially jump bluff as well. So I can see the utility for it. Part of me is wondering if Minaj just maybe didn't even use it as much and was just relying on the other 5 Pokemon more so. But the situational situations you can bring that Drapion does change a lot of those matchups, because you're gonna have to worry about shielding now with Azumarill as well on top of that. So could be some interesting tech. I'm very excited to see if that pans out in future matches in that top cut.
Well, it's kind of that kind of speaks to the fascinating factor of these type of tournaments, like these formatted tournaments where, I mean, it feels like the day of literally anything can happen. So there's a bunch of people that could be getting to completely wildly different results of what they think are going to be in the meta and what they're going to be able to need to win the entire tournament. And to be able to get 6-0 and have a Sludge Bomb on that Drapion and not even really need that Sludge Bomb is impressive in itself, but could be something that you were expecting. And it's just really cool, these type of formats, like these grassroots that tournaments that will change things up all the time and kind of make it just wild. And when wild formats like this happen, wild attacks will happen. And even though Sludge Bomb isn't the wildest thing in the world, it's something that we haven't seen in a long, long time in Great League. So exciting to see a trainer like Minaj get that far with it.
Yeah, definitely. And I do really appreciate that this tournament is open team sheet as well, because sometimes you could really get cheese on some of these movesets. I was taking a look at it too when I was like team building for this as well myself, and just looking at the options, and I was like, it's it could be kind of a mess of a situation. I'm actually surprised that there wasn't as much Dedenne, I guess, in usage, because when I was looking at just general team building for this tournament, then it seemed like it'd be really strong. Like there's, outside of like ground types, there just aren't really a lot of things that shut it down, I feel like. And I mean, even against the Drapion, even if you have Sludge Bomb, if they have Shield, it's really not that bad, right?
I mean, that's kind of the story of Dedenne in general. Like, you put it in any format, and if there's no ground types, it seems like one of the strongest Pokemon in Open Great League, because I'm not calling it a sim hero, because obviously we've seen it do really, really well on the highest stage. It's an amazing Pokemon, but like on paper, if you just protect shield the first attack, and you play out the one shields like against the general meta, you're just winning a lot of things. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised either that people brought Dedenne to a format like this, because it just kind of could be a juggernaut if you're able to play it in neutral situations. But yeah, I haven't. Obviously, there wasn't a Dedenne in these teams that made it really far. We're gonna have to see if someone has a Dedenne in the top four that we'll probably be seeing fairly shortly, as soon as we figure out who is one of those last trainers going 5-1. And actually, I think there could possibly be two trainers. I was looking at the bracket that could still go 5-1. I don't know how the tiebreak would work, or maybe I'm off and it's only between out of pockets matchup.
Well, I got a little quick pop quiz for you, Butters. Out of the 58 trainers in this tournament, how many do you think brought to Dene? I did a quick count up. Out of 58.
Okay. I scrolled through earlier, and I genuinely, like, I think I saw probably like, I'm guessing I saw like 7.
Okay. No, it's actually 5 in total, and that's it.
5.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And I don't think they're on the higher performing teams, to my knowledge, but I might have missed one too. So we might have one sneaking into that top 4. But at least from the ones I've seen, yeah, I don't think any of them are. No, yeah, all the players that actually had Tadene end up eventually dropping too. So we have no Tadene in that top 4. So sims really well, I guess, but maybe doesn't perform so well in this specific tournament.
One thing that I was surprised about, I don't know if you're surprised about it, I actually saw a lot of Dustclops in one of those flex spots. I know Dustclops is so strong neutrally, it's really good right now, but when you put it against, like, I mean, metas of all times, or you put it in this current Open Great League meta, I didn't necessarily see it as that, like, must have in a flex spot, but I don't know, I felt like I saw at least 10 Dustclops, and when I was watching the stream, I saw a lot of people using it. Are you surprised by that, Caleb?
Yeah, so it's in that first slot for the team building purposes. So things that probably took precedent over it. I mean, obviously Dennis in there, but not a ton of people running that. You got Clodsire, Lapras, Talonflame, Credilli, Jumpluff. So a lot of other options. So I'm not actually super surprised at maybe not a Dustclops on like every other team, because there's a lot of value in that first slot, and I feel like you could replace Dustclops with a different type of ghost type, right, in a later slot. But I think obviously in an open Great League format, it's quite strong. But in these limited formats, I think you kind of have to prioritize some of the other picks. I mean, Credilli and Jumpluff are arguably the best 2 grass types in just Great League meta in general. So to forego the a ghost there, the Dustclops there for one of the better grasses is, I think, very valuable.
Yeah, and one last thing, I think soon we're gonna go to a quick break, and we'll be back with Top Cut after that. But I just want to say one thing, because there's also one other ghost Pokemon, Galarian Corsola, that was getting a lot of those number 1 spots, at least early on from these team sheets, which I'm not a believer in this Pokemon, especially in this current meta right now. So I'm not a believer in it. Are you a believer in it, Caleb?
I mean, I faced enough Galarian Corsola to know its potential, and there's a lot more people than even the Dene. That thing is super annoying. I don't even have one built myself because I don't have the right one to make it, nor the XLs. But even after that Nightshade nerf, it's still, in my opinion. So I think it still has a lot of play. Obviously, there's not going to be as many Diggersby in this tournament as well. So that hard wall matchup is kind of gone. Right? I mean, you have Drapman's not great for it, but you resist the poisoning damage. You can still hit back neutral power gem. So I think it's actually a really smart pick by a lot of these players. I know Out of Pocket's running one. A ton of players are about to looking at like top performing players that were running it. Shiny Hunter Ben has one as well. So I don't know. I think it's sneakily good. Why do you not like it?
Well, first off, I'm shocked that you don't have the XLs for it. As an XL master, a trading guru, I would say I would
I'm
consider
a very
you.
bad hatcher. Is my main issue.
Yeah, but you're an amazing trader, so I'm surprised that you still don't have the XLs. But I'm just not a believer in it, because I feel like it does the similar. It performs a similar role as Dusclops, but I feel like it does it in a way less flexible manner, and I feel like its potential is just limited to just the bulky Pokemon that can just win a matchup in soft win a matchup, or possibly soft lose a matchup. I don't see its flexibility on a big stage where it's like, oh, I must have that in my team of 3 going down the stretch of a championship Sunday or a day number 2 where you are going to be bringing it time and time again. It kind of just feels like a gotcha Pokemon where it's like, oh, like you didn't see a Galarian Corsola for like 8 rounds from this trainer, and then suddenly he brought it in game number 3 and he won that game. I see it more as that Pokemon and not the Pokemon like Dusclops, where it's like, okay, I could see that Pokemon like being on the battlefield for like 6 hours straight in a major tournament. I don't really have any like hard evidence besides that, but that's just how I feel from watching it and from what I've seen from it on Sims, and from I haven't tried it myself because I'm in the same situation as you. I don't have a good one.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Zoomerl in my mind, right? Like they don't hit super hard, but they just outbook so many things. And having, I guess, from my personal experience, having played against it, there's times where I'm just like, I know that I need Switch Advantage to win this game. If I don't have it, they win it, and they'll just come in Corsola, and I know no matter what, I can't overpower it. So that's gonna be, yeah, that's my take at least. And it seems like a lot of the players in this tournament at least have been doing well for that, and it seems fairly meta, but. On the flip side, meta though, we do have some very spicy teams as well. And have you seen some of these really spicy teams, brothers?
I have seen some, but I wanna put a vote to it. And if we're ready to do the spice vote, I'm ready to get into that. This is my specialty. This is like me, like if I was who's
You're kidding
that
a candy store here.
no, I was gonna say who's that amazing hot dog contest winner judging a food contest. That's just me right now. I'm locked in. This is exactly what I was meant to be doing. These teams are crazy. I'm trying to see the one on the far left as well. I believe that is JoJo. Maybe we'll start off with JoJo. And JoJo's got the Talonflame, the Frostlass, the Nidoqueen, the Shadow Quagsire, the Furret, and is that what I think it
I
is
think
in the
that's
last?
a Floette. I think
Oh,
that's not a Florges. I think that's a Floette, right? Am I mistaken?
I think
The
so.
second stage evolution, actually, of Florges, which is kind of wild. But yeah, I mean, it is indeed a Floette. So that by itself already is super crazy for a team competition.
For a second, I thought it was this goated Pokemon when I was trying to look in. I don't know if you can see my screen.
Latvian? Yeah.
Yeah, for a
No,
second.
only you are crazy enough to run something like that. But Floette is a pure fairy type as well. Vine Whip, Dazzling Gleam, Psychic. I mean, it's an interesting one too. I mean, let's take a look at the second team here. We got Salty for you here. Let me just pull up this specific team because yeah, I'm too salty for you. Running the Tinkaton, the Dugong, Trevenant, Diggersby, Blastoise, and Scizor. No shadows either, all non-shadow. And Trevenant, I feel like it's just a real blast from the past, right? I mean, this is the definition of something old, right? In the something old, something new tournament here. But used to be an absolute powerhouse in both the grass and ghost role, but kind of been pushed to the wayside a bit. But I would say these days it definitely counts as a spicy and
I'm sorry to say this because I'm too salty for you is a local for mine, but this is like a Vince Carter Doug contest. This is over. It's not even close. It's this last team, BCP 52, with the Shadow Dusclops, the Shadow Cresselia, Shadow Charizard, Drapion, I believe Shadow as well, Shadow Bayleaf, and a Shadow Aerodactyl. 6 shadows. Those last 2 Pokemon, ridiculously spicy. So everyone can vote for however they want to vote, but
yeah,
I feel like there's a strong
the books
case
a little
there.
bit here, Butters.
No.
No. What I will say is, I think that team. Okay, I'll put it this way: if none of these Pokemon were even Shadow, it would be a really spicy team. But the fact that it's also all Shadow is absolutely wild. I believe I saw PCF play in a play Pokemon tournament once, and also had 6 Shadows as well too. I think it had a Shadow Scraggy or something, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
Wait, what?
Or Scrafty? I don't know. But I've seen PCF run some really wild stuff, so it doesn't surprise me that they're also in contention for voting here. So be sure to get your votes in though in the chat and see who's been running the spiciest team here. Spiciest team does get a $20 reward as well too, and probably the eternal praise of Two Butters.
Yeah, exactly. This is a big deal here. So make sure to vote for your favorite. Of course, don't be swayed by those 6 shadows necessarily because we were so excited by them.
or the Aerodactyl or Bayleaf or Charizard for that matter.
Yeah, exactly. Because also there is, part of the tournament is trying to do really well in the tournament too. So who could also maybe balance some of that spice with also balancing a team that could be viable for the tournament. That's also impressive too, because you can't get too spicy. I think a lot of our spice heroes are always those spice heroes that take that spice to the absolute limit as well, because that's what makes it most exciting. So we want to see your votes. Who is the spiciest team of this Zygarden special event?
Yeah, okay, so correction here. So PCF did play at Sacramento this season with a 5 Shadow team. Shadow Bayleaf, Shadow Cresselia, Shadow Gyarados, Shadow Piloswine, Shadow Typhlosion, and then non-Shadow Scrafty. So I remember the Scrafty for sure, but the whole team was kind of
Is
wild.
Shadow
So
Scrafty even in the game? I didn't want to call you out like that,
I don't think so. That's why when I said it, I was like, I might be kind of wrong on this one. But that being said, seems like PCF want to up their game and bring a 6 Shadow this time around instead. And the Aerodactyl is just actually wild. I mean, if you're playing into this team, I don't really know. It's not even like just fast attack oriented with like Aerodactyl and Bayleaf, but then you got like Cresselia, Dusclops, Charizard, like a lot of charge attack damage and pressure as well too. Yeah, I'm genuinely curious how does PCF do in this tournament, because that's a pretty wild thing to run.
13th.
Yeah.
Or in this tournament. I was gonna say, if you're quoting the Sacramento tournament where
the Sacramento tournament, yes, yeah.
PCF got 13th, going 9-5 in total games won and lost with that insanely spicy team. So I was
PCF
mentioning
won 3-3 in this tournament, so still really solid, above the 50%. The top half of the competitors as well. And honestly, I feel for anyone that PCF faced. Actually, no. PCF is actually tied essentially for 18th. 18th through 25th all have the same exact record in games won. Actually pretty solid stuff actually in that, and just short off of that the stretch of players that were 4-2.
Look, I don't want to influence, once again, I want to say that in a non-biased way, but looking at the trader profile of PCF is the coolest trader profile I have ever seen. They've competed in 5 tournaments, and the teams are just ridiculously spicy. So well done to PCF, competing in 5 separate championship series tournaments with absolutely insanely red hot spicy teams. I am a fan. I wasn't aware of your game until this moment, but PCF, you have a new fan.
Yeah, I mean, you thought you brought a lot of spice to Sacramento with your toxicity, but this person was also at that same tournament and also actually played a lot better. So maybe you should hit up PCF for some team building advice down the road.
I actually remember hearing stories about this because I was at the players table and someone was like talking about how they just lost to this team and just like devastated about how I think they got like swept like with the Shadow Piloswine in the back line. I remember something like that. I was just like, who ran this team? And they're like, yeah, they have.
Was it Flying Pizza? Because Flying Pizza did get 2-0'd by or got 4-0'd actually by PCF. Flying Pizza, fantastic player, but lost against
Yes,
PCF twice. Went 0-2 both times.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. I think it was actually Flying Pizza telling the story. So sorry, Flying Pizza, but yeah, that must have been rough. A tough matchup, had the full meta team versus that full off meta team.
Wait. Well, I think the results are actually in Butters, and
yeah.
I will say Even if you got a vote here, unfortunately, PCF would not have taken first here. First place goes to JoJo VH with the 10 votes. The Floettes carrying the team in the votes is what I would assume. PCF 52 with 8 votes. And then I'm too salty for you. Unfortunately, didn't get enough votes to contend with the other two players. But yeah, big congrats to JoJo VH. I'm going to look up real quick how JoJo did as well in this tournament because, again, wouldn't be surprised with a pretty high finish here as well. But let's see here. Probably, yeah.
Congratulations. Go ahead.
Yeah, JoJo did go the 2-4 route. So just one less win than PCF. Actually, right underneath the standings, PCF at 25, JoJo at 26. But only one can win the Spiciest Award, and that's actually going to go to JoJo. So congrats to JoJo on the Spiciest team. Enjoy your $20 as well, and the results from the Floette too. I mean, definitely. I don't know. I'm one of those people that. I mean, luckily it's open team sheet because if I face a Floette, I wouldn't even know what moves it'd be theoretically running.
Yeah, I'd be literally Googling Floette for everything. So I would have no idea either. But congratulations to JoJo on winning that prize. I feel like that Floette just earned a golden bottle cap one day. So maybe use that prize money for your best pick that the chat loved. But congratulations. That's awesome to see. That's obviously such a fun part of grassroots, but just tournaments in general, being able to win or try to compete with different solutions to the problems at hand. I am a huge fan and believer in that. So congratulations to JoJo VH.
Yeah, definitely. We have ourselves 2 final matches to finalize here before we get into that top cut. One that I'm eyeing pretty carefully here is going to be that out-of-pocket match versus Cater, because the winner of that will almost definitely make it into that top 4. So it's a pretty contentious match here. Although we do actually, this is actually pretty interesting though. We have a lot of 5-1s already, so it might not even make a difference here. But King OWT isn't going to be in that second slot for sure, in all likelihood. So has a spot there. Shayna PP as well, 5-1 with 15 wins. So just behind King OWT there, and then Spooky Mafia at 5-1 and 15 wins, as well as Ivy. Ken Keto with 5-1 and 50 wins. So actually kind of a very interesting kind of 4-way tie here too. So we'll see, obviously there's going to be tiebreakers in terms of like how it's actually calculated, but this top 4 is actually going to be pretty close.
Yeah, because also I feel like right now at least they are listed in order of like, even though they're tied at 5-1, they are listed in order of their games record. So it looks like Shaner, PvP, King OWT has the best record of all of them so far. Shaner PvP is 11-4. Spooky Mafia is 11-4. There, that would be tied right now for 3rd and 4th. And then Ivy is underneath that at 10-5. So I would say probably if they are going by your actual record in this tournament to determine if you will be in this top 4, it is possible that some of those trainers like Ivy have been eliminated. Oh, actually, no, never mind. There's a completely different other category under it. There's the what is that called? The buckholes points.
Yep.
So there's another category under that where it is probably determined by that, and it seems like, let's see where like out of pocket, if he was able to win this, he's very short in those amount of points. I'm not sure even if he does go 5-1 if he's gonna be able to reach that top 4.
Yeah, the super interesting part is Shaner PvP has the same buckhole score as Spooky Mafia as well, and they have the same exact like win rate as well. So maybe there'll be some other type of tiebreaker to figure that one out, because if they're completely tied, and let's say a winner of Out of Pocket or Cater bumps up above Shaner and Spooky Mafia, then you're going to have a tie for that 4th and 5th place spot. So curious to see how that goes. As we wrap up our, I think we have 1 or 2 final matches. We're going to take a quick break to a video, and we'll be back with some top cut action.
Hi trainers, Telegraph Train here with Zygarden, taking a look at the Chrono meta, something old, something new. This meta takes a look back at the last 3 years of competitive Pokemon Go at Play Pokemon events. Let's start back in Yokohama, Japan 2023. Medicham was top meta, closely followed by Galarian Stunfisk, Noctowl, and Trevenant. These Pokemon and their counters dominated the meta for years. In 2024, we saw the rise of versatile Pokemon like Gligar, Charjabug, and Vigoroth. They offered a lot of neutral play into the meta. We also saw a rise of Pokemon that were highly specialized in their roles, like the fast move pressure of Skeledirge, Altaria, and Wigglytuff. After Worlds 2024, a huge meta shift occurred as many of the top attacks such as Counter, Wing Attack, and Mudshot were nerfed. In the new 2025 season, Clodsire had dominant performances across all international competitions. The Latin American International Championships saw a huge rise in Ariados, while European internationals saw a rise in Kanto Marowak and Galarian Corsola. The Delightful Days season came with another big move update and shift that brought Dedenne and Cradily into the meta at NAIC. But there are Pokemon that have been dominant across multiple seasons. Those Pokemon make up the All-Stars category. Pokemon like Azumarill, Drapion, and Feraligatr have found their way to the top and have consistently been a threat to trainers who didn't respect their power. These four categories are the pillars of the last 3 years of competitive Pokemon in the Championship Series. For the last 2 slots, we encourage you to bring what feels right to you. Bring your favorite, bring your core breakers, bring your spice. Trainers, I'll see you on the battlefield. Hello, amazing trainers. I am Telegraph Train, and today I'm thrilled to guide you through the Zygarden website, where your competitive Pokemon journey comes to life. To embark on this fantastic adventure, simply click on the link on your screen now. This will open the doors to the Zygarden landing page, where the magic begins. Here, you can effortlessly sign in using Google, Facebook, or Discord, empowering you to connect with fellow trainers from across the globe. As you set up your account, take a moment to infuse it with your unique spirit. Enter your in-game trainer name, friend code, country, and time zone. This is your introduction to the community where your presence will shine brightly.
All right, welcome back. Caleb, are you with me?
I am.
Okay, cool. All right, we are back, and looks like we're going to be getting into our final four to see who will be winning these prizes in this Zygarden special event. I'm going to take a look at the bracket, see if there has been any updates. Oh, we're actually seeing the bracket right here. So looks like this is going to be the top four. We got Menage Unbound, Spooky Mafia, King OWT, and Shaner PvP in this top four.
All right, and there's always going to be that potential for the Menage versus King OWT rematch. Speaking of rematches too, Shaner PvP can also get a rematch against Menage too if both of those players win. So definitely some potential grudge matches down the road. But Menage is going to have to get through Spooky Mafia first to have a chance there. Quick update too for anyone that was curious about tiebreakers as well. So the primary order of things is match wins. So obviously one player going 6-0, Menage is going to take that, and then the rest are 5-1s. And then there's the Buckles score, and then battle wins, and then least battles loss is going to be order of tiebreakers. So we do end up getting our top four here because of those tiebreakers. So every battle does count.
Because we see actually the trainer that was left out just on the bubble out of pocket was exactly tied in Buckhole's points with Shaner PvP and Spooky Mafia, and tied exactly with games won at 11. But that final and last tiebreaker, the least amount of games lost. Spooky Mafia and Shaner PvP only had 4 games lost, and out of pocket had 5. So it was just literally 1 game out of getting that top 4.
Yeah, so just a bit short here, but a very competitive tournament for sure for all these players, and definitely excited to see so many players participating in it too, and definitely follow Zygarden if you would like to participate in a tournament yourself in the future. I want to see some more spicy floette being used.
Yeah, exactly. I know I do. That's all I want to see at this point. That's what I'm so low elo in GBL right now. That's exactly what I see. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not struggling that bad. But all right, we do have our top four. This is an exciting top four. Obviously, we've seen two of these trainers just on stream earlier. I actually want to look real quick at the teams of the two trainers that we didn't see. So let's look at possibly if we can look at either Spooky Mafia or Shaner PvP. That would be the most interesting here. So we got Spooky Mafia with the Shadow Jump Pluff, the Lantern, the Water Gun Lantern. Now that really, and the Noctowl. Okay, now this really does feel like a legacy tournament, doesn't it, Caleb?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even Annihilate thrown in there is. I mean, Annihilate has some play here or there in certain metas, but definitely more so in past metas than this current one. So good to see some of that as well. I mean, yeah, the Water Gun Lantern is going to look pretty strong, I think, for the side of Spooky Mafia. Jellicent is going to be a lot better into the Water Gun variants, but Water Gun going to be pretty good for damage against that Gligar. So your only ground type, unfortunately, is not a Lantern counter. But on the flip side of things, Minaj does have that Energy Ball Jump Love. Obviously, going to be a lot worse in that mirror matchup, but a lot better into that Water Gun Lantern. I mean, it's going to be great into Lantern in general, but not being able to wall off the charge attacks of Jump Love that Lantern usually would, and the current Jump Love movesets of choice these days is going to be a much tougher position for Spooky Mafia's Lantern. But yeah, that Noctowl, that's going to be an interesting one because Wing Attack got nerfed a little bit ago. So did Sky Attack, right? So the pacing to the Sky Attack in Shadow Ball is not as good as it used to be. But Noctowl in itself, though, still one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League.
I think in its favor, though, at least from what I see, Spooky Mafia Shadow Scizor looks really good against Menage's team. Like, there's no exactly a hard counter against it. I mean, Jellicent can beat it in certain scenarios, but there's also ways that Scizor can get that Jellicent in the lead matchup at least and knock it out if you use both your shields, and then you maybe have to swap on the final Surf. But at least if you do want one Pokemon to match with that Shadow Scizor, Noctowl is not terrible, because if you're going to expect maybe some Jellicent or some Jumpluff out of the side of Menage, which I actually don't see that being unreasonable, given the rest of Spooky Mafia's team, having the Jumpluff, having a Lantern, having a Shadow Annihilate, I feel like Jumpluff is a pretty viable pick. I also think Jellicent is going to be a really, really strong must-have pick for Menage. So we actually might see some Noctowl. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Shadow Scizor and Noctowl Core.
Yeah, I think that's a really strong pairing for sure. I mean, one of the things that I think could give Scizor a little bit of trouble is that turret. Just Sucker Punch and generate some damage adds up pretty quickly. It's not really, all the charge attacks are resistant on the Scizor, but Sucker Punch alone can be pretty annoying. So we're going to have to see how Menage is going to deal with this Shadow Scizor. But I do agree with you. I think the Shadow Scizor is going to be pretty strong here. As we have the jump up into Jellicent to start things off, going to be, generally speaking, a better matchup for Spooky Mafia right here, because I mean, you just have hard hitting neutral damage, right? At the same time, too, it is a Shadow Jump Up, so the Shadow Balls are going to add up against the from the Jellicent. But first, Acrobatics is going to connect.
Reaching for the Shadow Ball here. We do see in the back line of Spooky Mafia having that Shadow Scizor and having the Shadow Typhlosion. I don't yet see the back line of Menage, but here comes the Drapion with that Sludge Bomb with the Crunch. Just going to try to go for a really greedy fast attack down. The problem is, because you're non-Shadow, these Poison Stings are not doing enough. Was this a bait also? No, it actually was the full Acrobatics got properly Protect Shielded from Menage.
I do like that play. Oh, and here's the thing, right? Without Aqua Tail, you're a lot slower in this matchup, right? Crunch is still going to do a lot of damage, but this is not going to be as favorable for the Drapion as in other matchups too. Goes for extra Incinerate damage too. Oh my gosh, going up to 2 Thunder Punches at this point as well. Next Crunch comes through. Definitely have to shield the Spooky Mafia here, because you have just way too much energy loaded up here. Do you go for the next extra Incinerate is the real question. No, go straight for the Thunder Punch. Back to back is loaded. I do like this play from Spooky Mafia because Menage knows that there's no way that they can, field this and get off another move because the other Thunder Punch is loaded. Goes for the optimization, gets the Thunder Punch as well, getting a ton of value out of this Shadow Typhlosion.
I mean, able to pretty much get all that damage in with the Incinerate, able to get the knockout, the Thunder Punch, able to get a Protect Shield, able to get the last remaining energy from the Surf. And now the factor is, can you get the Bullet Punch down on this Scizor to try to get that energy advantage for the backline? Here comes the Scizor trying to get that Bullet Punch down. You're not going to be able to get it before the Surf. Do you try to swap? And there it is, trying to swap on the Surf. But the patience from Minaj here to swap into the Furret. Now the Furret is going to be able to get the full farm down, but first take the Acrobatic.
This Acrobatics is nice, but Furret with this much energy is going to be pretty annoying for the Scizor as well. Really great catch attempt from Spooky Mafia, but even better patience from Minaj. That's a lot of damage, though. If you could get the full Bullet Punch down, this might be pretty good, because even though the Jellicent left with energy, the thing is, if you win Charge Attack priority, you're fine, right? I mean, I don't know what the timer's at, too, if swap is even possible here to maybe
It's going to be so close.
Oh, it's going to be super close as well, too. A combo play might be possible if the Bullet Punch damage did not knock out the Purge.
I think it comes down to this. Does the Swift knock out the Shadow Scizor? If it knocks out, and yes, does knock out the Shadow Scizor.
That's huge for Minaj as well, not even needing the final Surf there in the end. But getting that farm down on that jump up definitely paved the way for that victory there. I mean, great plays from Spooky Mafia as well, too, but just not enough book on the Scizor. I mean, we talked about how strong Scizor is into this team, and it is definitely strong, but you just kind of like chip it down progressively, and even throwing the resisted Swift is just enough.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, the back line just needed too many shields, because obviously the Shadow Typhlosion used the shields, and then the back line of the Shadow Scizor didn't have any shields remaining, so had to try to use the Jump Puff as a third shield. But the patience there from Minaj to hold on to that Surf, and so that Scizor had to leave that Furret matchup with an attack banked, or else it was going to lose the matchup. And I think that Swift was just about the right damage to secure the knockout. Maybe if you took one less Sucker Punch, you might have been able to hold down, got that Night Slash, be able to knock out the Jellicent. Really close in-game there, but well played by Minaj.
Yeah, wow. This is why Minaj has not lost a series just yet. I mean, it didn't look great for Minaj from an early standing point. But it ended up working out quite well there too. Not the best of leads, and then the farm down from the Typhlosion was pretty scary. But even without Aqua Tail, still able to grab both shields from Typhlosion, paved the way for the rest of the match.
That's where you thought that he would be punished for not having Aqua Tail, was in that matchup in particular. But the pacing on the Poison Sting, not only were you able to get the 2 Protect Shields, you forced the Thunder Punch as well, because you would have gone into one more crunch to secure the knockout. So that Drapion also would have not got that many charge attacks or forced that many charge attacks if it was Shadow, because it would have got knocked out by the Incinerate damage. So that's actually a key factor in Minaj's favor for not having the Shadow here. And this is a fantastic comeback lead for Spooky Mafia, getting the Shadow Typhlosion into the jump bluff. We're going to see an instant pivot into the Furret here, and it looks like it is counter swapped by the Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to see it as well. And this is going to be really strong for Spooky Mafia, because not only do you get the counter down here, we have the double super effective Ice Punch as well for the jump up. So it's not going to be easy for the jump up to come back into the matchup either. As we see, the aggressive farm down does get it, and there's no health to farm off of this Annihilate as well. You're throwing Ice Punch either way, so even if you come in the Drapion, the energy's still going to go somewhere. Oh, actually goes for the Rage Fist instead. Interesting play.
Yeah, blind throws the Rage Fist. I don't know what maybe Spooky Mafia was expecting, but it's not
Maybe
very effective.
Yeah,
maybe it was expecting the Jellicent, because you saw that jump off Jellicent core the game before, but Protect Shielding, once again, we have that same matchup for last time of this Drapion into the Shadow Typhlosion, Protect Shielding on that crunch here, and you are at double Thunder Punch, and you're in range of probably knocking out with that Thunder Punch, so going ahead and throwing that energy, and I would be surprised if you do see a Protect Shield here from Minaj. Minaj just let that Drapion go.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough, though, because how do you... Well, yeah, because this is their final Pokemon, right? So they can't really do anything else, right? So it's really tough, because you know that there's energy on the Typhlosion, and this is where not having the Aqua Tail is going to hurt you a bit, because the pacing is just way too slow to keep up with the Typhlosion damage here. But this is getting really tough for Minaj. I mean, we haven't even seen the jump up yet on the side of Spooky Mafia, but things are looking pretty dire. And this jump off also doesn't have acrobatics, so not even a lot of ways to deal with that. I think at this point in time too, Minaj is probably thinking like, I'm probably gonna lose this anyway, but I want to at least see the third Pokemon so I can kind of plan out ahead how the next game goes.
Yeah, gets that last Protect Shield from Spooky Mafia there, and here comes the last Protect Shield from Minaj as well. Looks like you might be able to see that last Pokemon if it is swapped in right here. Nope, going for the Incinerate. This is going to be enough to knock out the Shadow Typhlosion, so you will have that Jump Pluff reveal, but it will be too little too late for Minaj because this Jump Pluff has almost 0 health, and it's just going to get Fairy Wind down here in a dominant game number 2 for Spooky Mafia to tie up this series 1-1, and we're going into decisive game number 3.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup for Minaj. The more I look at it, too. I mean, we talked about how good Shadow Scizor is, but Shadow Typhlosion is pretty unchecked as well on the side of Spooky Mafia. So you can just comfortably bring that out, right? Like, even if you get stuck into a Jellicent, you can still hit back with super effective Thunder Punch, right? Like, they're not going to be able to hex you down, so you can take the extra hex damage, no problem. And on top of that, the Drapion doesn't have an Aqua Tail on the side of Minaj, which we saw this in back-to-back games, but the pacing just not as it's just not there, right, compared to the Typhlosion. And it really changes the dynamics of that matchup. Even if Crunch is enough to threaten a KO if you land it, just needing one extra poison sting every time to get to it changes that matchup completely.
I think you're completely right. And for Minaj, it does make sense to kind of just throw the Drapion out there because it's neutrally kind of strong, but it just keeps getting locked in. And imagine also if it gets locked into against a Shadow Scizor matchup. Yes, you will be able to resist the Night Slash and the Trailblaze, but the fact that you're slower in your pacing and you don't have that charge attack to knock out a Scizor or threaten it at low health, and you have to go for Crunch every single time, kind of puts it in that clunky situation. But to your point, I think Jellicent, even though you can fight back with Shadow Scizor or Shadow Typhlosion on the side of Spooky Mafia, I feel like Jellicent is definitely the play in this game number 3. I feel like Minaj is probably going to bring that back. Remember, Minaj is 6-0 going into this top 4 here and really trying to get this championship matchup. Maybe it'll be a rematch, but looks like we have the lock-in here. This is decisive game number 3. We got that Drapion, and there we go. That's why you get the Sludge Bomb. We were saying all that stuff for nothing because you love it in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And this is not too bad either because you can throw the Crunch and dip out if you like. You're going to outpace the Annihilate here. Not having Aqua Tail here is not going to hurt you that much either. But I would assume Minaj just swaps out probably to the Jellicent right after. Yeah, just go for the aggressive Hex down here. You could tank the first Rage Fist, no problem. And honestly, if you get full Hex down, you might have to shield a second Rage Fist. Yeah, you definitely have to shield a second Rage Fist if that's Reach. This damage is still going to go pretty far here. Does Spooky Mafia get to the Rage Fist? No, does not. That's actually huge for Minaj. Leaving with this much energy as well. And let's not forget the Drapion is still in the back, and it only got a few counters worth of damage, but it's still fairly healthy. And of course, you got the Fur. I like the Fur as well as an option to cover the potential Typhlosion or even Scizor in the back. That Sucker Punch damage is just really solid in those situations. And Fur does win shields up against Typhlosion, unless you're really
undercharging this.
In. Yeah.
It's still enough to knock out. Here comes the Drapion, the instant swap into the Typhlosion, but now you have a little bit of an energy advantage, but you're getting quite low. If you try to stay in here, you might just get incinerated down. I think you probably will get to this next Crunch, but also you have that opportunity to swap into your Furret if you are Minaj here, getting that first Protect Shield from the Shadow Typhlosion. Now Shadow Typhlosion got the defense dropped as well, so now it's taking all this extra Sucker Punch damage, going for the bait for the Thunder Punch, but I believe at this point you're going to need to have to double bait the Thunder Punch and get to a Blast Burn or possibly the Thunder Punch, a third Thunder Punch.
Yeah, that deep defense drop is actually huge for Minaj as well because the Sucker Punch damage is what's really threatening in these matchups with shields up against Typhlosion. It's already frail, taking extra Sucker Punch damage. And Sucker Punch is just like one of those annoying moves where it does a lot of damage. And sneakily so, right? It's a non-stab move for Furret on top of it, but still just chunking away at the health bar. There's no charge stack that's even been landed against a Typhlosion yet, but it just does so much here as we're going to see additional chip damage. And here's the problem. You can't Fairy Wind this down. You have to throw Acrobatics even. Aerial is not going to be enough. So you need to expend a lot of this energy, but let's not forget there's still the Drapion in the back. In comes the Drapion. Aerial is going to be thrown to take this out, but that Fur is still pretty healthy.
It's not over though, because I think there is a Thunder Punch available. I think Spooky Mafia swapped with the Thunder Punch, so if you can get to this Aerial Ace, and it looks like you can get to the Aerial Ace, now all you have to do is get to this Furret in range of Thunder Punch. If I'm not mistaken, I think Spooky Mafia does have the Thunder Punch banked here, and that Thunder Punch will be enough to be able to knock out. And do we see the Thunder Punch? Yes!
Oh, it
The
came
Thunderpunch is
out.
there! And Spooky Mafia is going to be able to win it!
A little pause there as well for dramatic effect to keep everyone on bated breath, but huge plays from Spooky Mafia. Even Debuff was able to still come out with a Thunder Punch for later. And of course, you're not winning Charge Attack Priority against Shadow Type Lotion. So Spooky Mafia unseats Minage's undefeated run, and I believe that does knock Minaj out of the tournament. Really unfortunate for Minaj as well, going undefeated all the way until here, but that's kind of how these top cut single elimination formats go. And yeah, a fantastic place from Spooky Mafia as well, especially after losing that first game to kind of reverse sweep there, with a fairly unconventional team as well, but just relying heavily on the hard hitting shadow Pokemon on their side spelled victory for Spooky Mafia.
I feel like that was a perfect demonstration of both of these trainers' teams about how well they've executed all tournament. On one side, you see Minaj leading with that Drapion into the jump up, finally showing us why Sludge Bomb could be better, and then also having that extra bulk against the swap in of the Annihilate, the Throw the Crunch, swap out, get a Hex down. You thought that opener from Minaj was super dominant against Spooky Mafia. But then in Spooky Mafia's side, the onslaught of literally just aerial aces and thunder punches. I believe that in-game was determined by 3 thunder punches and 2 aerial aces was able to win it for Spooky Mafia. The pressure from the Shadow Pokemon just overwhelmed Minaj in the end and was able to advance into the championships here in this Zygarden special event.
Yeah, I really liked how Spooky Mafia just safe swapped the Annihilate, right? Knowing that it'll draw out the Jellicent. Once you draw that out, it frees up the rest of your matchup for that Typhlosion into the rest of the backline. So as we take a look at this quick bracket as well, too, it looks like Spooky Mafia will be going against Shaner PvP. Shaner PvP with a 2-0 victory over King OWT. So that's a big one as well, too. Both were looking for a rematch against Minaj potentially, but they will be Shaner PP will be facing off against Spooky Mafia instead. I'm genuinely curious if they faced off at any point in time in this bracket. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I'm going to just do a quick glance and see if that's. I don't think they faced off, so this might be their first time matching up in this tournament.
Well, we will get that rematch, I believe, for third place between King OWT and Minaj. So that rematch is happening, it's just not in the championship side.
Yeah, so to confirm, this is definitely the first time Shaner PvP and Spooky Mafia are facing off against each other. But I guess it looks like Minaj was going to get rematch against someone no matter what. So it kind of works out too. I don't know if King OWT loves that rematch or not, but hey, might be able to flip things around this second time around.
And can we go ahead and take a look of this matchup between, if it is available, Shaner PvP and Spooky Mafia, just to see the team breakdown? I don't know if it is, because I believe maybe it's not updated quite yet, but maybe if we could look at Shaner PvP's team, just to get a little bit of some knowledge how Shaner PvP might end up matching up. Has the Tinkatong, has the Charjabug, Swampert, Diggersby, Shadow Malamar, and Shadow Drifloon. A completely different team from what we've been seeing. A lot of these trainers that have made it really far came to different conclusions of what would be strong in this meta. And how about those picks of the Shadow Malamar and Shadow Drifloon? It's going to be pretty wild in this finals matchup versus the Shadow Scizor and the Shadow Typhlosion and Shadow Jumpluff. So there's going to be a lot of damage going out both ways.
Yeah, that's something I love about this format is that you can be really creative and different with your team building compared to your opponents. I mean, we have 0 overlapping Pokemon out of 12, right? Which is kind of wild. So, given that the first four slots are kind of set slots, you have to pick one thing of, and then the final 2 as they're flexible slots, but also could be overlap there. But actually 0 overlap on the side of both trainers here. This Tinkaton looks pretty solid. For Shaner PvP. It has play into literally everything, right? Yeah, it's not going to appreciate a drill run from like a lone sand slash, but it's a non-shadow lone sand slash, and you have bulldoze as well for yourself.
Yeah, but well, I'll stop you here. But that's not the matchup, though. That's the old matchup.
Sorry, that was the old matchup.
Yeah, that's why Shader PvP was able to win, because it did have some good matchups.
I was onto something. I was just a little slow to realize it. So that does make sense. The Tinkaton, I guess, popped off. But we do have the Tinkaton going to be some action into Spooky Mafia side of things. The Typhlosion, though, does look pretty strong into the team of Shaner PvP. So we're going to have to see how that plays out, too. Because that Typhlosion, Spooky Mafia was just playing really well in that last game. We didn't see any knocked out or Lantern, though, actually. It was just like the same 4 Pokemon for the most part.
Yeah, but once again, Noctowl might have a matchup against that Ghost type of the Shadow Driftblim, but Shadow Driftblim does have that Icy Wind to throw back at the Noctowl. But yeah, Noctowl, an interesting pick. We haven't seen it yet. I thought that if we were going to see it, it definitely was going to be against a Jellicent team. But let's see how it looks here. It's actually looking okay versus something like the Swampert and against the Driftblim, but then we'll just really struggle against the Tinkatong and Charjabug. Charjabug is quite interesting against a Spooky Mafia's team as well. I mean, obviously you have that Shadow Typhlosion, but if we look at Spooky Mafia's team once again, if we can, I feel like Charjabug might be looking okay versus that squad from what I remember. Because it does have the Lantern, the Noctowl, the Annihilate, the Scizor, because you're able to resist that bullet punch. So I feel like Charjabug does have some opportunity if you can take care of the Typhlosion.
The Water Gun Lantern is actually not bad into Chargebug. It's actually quite solid. And there's no Earthquake on the Swampert. So I actually expect to see a lot of Lantern, right? It has play into the Tingaton, the Chargebug, the Swampert, the Diggersby, like it's safe into everything, you know?
Yeah.
So why not bring it, right? You know, it doesn't really heartbeat much, to be fair. Like even Diggersby, you could get hit by a Scorching Sand, which kind of isn't the best at times, but it doesn't hard lose to anything either. So like I could see this. If I were to guess, I think Lantern's coming into every single game, you know, because it's just like a very flexible Pokemon for your team. You don't have to really worry too much about spending shields on it. You know, you get some value against everything with it, which is always interesting because usually Lantern isn't this unchecked, but it's been out of the meta so long, I can see why people might not have clear answers to a Lantern these days. But this is honestly the perfect game for Lantern, if I were to say.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think this is going to be a legacy tournament for a reason because we might definitely see that Lantern action in this battle. And other than that, there's no like clear Pokemon that you want to bring into every game. I feel like Jumpluff is actually going to be pretty neutral against mostly everything. Obviously, you really don't want to take the Icy Wind damage from that Drifblim, but if you double shield the Shadow Jumpluff versus Shadow Drifblim, it's really not that terrible. And even against Tinkaton, it's really not like the end of the world matchup. So it's also a Pokemon that I think Spooky Mafia and we saw Minaj leaning on that Jumpluff a lot in this tournament. So maybe some Jumpluff Lantern. Maybe just replacing the Trevenant with the Jumpluff. Just run a Shadow Jumpluff Lantern Noctowl and just throw that trio out there and see what it can do.
Yeah. I think
actually, take the floor for 1 second. I just need to grab a tissue real quick. I'll be back in like 20 seconds.
Yeah, totally fair. Yeah, I mean, again, these teams are looking pretty solid too. I think the Typhlosion is going to be overall not too hard to use either outside the Swampert. But you know, outside of that, it's a little bit harder to pilot, I think, because you have a lot of fast attack pressure from the Malamar, the Astonish Drifblim. I mean, Muchon does more damage than it used to as well, so that matchup's kind of bad if there's shields, but also you're just throwing resistant attacks the entire time. But I'm expecting a lot of Lantern in this match. So let me know in chat if you feel the same way or not. I don't have my chat pulled up because my Wi-Fi is down, so I'm looking only at a Discord stream. But yeah, let everyone know. Have that discussion here. But I believe one of our trainers is locked in already. We have one more about to lock in, as this is going to be the final rounds. And winner takes all here. Who do you got your money on, Tua Butters, if you had money on this match? Which, of course, we do not because we're not gambling. But,
we
but
do not,
in the
but
metaphorical sense.
I do want to point out that there is money on the line. There are prizes on the line for these
That's
trainers.
true.
Whoever gets first, second, third, I believe, do get some extra prizing as well. So there is stuff on the line, money on the line for these trainers. So that is very nice for this grassroots tournament by Zygarden here. You know what? I'm gonna go with Spooky Mafia. I don't feel strongly about it because I've also haven't seen Shaner PvP, so it might just be recency bias, but I really like excuse me, very sorry. Having some allergies today. Thank you. I really like the combination of the Shadow Typhlosion, the Shadow Scizor, the flexibility of Lantern in this matchup, just the overwhelming shadow damage from Spooky Mafia, especially going in that last matchup where you feel like that trainer is out of it and able to put on the damage to come back into the game, into the series to win it all. I'm going with Spooky Mafia to take it all here.
Yeah, I think you're onto something. I mean, obviously the Lantern looks really strong. The Typhlosion has a lot of play too. I think it definitely could go over to Spooky Mafia. But one thing that I think is super underrated on the side of Shaner PvP side is that Shadow Malamar. It has so much fast attack pressure and just damage in general. It can muscle through that Shadow Typhlosion. The only thing it really has to watch out for is that Scizor. But I mean, it's not Fury Cut or Scizor, right? So if you're landing foul play, it can still do some damage there too. So I'll say I'm gonna go with Trainer PvP. Just to balance out our predictions a bit too. But I truly think that Shao Malmar can have a lot of utility into the side of Spooky Mafia if played right. You don't really want to jump bluff, but outside of that, like it's not as safe as the Lantern is for the side of Spooky Mafia, but it is still very safe, and that damage is much more overwhelming than the Lantern damage.
I actually agree with the fact that Shadow Malamar is going to be super strong because you have a unique team composition from Shaner PvP where you have two Pokemon that will resist Bullet Punch, which is kind of rare in the Open Grade League meta right now because you have Charge Bug and Swampert. Then you have Diggersby with that double super effective Fire Punch. So you have 3 counters for the Shadow Scizor to keep it possibly on the bench. So I think Shadow Malamar might be a mainstay in this matchup. We are going to be in the championships here of the Zygarden special event. It is Spooky Mafia versus Shaner's PvP. We got that Water Gun Lantern. This is a legacy tournament for a reason. Lantern is on the battlefield versus Tinkaton, taking the super effective Bulldoze.
Fantastic lead for Shaner PvP. And in comes this Shadow Malmar. Now, you can see Spooky Mafia going for the Thunderbolt. I like this play a lot because if it doesn't get shielded, you could just shield and farm down flip switch advantage. But if, okay, so the shield isn't going to come through.
Oh.
Let's see if this is what Spooky Mafia does because the first foul play is here. But I would say, oh, wait, no, chooses not to shield either. I thought, going to save it. But I think at the same time, too, energy on this jump love can go pretty far, or maybe just saving all the shields over for that Shadow Scizor. But
Shadow
definitely has
Scizor.
an option to potentially flip. Coming in the Shadow Scizor instead, taking only resisted damage, just extra ramped up damage could be pretty useful. It actually comes in now with the Swampert, but if you get hit by a Trailblaze, it's pretty much over, and Spooky Mafia is going straight for it. Does Shaner PvP shield? Yeah, it's going to throw up the shield right away.
I'm actually surprised you're going for the Trailblaze here because you might just want to go for Night Slash damage because you're not going to be able to bullet punch down unless you're going to double shield this Scizor here. So it actually might be showing the hand that Spooky Mafia is going to be double shielding the Scizor to try to get it ramped up and get as much damage available in this matchup. Try to get through the Swampert and then try to get some chunk damage into the Tinkaton here. Here comes the Night Slash. The Swampert's already half health, going to have to give up the next Protect Shield. And now suddenly you are out of Protect Shields if you're Shaner PvP. But the problem is, can you get the double Hydra Cannon? And it looks like actually there is a Night Slash available from Spooky Mafia. So do we see a swap onto that Tinkaton to try to catch the resisted Night Slash here before, actually going to be able to take that Night Slash? And how much energy did Tinkaton have? Was the energy dry? Did it bulldoze and then dip?
Yep. Yeah, it was. So you're going to have to try to fairy win through here. There isn't a boost, though, from that Night Slash, so that's a little bit of saving grace. But this damage is adding up so fast. If you get to the Night Slash, it is disastrous, and the Night Slash is reached. Only resisted, but it is boosted by a stage. And now the jump love has a clear way of dealing with this Tinkaton, because look how much health is still on this jump love.
There's the absolute monstrosity that is Shadow Scizor to be able to get through that Swampert and have enough health to do that much damage to the Tinkaton as well. This Tinkaton is just swinging his hammer away, but it just does not have the reach into that Jump Bluff, and Jump Bluff is going to have the reach, going to throw that Acrobatics, going to take a 1 game advantage in this series, 1-0 for Spooky Mafia. Once again, Spooky Mafia just saving both the Protect Shields for that Shadow Pokemon in the backline and absolutely shredding.
Yeah, I really thought that the play was land the Thunderbolt, shield once, Water Gun down, and looking how safe the Lantern is, not you just muscle through everything else in the back. But and able to flip switch, but instead opting to just dump all the shields into Scizor and ended up paying off. I mean, went for the Trailblaze too, and what really set that up was actually the farm down with the Bullet Punches against the Malamar, right? Because you know that the Swampert can't much shot you down, especially the non-Shadow Swampert. So getting that extra energy is going to be huge. And yeah, went for the Trailblaze, but in a way that was a safer play, right? You go for the Trailblaze and you still outpace the next two Night Slashers after that extra energy from the Malamar. And on top of that, you're doing boosted damage into the Tinkaton, plus landing another boosted Night Slash as well was huge to close out that backline matchup. I do like the jump up pick too, the more I look at it as well, because the jump up is pretty safe into the side of Shaner PvP's team. I mean, yeah, you have to know, there's annoying Icy Wind from the Driplim and stuff like that, but Acrobatics, all the flying damage hits at least neutral against everything on that roster. And so if you get energy on club, even against stuff like, I guess outside Tinkaton, but even against Tinkaton, you can see the Acrobatics are still doing a ton of damage when you chip down the Tinkaton. So a great line call from Spooky Mafia, despite losing the lead, still able to, find the win there.
And the thing is, even though the Shadow Jumpluff is a Shadow, it is kind of a proper spice bottle for these spice picks of the Shadow Scizor and the Shadow Typhlosion, because it has the bulk, it has the flexibility, it has the neutral typing to be able to absorb some damage, to be able to swap in and out of the lead matchup and be able to soak something, swap back out, get to an aerial ace to finish off some games. We've seen that in the game number 3 of an earlier matchup too, where it's able to get 2 aerial aces off in the in game where it almost didn't have any health left. So able to do just enough to scrap to get by to set the table for that Shadow Scizor in this matchup in particular. And then on the other side, you run a team that is ABA kind of strong against Shadow Scizor with the Tinkatong in the lead. You have the Swampert in the back, and then you have that one weakness in Shadow Malamar. And once Shadow Malamar is out of the game, you're like, okay, I should be fine against Shadow Scizor. Not the case. And now suddenly Spooky Mafia is just one game victory away from winning this Zygarden tournament. Can he do it here, or can Shaner PvP try to reverse sweep this series to become champion, starting off with the Diggersby versus the Jumpluff?
And this is going to be a good matchup for this Jumpluff as well. The super effective Fire Punch is just not enough, whereas the neutral Acrobatics is going to hit really hard. If you could catch Acrobatics maybe onto Tinkaton, this could pay favorably, but the backline matchups look really tough for Shaner PvP. I mean, the Scizor just kind of core breaks your entire backline team. So let's see if Shaner PvP decides to stay in here or maybe swaps out eventually. You really don't want the Jumpluff on your Malamar, but at the same time, too, you need to save this Diggersby for both the Lantern and the Scizor. But going to stay in and throw another Fire Punch too, maybe just going to go for the soft losing matchup here and then maybe farm down with the Tinkaton. But this backline matchup looks really tough for Shaner PvP.
I believe this was the Acrobatics here, and that is going to be able to knock out the Diggersby here. And can you get a farm down with your Shadow Malamar? Maybe you're going to have to try to win this game with the Shadow Malamar. But no, instead trying to go for the Fairy Wind down and instant pivot into the Water Gun Lantern. And now you bait out the Malamar. But this is actually better for Shaner PvP because this is the matchup that you would prefer in the back over that Shadow Scizor. So it's not over yet for Shaner PvP. You're going to be able to land this damage. And now suddenly you're actually put in a position, that did less than I thought. I was going to say maybe you can land the foul play and just try to go for shields and go for a full side wave down, but it looks like you're gonna have the double shield if you want to do that.
Yeah, it's a really great pivot from Spooky Mafia as well. Saving a little bit of health on the jump up. It's maybe like 1 or 2 fairy wins away from another move as well. But also you want the Scizor on the Tinkaton. So it has a shield advantage for the Scizor. This is going to be really tough for Shaner PvP. I'm really curious to see how they're going to be able to play this out here. But in comes the jump up, doesn't want to waste any time, doesn't want to give the chance for a swap to even occur as well. And at this point in time, you have to pretty much let this go. I mean, there's no way, right? Oh, it actually does go for the shield, but you got a 2-0 shield advantage Scizor in the back, and this is absolute trouble for Shaner PvP.
I mean, at least for Shader PvP, you don't really need the Protect Shields against the Shadow Scizor because they're all going to be resisted, but it's still not going to be great here as you get that first Protect Shield from Spooky Mafia here. Swap into your Tinkatong. These Bullet Punches are neutral, but they are just absolutely chunking, and they're going to be chunking even more because Trailblaze is going to raise the attack of the Shadow Scizor by 1, and suddenly you have 1 Protect Shield remaining, which you're probably going to save. And yes, letting the first Bulldoze through, because even though the Bulldoze is neutral, you're not going to get knocked out by Fairy Wind.
Yeah, in case there's a debuff, right? You don't want the second one to actually take you out here too.
Oh
Smart
my
play
goodness!
from Spooky Mafia, and you see the aggressive farm down. Knows that there's no way this Malamar is going to get to another move at this point as well. So just going to throw all of this. Oh, okay, we get the debuff there, but you're already at way more than enough damage here, way more enough energy as well. It looks like Spooky Mafia over the undercharge as well for the flex is going to take the Zygarden something old, something new tournament, sweeping this top cut on the backs of that Shadow Scizor.
Shadow Scizor clamps its claw goodbye to Shaner PvP as we now have a champion of the Zygarden tournament. Congratulations to Spooky Mafia and the Shadow Scizor. Absolutely brilliant play, unleashing so many charge attacks, so much damage. Obviously, shout out the bullet punch as well. That was absolutely chunking to win that game, but well done, and what a tournament, what a fun format here, and congratulations also to our runner-ups, and then we'll also try to let you know who got third place as well as soon as we know.
Yeah, we got a little throwback action of Lantern too, which was nice. We didn't see too
Yeah.
much Noctowl, but I think that was for the best. I don't know if it would have been super useful in this particular matchup, but the Lantern, I mean, Lantern's been out for a while when you were thinking that the foul play damage would do enough to put in sideways damage, and you're like, oh wait, I forgot how bulky this fish is.
Yeah. You're completely right. I mean, it's so bulky, and I gave Shadow Malamar too much credit. I'm like, oh wow, a shadow save type attack bonus attack is just going to do a lot. You're going to be able to sideway down. It just tickles the Lantern. But yeah, knocked out, able to win the whole thing as well, even though we didn't see it. So super impressive from Spooky Mafia, and then congratulations to Shaner PvP as well. A really awesome team in its own right. The Shadow Malamar, the Shadow Drifblim, really creative. Like you said, a completely different. All 12 Pokemon were unique in that grand finals matchup. So that's the type of format that you love to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and for what it's worth too, I think the Shadow Malamar was definitely the right play from Shader PvP, but the safety of the Lantern and especially that second team line composition, like it was just a really tough position for Shader PvP to play out of because you're just ABA weak to jump bluff, right? And so you can't really swap over to like your hard counter because you know that there's going to be an answer to that Tinkaton in the back. But well executed though from both players as well. And Shader PvP, it was a fight through the rest of the bracket after dropping a game to Minaj to make it all the way to that finals. And getting second place in this tournament is no easy feat either. I mean, if you look at the names of the players in this tournament, a lot of heavy hitters, and many of them didn't even make it in the top four.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like no tournament, especially in this day and age of Pokemon Go PvP, is going to be easy, especially with prizes on the line. So if you're able to make it to the top in this type of format, you're a really talented trainer. So impressive stuff from some trainers that don't always maybe get featured on some of the bigger championship series stages. So really awesome to see them doing so well, see them shine in this moment, and I can't wait to see what they do in the future. I was gonna say it looked like we have a third place finisher to announce, but actually it still seems like they haven't completed that battle yet between Minaj and King OWT, that rematch.
Yeah, so we'll see kind of how that goes. But that being said, if you would also like to join in a future Zygarden tournament, definitely head over to zygarden.gg to find out more details and stuff and follow them on their socials as well as they're promoting a lot of these tournaments. I'm sure some people are tuning in like, oh, shoot, I missed the signups. Well, there will be future tournaments. So be on the lookout and hey, maybe you'll be the next one to win it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe you'll be in these grand finals, being able to showcase your new awesome strategy and win some prize money, which is also a really cool thing from these tournaments as well as something that can help you in your PvP journey. So yeah, check out Zygarden. Was an awesome tournament. I was watching the tournament earlier. There were so many different team compositions that were brought to this thing. So many talented trainers. So really enjoyable experience, and especially these finals four. Absolutely awesome gameplay. Great strategies, and some of my favorite strategies. Just to shield your shadow Pokemon in the back and just overwhelm your opponent. So that's what I love to see as well. And well done to Spooky Mafia for pulling off that and executing it in fabulous fashion.
Yep. Especially with the throwback at Lantern. We love to see that. Well,
Yeah.
anyway, thank you all for tuning in. Big shout out to everyone that watched the tournament. Big shout out to everyone that played in the tournament as well, and all of our amazing casters. Me especially for dressing to the T, obviously, for this tournament. But it was a great time as always, Two Butters. And yeah, you have any final words?
No, I just want to say thank you to everyone that put on this tournament. They put on a lot of work, or they put in a lot of work to make this happen, to have this enjoyable experience that I know I just had. I hope you had an enjoyable experience as well. So I just want to shout out them, to all of them putting in so much awesome, fantastic work. Like you said, was a pleasure casting with you, Caleb, and shout out to the other casters as well. I really enjoyed it. So that's all that I have to say. Excited to see another Zygarden stream or tournament in the future. And yeah, if you're out there and you want to compete, I can't wait to see you do it next time.
Yeah, definitely. And big shout out finally to our broadcast staff as well for running this stream and showcasing all these awesome matches. And of course, you all saw a lot of the staff in those between break videos. So definitely give them a thanks if you see them ever. But until then, see you at the next Zygarden tournament. So everyone be well and keep on tapping.